From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. I heard other radio stations may or may not necessarily be live at this time. You're getting us every day at 5:30 to 10 here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, Rath James. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and a full night off unless you were taking in the Stanley Cup Finals. Rangers off for the Dodgers today. Jared Sandler will join us at 7:20. Of course, no NBA Finals till tomorrow night. What did everybody do with their TV or non-TV time?
I did take in game 2 of the Panthers-Oilers until the third period. Then I was like, all right, let's get some sleep.
What was the score after 2?
Tied at 1.
I was like, not the time to turn that on.
I'm not like that invested to where like, oh my God, I got to stay up for this thing. I saw Barkley in the intermission.
Yeah.
He was fun. It was fun. He was, him and Messier were going back and forth. They were trying to get him to go to Edmonton. He goes, guys, I'm not going to Edmonton.
They were trying to get him to go to ESPN, too.
Yeah, they were.
Steve Levy opening up. The newest member to the ESPN NBA coverage, Charles Barkley, joking about LinkedIn not having a job after TNT, and then he told a story about how Messier owes him $5,000. He took a delay of game penalty to go talk to Messier while he was playing. They find him, I think, and he's like, Mark, you owe me $5,000. But people were pointing out, look at Barkley's size.
I know.
Look at Charles standing next to these two former NHL players. And Charles was, of course, an undersized power forward.
Yeah. It's just, basketball players are so big. Mark Colombo did a Legends game with me.
Well.
And Mark was like 6'7". And he goes, I hate basketball players. I'm like, why? He goes, I'm not used to being short.
Yeah.
And when you get around basketball players, 6'7" is nothing. It's nothing, right? You're an average, it's especially today's game. You're basically like an average player now. And he's like, it's insane how much bigger they are. And you're an NHL guy, but you're a professional athlete. You professional athletes, you think, what, 6'2", 6'3", and you're getting towered over by Charles Barkley.
Pepe, what'd you do last night with some free time?
Not much. Hopped on the video games for a little bit, but then mostly just did a little shopping for Italy. For the plane ride out there. It's a 7-hour plane ride. I'm not a neck pillow guy, but I bought the neck pillow last night.
When are you going?
This is, I believe, I fly out July 7th.
July 7th, you fly out for Italy.
Yes, and I return on the 15th.
What else did you buy or purchase for the plane? You don't just buy that in the airport in the little shops before you go?
Amazon gift card, I might as well just use it up then.
You're probably paying 25% of the cost if you go on Amazon.
Yeah. The other thing, we're going to be doing a lot of walking around, and so we got these water bottles that you can fold up to
fold up.
Kind of
like a bag?
Yeah, it's basically like a bag. You can fold up so you're not walking around with it, because we'll be out and about, for the whole day. So, and we'll have backpacks, but it's filled up with other stuff. So we have water bottles that, I don't know, it's just on the Italy website that says things to do and whatnot. I'll have to get a fanny pack because you got pickpocketers like Jaylen Brown out there on Luka.
I've heard.
Well done.
I've heard the pickpocketers in Italy are
they're good.
Terrible.
Really?
They're really good. Yeah, it's apparently it's a problem.
So I'll have to get a fanny pack, something like that. But
so did you get a tour guide? Who is deciding the schedule, and is that all set for things to do every day?
That would be the mother. She's coming up with the itinerary,
yes.
Everything, the travel. My dad usually does, the flying out, flying back, to-do list, all that stuff.
Exactly. Buying the plane tickets.
My dad's the watch the plane kind of guy. He stands out there at the terminal and watches the planes fly away and all that. Checks the weather.
Let's make sure that they're doing their pre-flight check.
Yeah, that's right.
Right, but that's about all I did for that so far. But we still got, we got 3.5 weeks.
Yeah,
good.
All right, so Pepe getting ready for Italy. Hopefully everyone enjoyed a semi-night off. The big breaking news is...
What'd you watch?
I had, I think, a good household day. It's crazy the things that you discover by accident. My wife wanted to get out of the house with the baby. As I told you yesterday, during best and worst, and for me, worst and worst of the weekend, having a 1-month-old, she's just not sleeping. So the wife was like, I'm going to just go walk the mall and put her like in the little Duna thing. Peyton, this thing is like it's a double device. It's a stroller and it's a car seat. All right. So it folds up like your water bottle into the car. And baby is screaming, going crazy, threw up all over me before she left. And eventually in that car, man, this is why I consider sleeping Ollie on top of the wash machine, which a lot of parents had a problem with. I'm like, let's just put his crib and put it on top of the wash machine because of that humming, because of that car driving. You know, you used to take the boys in the car and drive around for 30 minutes because for some reason they fall asleep in the car. She fell asleep in the stroller, slept the whole afternoon, and I was like, it's amazing what you can discover. We get back, or my wife gets back in the house, and she's like, okay, like, let's get her out. I was like, leave her. I was like, do not touch her out of that damn stroller. I don't care what she's sleeping in. If she is quiet, let her be. So stayed in there for another 2 hours, and she seemed like a new child after some rest. Maybe all the irritation and the moaning and the groaning was just sleep deprivation. So that was good. Little man was good. What did I watch? This is a food nerd out thing. Meat Church Wednesday tomorrow with Matt Pittman, by the way, at 8:20. Action Bronson. Do you know who that is as an entertainer?
I know Charles Bronson.
Charles Bronson. Action Bronson had this TV show called F That's Delicious on Vice. And he was going around with his homies and they smoke weed and they party and they get hammered and they just eat at these other, all these restaurants. And he's kind of doing his own thing on YouTube. But that show went away. It hurt me like Rob Dyrdek's show with Big Rob went away. It was that type of cult following that I had for it. So I watched some of that, caught up on all the different 90-Day Fiancés, and checking out some of the NBA coverage with the big news that hit. But since you did bring it up, and let us know what you watched and what you took in last night on the Franco Injury Attorney text line. I started watching the Clipper show, Clipped.
Oh, okay. So this is the one that Austin Rivers has a problem with.
Does he have a problem with it?
He has a problem with the casting. He's like, Lawrence Fishburne's fat. He can't play my dad.
Austin Rivers. He's so annoying. Ed O'Neill, a.k.a. Al Bundy, is Donald Sterling. That's not the best acting in the world, but it's salacious. And
what channel is it on?
We're watching it on an app. I think we're watching it like on the Peacock app.
Okay.
It may be FX. I'll have to double check that. But I think it's 2 episodes in, and they're just going through the downfall of Donald Sterling. But yeah, the casting of the players compared to like Showtime is awful. Like Blake Griffin's character looks awful. Some of the things that have jumped out so far, Blake Griffin and Chris Paul hated each other's guts. According to this show, Chris Paul had to do everything in threes. So if he was going to kiss his wife, he had to give her 3 kisses. If he was going to eat something, he had to take 3 bites. So apparently that's something with Chris Paul. JJ Redick had to have a baked potato every day at 4:30.
Yeah, I went through a spell like in my teen years. I had to do everything in 2s. Everything had to go in 2s. Now, I still to this day...
Including taking classes?
Well, I did take all my classes twice.
Repeat.
That was not really a part of the OCD. I still to this day only have the volume on an even number on the TV.
My brother does that.
And if I buy a TV that it doesn't have a volume number, I'm freaked out. If it's just got the bar goes across,
I'm freaked
out. I'm like, I don't know where I am.
Yeah.
I said, now Tennessee's going to lose.
Yeah. You're the reason that
I am.
They've been
I
in
know,
the drought.
it's me.
Been in the drought forever. So let me know if you've watched Clipped. What else?
We're into that, though. College baseball, baby.
What's that?
I said, we're into that drought. College baseball. We're going to get that title this week or next week.
Oh, really?
Number 1 in the nation. Number 1 seed.
You know any of the players?
No.
Okay. 877. You'll turn it off in the 7th inning, tied at 1, like you did the Stanley Cup final. Does this make you feel any better about the Stars being eliminated? And if that doesn't make you feel better, laughing at the Los Angeles Lakers probably will. That's all next. It's a loaded Tolo Tuesday edition with Bobby Belt around the corner. Glad that you're waking up with us with Sean and RJ on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a big Rangers Tuesday as they visit the Dodgers.
Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ live on 105.3 The Fan. Another opportunity for everyone to laugh at the fortunes of the misfortunes of the Los Angeles Lakers as Dan Hurley made his decision. He is staying at UConn and he is taking less money.
Yeah, you nailed it. You said he was going to stay, and he stayed.
Lucky guess.
I think this is
trying to be different, trying to be a contrarian, paid off.
Going looking deeper into this, you got to offer him more than Monty Williams.
Monty Williams in Detroit. I forgot that contract. He didn't get offered more than Monty Williams?
Monty's getting 13, and Dan was getting like 11 and change. So he was basically never going to get fired at UConn. They hire and fire coaches in the NBA on a whim these days. You win a title, you're gone a year later if they don't like you.
Would have made him, according to Woj, one of the NBA's 6 highest paid coaches.
He would have been 6. Monty's 5.
Yeah. You'd think you're going to draw and lure him away. Mm-hmm. You're going to make him top 5 at least.
Yeah, because like the top 4 guys, it was like 17. Kerr's like 17 and a half. You got Spoelstra, Pop. They're all like 15 and 14, and then Ty Lue at like 13. You got to put him up there, or 14. You got to put him up there. You got to put him in the Ty Lue category. Maybe not as high as Pop or Kerr or Spoelstra because they've got rings, and so and Ty Lue's got skins on the wall as well. But like you're talking about luring a guy that doesn't have to leave.
Monty Williams got 6 for 78.5. Another sign of the stupidity of the Pistons.
And, apparently, they apparently love the Northeast. They're like the last few. They love it.
Woj wrote a book about Hurley's father.
Yeah. At St. Anthony's, which is a high school in Jersey City.
There's a book that's always up behind Woj for all of his TV appearances, The Miracle of St. Anthony. And it's like, so Dan Hurley was just feeding Woj all of this information.
Yeah, I mean, he was talking to 2 guys. Hurley and Woj and Seth Greenberg. Those are the 2 guys he was talking to at ESPN. They had all the tea, as the kids would call it. But I mean, that's an offer. Like if you're the Lakers, that's kind of low. That's kind of a low ball offer.
Someone tweeted, Dan Hurley saw the math on his $77 million in California to deal with LeBron and declined. Salary $77 million, federal income tax minus $28.5 million, state income tax minus $10 million, Social Security. I don't know the accuracy of these numbers. It's just kind of funny to poke fun at California. Social Security minus $9K, Medicare minus $1.8 million, state disability minus $1,600, total tax minus $40.5 million, net pay 36. What? 36?
Yeah, it would have been sick. It would have broken down to about $6 million a year for him. At a UConn with the taxes that they have, he was making about $4.5 a year. So it was only $1.5 million raise only. But yeah, then you got to deal with you're gonna get fired in 18 months.
In LA?
In LA.
Look, all the insiders talk about this. Tim Bontemps, who was much better than I thought. Apologies to a past shot I think I may have taken at Bontemps, maybe on television. But on that Hoops Collective with Windhorst and McMahon, I think he brings up some really good points. He brought this up, and everyone else kind of agrees. It's turmoil. It's turmoil over there. Frank Vogel won the NBA championship given in the bubble. He's gone immediately. Mm-hmm. Darvin Ham makes the Western Conference Finals with a miracle run. He's gone immediately. The Lakers show we don't care what you do or what you accomplish. You can get to the final 2 stages and you can still be up out of here. Yeah. Plus, an aging LeBron who's gone soon. I think a player that they should trade in Anthony Davis. I am dead set on that. That's no future piece that I want to tie myself to.
And the Bronny thing. Are you forced to take him? Like those are all questions that had to be asked.
It's a second round pick, right? Who cares?
Maybe, but what if they say, hey, you got to use the 17th on him,
right?
And then you're like, well, hang on a second. I got a 40-something-year-old and his father, street clothes, and then a 17th pick, a guy who couldn't even average 5 points a game in college. Okay,
they try to turn the Laker thing into a high school college program. Woj kept talking about developmental.
Yeah,
this needs to be a developmental What do you mean developmental? Like, you buy and sign free agents,
Yeah.
you make trades. You're not sitting there getting Russell Westbrook, James Harden, and Kevin Durant and growing them for the next 15 years.
No, it's an NBA is not right now. The Lakers are not going to build slowly from within. They're gonna try to find free agents. They're gonna try to flip the switch and win tomorrow. And then you look at the Western Conference, like, okay, Denver's better. The Mavericks are better. Minnesota is on the rise. Oklahoma City's on the rise. Like, it is not easy. It is not an easy road. And then you look at the college game. Who's going to challenge them in the Big East anytime soon? What, St. John's? Okay, Creighton, sure. And then you get to the tournament. They're winning. They won. Did they not just win by 150 points in this tournament in 6 games? Did they not just win every game by an average of almost 20 points? Why would you leave for barely any more money?
Do you think it was a leverage play the whole time?
No, I think he truly does want to go to the NBA. I think Woj did mention geography, and I think that plays. Everything I've heard is that this dude and his wife, they like love the Northeast. They don't want to live anywhere else. I think that they're just waiting for Tibbs to screw up.
Okay.
That's my guess.
All right, so now what do the Lakers do? Everyone chuckling and laughing at their fortunes. Shams had to be partying and celebrating yesterday to keep his JJ Redick report alive. Meanwhile, Choppy was checking out Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final.
The fans to their feet. The Rats rain down. The Panthers win Game 2 by a 4-1 score. The Panthers take both on home ice, and the Panthers lead the Stanley Cup Final 2-0.
I said yesterday it would make me feel better if the Florida Panthers just steamroll Edmonton to be like, okay, well, the Stars have actually won that 4-1 Panthers over the Oilers. They lead the Stanley Cup Final 2-0.
This is how it should have happened. There was a 5-minute major on Edmonton early on in this game. And so Florida's got a 5-minute power play. A minute in, they commit a penalty. And then Edmonton scores on the 4-on-4. You had 5 minutes without McDavid and Draisaitl on the ice because they're not on the penalty kill, those two. So you had 5 minutes, and you get almost immediately, you get yourself a penalty. It becomes a 4-on-4. So it goes from a 5-minute major, and Edmonton scores, and you're down 1-0. They tie it, and they score 3 in the third, and they win this game. And they have been the best team in the sport over the last 4 weeks of the Stanley Cup playoffs, and they look tremendous right now.
Man, rolling.
Yeah, and Bobrovsky gave up a bad goal too. That was a bad goal he gave up on that 4-on-4. I think they said he was expecting them to pass it, and he didn't. But he's been tremendous in this playoffs, in the final.
Rangers back in action tonight on this radio station. 8:30 pregame, 9:10 first pitch. Jared Sandler will join us from Los Angeles. As I was like, yo, 7:20. And he's like, yeah, that'll be 5:20 for me. I was like, okay, we can reschedule. I forgot. I didn't realize you were out there in L.A. with the call. But Sandman wants to wake up, work out, and join us during the commercial-free expressway when we ask Reddit as well. Brian brought us his favorite segment of the week. Speaking of baseball, Buster Olney got hacked yesterday. 1.3 million followers, and his Twitter account got compromised.
It did.
Got hacked. Season is canceled due to COVID. Tweeted that out at 5:12. Shohei has been banned for life from the MLB in connection to gambling. His trial is August 28th. It's speculated he could get life in prison. The Mets are finalizing a deal that will send Francisco Lindor to the Oakland Athletics. Sources tell ESPN, and I hate Mets was the final one from Buster.
This is
I hate Mets.
It took him a while to figure this out and to get it fixed. Like, this was going on for not 5 minutes, like hours. How did this happen? How do you get hacked and then not be able to get back into it? Like, I don't know what the process is to do that. I've never.
Maybe he was traveling. Maybe he wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, maybe he wasn't. I've never tried. I've never been hacked in that situation like that.
Some NBA insiders say that the Celtics are inside Kyrie's head. Back to the NBA Finals in Game 3 tomorrow night at the AAC. That's next with Bobby Roberto Bell joining the show right here on The Fan.
Hey, miss anything on Sean and RJ? Easier than ever to find the entire show on our Odyssey app, proudly presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute.
Arlington and her studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. Bobby is fist pumping. Sean and RJ, we got Peyton and Rai in the back live.
Touchdown.
On the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. If you're new to the station, that stands for Turn It On and Leave It On. Starting off with a rough morning, Bobby.
Yeah, I had no power at the apartment again. No storms or anything. It just like how we lost our power after the storms were already done last week. We lost power again last night at like 10:30. Like I heard the transformer blow and went on to Encore immediately to report it. And it was like, power went out in your area 1 minute ago. It'll be restored at 2 a.m. And then I woke up at 4 and there was no power. So I went and looked.
Hot? Was it getting warmer?
It was. And at 4, it was the estimated time of restoration is 12:30 in the afternoon.
Ooh, just when it heats up.
Yep. I told Kristen, I was like, you're going to probably want to find somewhere to go this morning with the kids since they're out of school. Like, go find somewhere cool to hang out.
Oh, the kids are out of school.
So, yeah, it's going to be lovely. We're going to probably lose the fridge, and she's going to, all the stuff she just put back in the fridge just went shopping like yesterday to load the fridge back up after we without power. So she was already at 5 this morning going like, I got to find somebody to go put our stuff in their fridge. I was like, I don't know. It's been 8 hours already, so I don't know how much longer we can do this.
Yeah, I mean, just feel the milk if it's cold.
I need to, Broadus had suggested, he said what he does, and I don't know, is this genius or is this weird from Brian? Brian says he takes gallon Ziploc bags, fills them up with water, throws them in his freezer and just leaves them there in perpetuity so that when his power goes out, he just takes those freezer packs and he puts them in his fridge immediately and he closes the door, and he said that helps keep it cool.
Well, that will work. It's just...
Who has that much freezer space?
I know.
I mean, he's what? It's just him. So, I mean, Bennett's out of the house, so he's probably got some extra room.
That will work. That's a lot of ice bags. And then if they start to melt, then you got a flooded fridge.
I also had Krista go clean up the beer out of the back seat yesterday.
I had Kristen go clean up the beer.
Yeah.
You could have gone to a car wash and done
no,
yourself.
she would like, because I was just showing her, look, this how it is. She's like, dude, this is molding already. And she's like, there's white
I'm in the
spots.
garage, and he's like, Sean, come here. Come here, you got to smell this.
I smelled it.
It was strong.
Did you smell it?
Mm-hmm.
But Kristen then discovered, she's like, did you have a bottle of Listerine in the door? I said, yeah. And she's like, that blew too. And it's like blew all over the side of the car at the
What, you
bottom.
made your wife clean that crap?
No, I was going to do it.
You
and
just
she
said
was-
I had her.
Yeah, the beer, absolutely. She's this woman's work. This woman's work.
Jeez.
It's a great song.
And an outdated concept. Apparently not in the Belt household.
Did you see that Caitlin Clark airball last night?
Yeah.
877-881-1053. That says a steamy Father's Day weekend. And I'm looking at only a 10% chance of rain, but it's seeming mostly cloudy with raindrops with 84% humidity.
That's high.
Today. And then we're going 90, 94, 94, 95, 94 throughout the rest of the week and the weekend with all sun.
Yeah, and then we got the heat dome coming. The heat dome.
What's that?
That's this. I saw this on the news. It was actually yesterday, day before. Apparently, this dome of heat is going to be trapped over here in the next coming weeks. It's moving in from the southwest. So, like, Phoenix and Vegas right now is like 110 degrees, and it's coming this way. And the way the pressure system and the winds are it's just going to trap it here. So it's going to be like this heat dome. Everything's going to heat. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy hot here the next couple of weeks.
Sounds great.
There you go. Get your wish, Choppy.
Yeah. There's a level of heat that I'm out on. 110 might be it. You give me a good 90. I'm fine with that. 90, 100. You give me a good 100 degree day.
Just don't give me humidity. Give me dry. And
Yeah,
it's all
dry
right.
is fine. The only problem with that is that the pool heats up. And now the pool becomes unrefreshing.
Yes. Got to buy a heater, cooler.
Did you get a cooler?
No.
No.
Extra 5K.
Extra 5K. It's
Yeah.
like, yeah, I don't really do that.
Yeah.
But no, you need. I guess you could. I've seen people take like a dozen gallon jugs of water, freeze them, and throw them in. But I mean, who knows if that even
Yeah,
works?
just call Broadus over.
Yeah.
For your pool party. All right, so we love the Hoops Collective podcast since we can't get any of these people except for McMahon live on the show with these NBA insiders. We just have to go to their podcast, and Bobby grabs the audio. Brian Windhorst talking about the Mavericks getting absolutely nothing from Kyrie on either end of the court.
He's not getting any space whatsoever. Holiday and Derek White and Jaylen Brown, who's ever on him, he can, when he's going to the paint, he's got no windows. They're all over him. His dribble game is not creating space. When he gets in his left-handed shots and all his others, he's not getting space. There's guys up on top of him. You know, he has been obviously missing some good outside looks, but he can't get his space when he gets his 2 feet in the paint. And not only that, after praising him for months appropriately about his defense, guys, he's getting cooked. He so far in this series, 11 of 16. When he's the primary defender, the Celtics have made 11 of 16 shots for 27 points. He is not getting it done anywhere.
Wow.
He's just not very good right now. And as much as I enjoy taking my shots at Jason Tatum yesterday, I'll try to be a little bit more positive about everybody today. But as much as I enjoy getting those shots in, Kyrie has not been good, and it's, you don't know, the last 2 or 3 rounds, you don't know which version you're getting. Are you getting passive Kyrie, who's putting up 8 shots in 42 minutes? Are you getting aggressive Kyrie, who can't hit the broadside of a barn? Are you getting the 40-point Game 5 versus the Timberwolves Kyrie? Like, it's completely plausible that you get any one of those on a given night right now. It's just, it's not consistent at all with Kyrie Irving.
No, nothing's consistent with him right now. I do wonder if coming home will help, but the way they've approached it, the way the Celtics have played him, and then the fact that the open shots might change at home. The open shots he's missing. The contested shots, I mean, that's not going to change unless the Celtics take their foot off the gas.
Right.
Well, I guess it all depends on what's rattling him. Is the Boston crowd rattling him, or is Boston rattling him?
And Brian Windhorst touched on that. What could be inside Kyrie Irving's head?
We've praised him for his mental approach. I think he's let the fans get into him a little bit. First off, for no good reason, he says after game 1 that the fans weren't that loud. Secondly, a couple of times early in the game, especially when he made a couple of shots, because he did make 4 of his first 5.
Went 4 for 5.
He was being demonstrative back at the fans.
Yeah.
And look, it's fine. You can take it back if that fires you up, but this is not what Kyrie is doing. Remember, now 0-12, 12 straight losses
since he
stepped on Lucky.
Can't step on Lucky.
No, you can't.
Can't do it. But I mean, I don't know that
Make me forever hate St. Patrick's Day moving forward.
I don't know that I can.
No offense, Carter.
I don't know that I can say this is about the crowd. I don't think this is trash talk. I don't think this is like the Boston crowd really just getting into him. I think it's just he's rattling himself almost with the context, the backdrop of Boston.
But are you surprised at all that he's even going back and forth a little bit with the crowd? Does that show that he not broke, but letting it be an issue?
I think it shows he's aware of it for sure. But yeah, I could see how that would be the case, that if he's going back and forth and it is an issue.
It's we talked about it after game 2 of the Minnesota series. He hadn't knocked down a 3 for the first 7 quarters. He opens the 4th. He hits 3 of them. Minnesota has to call a timeout. When he's going to the bench, he holds up that 4 and he's talking and he's into it. And I think he's just got more of that edge still left in him than his peace pipe tells you he really does. And at times it came out. He hit that one jumper to go 4 for 5. He turned around and went boom and was talking to the crowd. He's still chatty.
Does it make anyone rethink? This is a bigger picture discussion for after the series. Does it make anyone rethink about his superstar greatness right now, or him being the number 2 on this team as a championship contender? Because my worry for the offseason is you go and try to get a final piece number 2 that's way more aggressive and is going to be your second leading scorer in a series, and Kyrie gets pushed down to the 3, and then I'm we mess up all this kumbaya stuff and this perfect teammate because he feels marginalized and really watered down in terms of what they're asking or counting on him for.
I think that he is I think he's
relying on the the aggressiveness reliance is a problem for me.
I think he's legit too. I think he's shown that he's legit too in the NBA for a title contender.
Can be.
Yeah. Now,
I think more times than not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he right now? No, he's not playing to that level at all. I think
it's just a Boston thing.
Could be just a Boston thing. I think they genuinely need a true 3. But that's their missing piece.
Yeah, I agree.
They need Boston's version of Porzingis.
Yeah, or Boston's version of Derek White, or Al Horford, or Peyton Pritchard,
Drew
or anyone.
Holiday.
Yeah, Drew Holiday. Any one of their awesome players on that side. But
the Spurs look like fools for getting rid of Derek White.
The Bucks look like fools for getting rid of Drew Holiday.
Yes,
that's who looks really bad in all this. But I mean, this is. I do think that I'm not worried about rattling like Kyrie, or I don't have any questions about. Oh, look, we felt comfortable. And now it seems to be going sideways. I just think this is a unique opponent that is going to give him challenges defensively and mentally.
Tim Bontemps on the Hoops Collective says that the Celtics defense is putting all the pressure. And one more thing about defense, and that's where some of these stats, it's eyes versus calculator. Bobby gave these stats yesterday that Luka was playing outstanding defense. Every insider I've heard, including these guys, said that they're just targeting Luka and they're destroying him. So they're not just destroying Kyrie, they're destroying Luka, even though the stats that you gave yesterday defensively say otherwise.
When he his 3-point defense has been solid in terms of the numbers. They shot 1 for 12 on threes against Luka this series. The problem is, and they talked about it a lot in the Hoop Collective, it's these blow-bys. It's the number of times guys are getting by him. Luka had 13 in game 2, which I think McMahon said was the most any players had in the entire playoffs that they were getting blown by. And so they're dribbling, penetrating, kicking out, rotating the ball, doing all those different things that are challenging Dallas. And that's the part that Luka's having trouble with, is keeping guys in front of him. When they put shots up in front of him, he's defending it okay.
Tim Bontemps says that the Celtics D putting all the pressure on the roll guys.
Between Jaylen Brown, who's as strong as an ox, and Drew Holiday, who might be the strongest guard or perimeter player in the whole league, and Jason Tatum, who's 6'10" and super long, they got 3 guys you could put on Luka and make life difficult for him. Luka's obviously playing great, but because you have all 3 of those guys, again, to go back to the Celtics plan, they never have to double. And because they don't ever have to double, these other guys on the Mavs have to they're not getting the sundial threes they were getting before.
I tell you what.
2 games, they're getting some open ones.
They ain't making them, though.
But they're not making them. And those guys are 7 for 32. Non-Luka Doncic Mavs, 7 for 32 from 3. And some of that is missed shots, and some of it is they're not creating the same level of double team in space that they always do. And that's because of what Boston can do defensively.
What's a sundial 3?
Like working it around the perimeter, like all the way around. And so
it's called a clock 3 too. That is the same thing.
Yeah, but I mean, it
doesn't sound as cool.
Yeah,
it doesn't.
A sundial's just is an old school clock. I mean, that's really what it is.
Thanks, Bobby.
Thank you.
You know what veal is? Can you explain what veal is?
See what homeschool gets you? No, that's the troubling thing. And Bontemps said yesterday, I didn't pull the clip, but Bontemps said something yesterday that you were saying, Sean, which was the idea of don't show me the metrics that tells me Minnesota's the best defense in the NBA, because they're not. Boston is the best defense in the NBA.
Yeah.
You can't. There's no other team in the NBA that can just play pretty much anybody straight up and have success with it, but Boston can. Boston has that ability. I know there was discussion where they said, you talk about the greatest offensive backcourt of all time. Well, they're going up against maybe not the greatest all time, but they're going up against the best defensive backcourt in the NBA in Drew Holiday and Derek White. That's the best guard combo in the NBA on defense, and they're not breaking through.
877-881-1053 for your thoughts on the NBA Finals. Game 3 is tomorrow night. Let us know if you're going. Did you poke around these ticket opportunities to see?
I've poked. I haven't secured any yet, but I have poked.
Okay.
I'll continue to poke.
Anyone else?
Big poker.
Did you look around at the market?
Yeah, they dropped under $1,000, so I definitely looked, but $895 doesn't throw me at all.
I saw it this morning. They were down to $680. You can get in the door at $680.
Upper deck.
I assume it's upper deck, yeah. But that was on the TV. So
people afford this. I know we're in a city of 8 million people, but I turn on the games and I'm like, man, all these people just paying God knows what for these prices.
Yeah, and I wonder how much are corporate tickets that they just give to clients. Probably a lot of it.
Nick Eatman, I saw him out at practice last week,
Well.
and we were talking about the Mavs, and he was like, I went in 06 and I went in 11. I went to at least one game for the finals, and he's like, I kind of want to go this one. He's like, but it is absurd. He's like, the ticket price is like, I don't think it's responsible to go
That much
this time around.
cheaper than back when he went?
I
Look, we've had a lot of inflation the last few years.
I mean, look at concert tickets. Like concert tickets 15 years ago, you get into a concert for $50, $75. Good luck finding one for less than $300 now. It's insane.
Do the Texas Rangers have the best and the most overrated player in Major League Baseball? The players have spoken. We'll talk about it next as they get set for the Dodgers. Go home, Dodgers, tonight on the home of the World Series champs right here, 105.3.
CBD products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
7.5 games up.
Go home, Dodgers.
In the National League West, 6-4 in their last 10. The Padres are sitting in second at 35-35. But 41 wins for the Dodgers. Meanwhile, your Rangers are 31-34, 5.5 back in second place in the American League West, 5-5 in their last 10. Jared Sandler will join us at 7:20 from Los Angeles to preview the series and catch up. I think Jared has been a little bit butthurt. We have not had him on in a very, very long time. At least I have not. I did not greenlight you guys putting him on while I was out. That was your decision. And I said, banned. You've been banned with all of your horrible Dallas Maverick picks. That's why you've not been on when I've been on.
Yeah, he is. I would say that it's not just that I think he's a little butthurt about it. It's that he's implied it directly in text messages a couple times. And
I don't feel pressure.
He is, we did have him on once while you were out. And, we were just like, well, let's burn a segment. Let's throw Sandler a bone, make him feel special.
Dane Dunning against James Paxton. Paxton's 5-1 with a 4.19. Dane Dunning is 4-4 with a 4.09. Shows you the win-loss stat.
That's why people don't care about the win-loss stat. Maybe the pitchers do. That's why I don't listen to athletes.
They do when they're winning.
Yeah, that's why I don't listen to athletes.
Oh,
give me
Fire Bassick.
Give me a guy with a losing record and a low ERA over a guy with a winning record and a high ERA any day.
MLB player poll came out.
Yes, it did.
We love these because we feel like we're getting the truth from the actual league. This is where we do like sometimes to listen to the players.
Sometimes. This is the who's the best player of the game. There was 5 players that got a percentage. Everybody else was just a one vote. But Shohei comes in with nearly half the vote, 46%. And then Acuna at 26%.
Ugh, not this year.
Followed by a tie, Mookie and Aaron Judge at almost 9%, and then Mike Trout at 4%. Corey Seager did get an also receiving vote. He received 1 vote.
Speaking of Judge, I saw the note yesterday. He just broke Ryan Howard's record for like the most home runs in a player's first 1,000 career games. And he did it in his like 907th game or something like that. And so he's going to he's at just a ridiculous pace. But yeah, it's Ohtani.
So go through that list again of who it is.
So Shohei with 46%. Then Acuna at 26.5%. Mookie and Aaron Judge both got 9%, and then Trout got 4%.
Okay.
I get chop a vote.
I like that all the names on that list are big-time superstars. I like that because I was getting ready to attack Major League Baseball for a name that we're not as familiar with and us not knowing who he is.
Right. Now here's
the marketing.
This may be, his name may be on here. These are the players who are also receiving 1 vote. Bryce got 1. Gunnar Henderson, is that the guy you're talking about?
No. I know him now. We beat his ass.
Talk about Bobby Witt Jr.?
No, that's good to go. I'm fine there.
Jose Ramirez, Adley Rutschman, Corey Seager, and then Zach Wheeler was the other one that got a vote.
So Zach Wheeler, the only pitcher?
Yeah.
He got a vote.
He did get a vote.
All right.
Most overrated.
Uh-oh.
They got a lot of guys that got more than 1 vote. They got like 10 guys that got more than 1 vote. Number 1, the cover guy. Jazz Chisholm Jr.
Ooh. Cover the video game?
Uh-huh. Not this year, last year. This year it's Vlad Jr. Anthony Rendon is in second place.
What do those 2 guys have in common? Players hate them.
Yeah.
Players hate those guys.
Well, I don't know how much Rendon is. Is he hated?
Yeah.
That comment about not loving baseball?
Yeah.
Speaking of hated, Carlos Correa.
Chisholm is a career 246 hitter. This year, he's hitting 249 with 9 home runs, 12 stolen bases. His WAR is a 1. Last year, the WAR was a 1.2 as they tried to make him one of the next faces of the league.
One of the next faces of the game. Now he's got a great style. He's fun. He has a superstar personality. He just isn't a superstar.
Ellie De La Cruz is like, nah, give me that crown.
Yeah.
That they wanted to give you.
Ellie's on here on the most overrated list. Manny Machado, Blake Snell, Flaherty, Pete Alonso, Garrett Cole, Adolis Garcia.
How many votes did Adolis get?
Just one. He got one vote.
Okay.
Juan Soto's on here. Stanton, Spencer Strider, Yamamoto, Yelich. A lot of big names on here. Bryce Harper's on here. Interestingly enough, so on
Adolis this year, when he's usually hitting 240, 250, is hitting 217. His WAR is a 0.2 with 13 home runs.
Ooh.
Yeah.
In 28,
slugging 426, OPS 699.
Wow.
He's usually in the mid sevens. Last year, 836 OPS.
In 2018, Bryce Harper got half the vote. In 2019, 62% people said he was the most overrated, and now he got one vote. That's how much his perceptions changed. One of the guys said Juan Soto, and it said, I feel like all he does is walk and hit singles. Okay, so a couple of the other ones. Speaking solely on vibes, who do you most want on your team? This was such an odd,
such a 2024 question.
He's such a vibey.
Who do you vibe? Who do you want just based on vibes?
I tell you, man, I just want to get it. I just want to vibe with him. I want him to come into our clubhouse and we can just vibe together, man.
Yeah.
You know, all the other players, they're trash, bro. They're trash.
So this is this question, to bring it over to the NBA. Not lately, but everything we've heard from the Mavericks this year, like Kyrie would be an answer probably.
Yes.
So we're talking about that type of person, that like just somebody who people enjoy being teammates with, essentially.
So I'll just give you your top five. Mookie, Shohei, Acuna, Bryce, and Aaron Judge were the top guys that you would want to kind of vibe with.
Marcus Semien got a few votes there.
Marcus Semien did get a couple of votes.
Marcus Semien will be on today with the G-Bag Nation at 520. Chris Young at 420.
Max Scherzer got a vote. Corey Seager got a vote.
So did Odor.
Yeah, Ruben Odor got a vote. Yep, he
Who did he
did.
play for?
Is he with?
Does anyone know who's Odor
The
play
Savannah Bananas.
I felt like I saw him. Is he with Minnesota?
I'm literally asking you guys.
I think it's Minnesota.
Oh no, he's still with the Yankees.
Is he?
Mm-hmm.
Minor leagues?
Still or like back? Did he make a couple of?
Yeah, he may have. It may be a second tour, but yeah, it's a second tour. But he is in the Yankees organization.
All right.
68% of the people voted. Which did they vote? Anthony Rendon was right. The season is too long. Did they vote yes or no? 68% were on one
They
side.
voted yes.
They voted no.
Ooh.
No, they voted no. They said we get paid a lot. Like, deal with it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey.
Okay, here's this one. If you could sign...
Keep that in mind for my meeting today.
There you go. Which team would you sign with if contracts, state taxes, and roster were not a factor? So, doesn't matter how good the team is, doesn't matter the state income tax, doesn't matter the contract. It's just like...
Go home, Dodgers.
You get to pick whoever you want to pick.
Why is the question not just which MLB city would you like to live in? Why that just seems like a overly wordy way to say what city do you want to live in?
Dodgers.
Dodgers were third, tied with
Angels.
Angels were not there. They were much further down, around 10. Number one it's in the South. Atlanta. 13% Atlanta.
Where the players play?
9% said Boston.
Ugh.
As second. 8% said the Dodgers.
Must have been the white players.
8% said the Dodgers and the Rangers.
Oh, let's go.
7% said the Cubs and the Yankees. 6% the Padres. 5% the Phillies.
So we more than doubled up the Astros.
Astros got 3%. 3% of the vote for the Houston Astros. And for the Red Sox, they said basically it's Fenway Park. What organizations have bad reputations among players? Were the Rangers on there?
No.
No, they were not. They were not on there.
One of 10 teams that didn't get a vote.
The Athletics?
The Athletics are...
Far and away number one.
They are far and away number 40% of the vote.
Okay.
No, that's not...
I'm sorry, 40 votes.
That's 40 of 79 respondents said Oakland.
Yeah, that's a lot.
What other organizations have a bad reputation?
White Sox.
Royals? White Sox?
Royals would be like cheap. But like
Oakland.
the White Sox, Oakland's cheap. The White Sox, Oakland also has a bad reputation. Like their owners, like seen as like a Got it. He didn't even try to win. Beyond the cheapness,
Miami has to be on there.
They have 4 of the 79 votes. The White Sox were second with 19, followed by the Angels.
In fact, the Rangers were the only team in the American League West who didn't get a vote as a team with a bad reputation.
Should MLB shut down mid-season so players can participate in the Olympics?
Let's ask Caitlin Clark.
Would they want to participate in the Olympics shut down mid-season? I'll lean towards yes.
Slight no. Awesome. Very, very slight no. Have analytics helped or hurt your career? Or made no difference?
Oh, Bobby, you guess. I've been wrong.
I read the whole article yesterday. I was surprised by the outcome.
I'll say made no difference.
Made no difference was only 11% of the vote.
Okay.
Helped was 76%.
Wow. Take that, Bassick.
Hurt was 3%. Helped and hurt was 9%. So,
wow.
For those that said it helped, it's definitely helped. All the data is useful. Any information there's value. You've got to look where you can. It depends on what player analytics you're talking about. Player development or in-game situations. Player development for sure have helped 100%.
Interesting.
It's hard to say with the in-game decisions whether it's helped or not. People say it allowed the world to know I'm good at defense, the defensive metrics. So some guys weren't.
Ooh. Now we gotta go figure out who
yeah
who got in their feelings about that.
For those who said it hurt, it said I'm not a power guy. I like to put it in play. Analytics say you need to hit for power. Was the Dodgers offseason spending over $1 billion good for the game?
Yes.
92% said yes.
More money for everybody.
Money.
How's Yamamoto doing?
He pitched great on Friday. Went into Yankee Stadium and dominated them. Are you in favor or opposed to the salary cap and the salary floor system in Major League Baseball?
Opposed.
72%. Only 13%. But 13% said they're in favor of it. 15% said they're in favor of a floor but no cap.
I am surprised that there are not more players in favor of a floor, especially with all the pushback against Oakland on this list.
Yeah, I think what their thought process is with a floor comes a cap. I don't know that would be the case. I'm surprised at that one, too. I just think they're generally opposed to everything that comes with it.
MLB Athletic Player Poll from the guys themselves.
And that's it. There's the poll.
I will say there was one here when the Rangers were the third city, tied for the third city that somewhere would want to play. One player was quoted as saying their entire reason is because they think the new Globe Life Park is really nice. That's why they would want to play it, which I was surprised by.
Boring.
It feels, the word I always come back to with the new Globe, sterile. Just feels museum-like almost. It doesn't have character yet.
Yes. I wonder, though, if the players, if the stuff for the players underneath is really, really solid.
Oh, yeah, that could be it. The cages and stuff.
Yeah.
Jared Sandler will join us to talk Rangers-Dodgers at 7:20 during the commercial-free Expressway. What history says the Dallas Cowboys will do with this upcoming season. How long are we away from Oxnard? About a month?
6 weeks.
6 weeks from Oxnard. What history says for the Cowboys' fate next on The Fan. But I have your fate for this weekend, Father's Day. You are going to be the hero.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Come see us on Friday. The Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour continues. They only let us out of the cage every once in a while, and it's going down in Allen. Allen Firehouse, 310 Century Parkway, and we're going to have the giveaways 5:30 to 10 a.m. this Friday, brought to you by Palmer's Hot Chicken. We're going to feed you Firehouse Heating and Air and the Chill Boys with Bobby and RJ wearing their boxers. We also have a special Tolo giveaway with a cooling towel for this week and moving forward with 9095 plus. So all of that Friday, Allen Firehouse Tour, 310 Century Parkway, starting at 5:30.
I'm wearing the Chill Boys right now. And look, what we need is the 5:30 crowd for this one to be stronger than we did the last one, because we've always had like 15 people there, little sleepy for the first one. They came around and it did well.
And that was where?
We were in Garland, right?
Was that where we were? Yeah. So everybody came out like by 7. Like we picked it up after that. But the 5:30, usually everybody's showing up right there at 5:30. It was low on the 5:30 turnout. So I need Allen to show up big.
You got to do your Allen research.
Oh, of course. I mean, I don't need to do much Allen research. Like I just
all Kyler Murray stuff.
I know Al. Yeah, a bunch of just Kyler Murray stuff. I need to go get me like an Allen High School hat or T-shirt to wear or something.
Okay.
So, but no, you don't have to do much research about Allen. It's the home of Kyler Murray. He owns that city.
He
runs it. Yep, pretty much. I mean, they do have that stadium, which is pretty much the best high school stadium in the country.
You're gonna love the cooling towel. Those are great.
Really?
Oh yeah,
those went fast. That's what we gave away at the very first Firehouse last year in DeSoto.
Get those snap towels. You soak them in water. The cooling towels on them.
Friday morning, we may need it. Doing the show at the Allen Firehouse. Our way of thanking you with the giveaways for turning it on, leaving it on, home of the Rangers and the home of the Cowboys. RJ, what's history saying about what they will be this year?
History says that the Cowboys are going to not hit the over-under win total. The Cowboys right now are projected now, Bobby had it at 14. They were favored in 14 games yesterday. Yesterday, he said this.
Mm-hmm.
The numbers I saw was at 13, but so we'll just use that one. But either way, it's in the same ballpark.
I got them from Bet Online, favored in 14, underdogs in 3.
Okay,
but whatever.
So I had them favored in 13, underdogs in 4 from my books.
The ones in which they were the underdogs that I have, they're 1-point underdog to Cleveland. They're a 5.5-point underdog at San Francisco. They are a 2-point underdog at Philadelphia in Week 17.
Yeah. So what there probably is there's a pick'em that you guys have that I saw as a
Dallas is a half-point favorite against Detroit. That's probably the one.
Okay, yeah, so that may be it. So, anyway, if you go by history, bet the under. History shows that teams' final win season total comes out to about, you take 67% of the games you're favored in. So if you're favored in 13, you multiply that by 0.67. If you're dogs in 4, you multiply that by 0.33. Okay? And what that comes out to, you add them together, that comes to 10. Teams generally win about 67% of the games they're favored in. And they upset, 1 out of every 3. And that gets you to 10 games. That should get you to 10 wins. So if you go back and you look at history, last year, teams that they had favored in that many in a lot of games, the under hit 10-5. The under was 10-5. And this goes basically every year dating back for about a decade now, since Vegas has really started to use more computers for their analysis and win totals. History shows that if you look at it, the Cowboys last year were favored in more games. It basically hit last year. If you go back and look at it for the other teams around the league, if you use this formula usually goes 10-5, 9-7, 9-6, 11-4, something like that. So the under is the play in Vegas. The Cowboys win totals at 10.5. Vegas expects them to win about 10 games based on this.
Bobby, they tried out a linebacker yesterday?
They did. Willie Harvey, who was they've had a lot of success with these spring league players the last couple of years. Obviously, Kevontae Turpin was one, Brandon Aubrey was another, and they worked out Willie Harvey yesterday, who has been in the NFL, bounced around the league a little bit, was in Cleveland, made the 53 as an undrafted free agent his rookie year out of Iowa State. He is a little bit smaller than like your typical linebacker, but he is a quick processor, big-time blitzer. He had 4 sacks in the UFL. He had success blitzing at the NFL level.
We'll be all in.
And that's something that Zimmer likes. Zimmer likes linebackers who can blitz. And so I think Willie Harvey would make a lot of sense. And when he does his workout today, if they end up signing him, that's a guy who is absolutely, I think, going to compete for a roster spot because it's special teams ability, blitz ability, thin position, fast mental processor. There's a lot of stuff to like about him potentially.
I got 11-6, by the way, for my record. I wanted to dip down to Bobby's 9 wins, G-Bag's 9 wins, but I'm gonna go 11-6. Worst case 10-7.
So you said 12 again?
Yeah, I still think they're going to win 12,
even with Vegas's record of hitting that.
Yeah, I get it. I understand what their process is, and it hits more often than not. They think if you're going to be they're going to favor you in 13 or 14, they think you're going to win 10 or 11. I think they're just too good of an offense in today's NFL to not hit it.
It's going to be 2019. That's what this year is going to be. I think that's my fear.
Is it your fear?
Yeah. Yeah, it's my fear.
877-881-1053. Your eyes twitching.
Yeah.
See a follow?
Yeah. Stressed about the power being out at my house.
Franco LaFranco, injury attorney text on. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the schedule. Yesterday, they gave Mike Tomlin a 3-year extension.
Yeah, look, he's got to be there for a few more years so Micah can get there.
Great photo posted, by the way, by his agent.
I didn't see it.
It was the before, and it was him at the same desk signing his original contract to be the head coach. So what? Almost 20 years ago.
Oh, cheap-ass Rooney's.
And, oh, my God.
Get a new desk?
They didn't update anything. I don't even think they updated the curtains. There's not even a new paint job in that room.
At least they have curtains.
Yeah, right?
By the way, I used to love when I first saw them, I was like, oh, that's cool. That's fun. That's unique. I'm getting tired of scrolling social media and every day seeing another, look at this family that recreated their photos of the kids as babies now as adults, or oh look, they're at the same beach in the same poses 30 years later. That's beating me down. So I don't appreciate the Tomlin thing, but I don't think we talk enough. I know we mention it as a fact, is just like Pittsburgh is so stable, but like when we think about 3 coaches in 50 plus years,
insane.
Like since 1969 when Chuck Noll was hired. There have been more popes than there have been head coaches of the Steelers.
Oh boy!
Does Peyton know that?
The Catholic guy.
Guy, the Catholic guy,
the Catholic
actually
guy.
the Pope. No, what's wild is they have hired 2 head coaches. They've made 2 head coaching hires since we landed on the moon. Chuck Noll was the head coach when we landed on the moon. So since then, they hired Cowher in 91 and Tomlin in 07. It was 23 years for Noll, 15 for Cowher. And then if he sees this through to the end of the contract, which goes through 2027, that'll be 21 years for Mike Tomlin.
Yeah, and like their coaches have been, they've won. They've won a lot of games.
Really good coaches, yeah.
They've nailed the coaching hires. But it also is like they've given them a chance to fail too if they needed to. Now they haven't. They've also given them a good structure, good roster around them.
Yeah, failing for them is 8-8.
Yeah, it really is. At this point, that's their failing.
The Detroit Lions are also on this Cowboys schedule, and this is a clip from RJ's man crush Dan Campbell the other day saying we need to take it up a notch.
Like the awareness of who's in, what's the situation, where we know what it says on paper, but we can't do the Ron Burgundy, We can't just continue to read off the teleprompter. We got to grow, and that's the next step. That is the next evolution, because that's what San Francisco did to us, quite frankly. They played at a different level.
I've been there before. We've all been there before, referencing San Francisco in the offseason and being driven by it.
Yeah.
Let's see if they actually can meet it.
But I mean, this is a being aware of the situation and adapting to the situation he's talking about, obviously. And Bobby has brought this up a lot, like where like teams are they gravitating towards going to former players as head coaches, because like they do understand, I think, like emotion in situations more than somebody else.
NIL, that's going to be even more important, I think, just because you're going to need to connect with guys at a level that a coach who never played probably is going to have trouble with.
Speaking of San Francisco, former 49er Randy Gregory. Bobby, you knew I was not going to let this story go by. Randy Gregory suing the Denver Broncos.
Good for him.
Accusing them of wrongly fining him $500,000 for using THC to treat anxiety and PTSD. RJ, Randy Gregory play for?
Nebraska.
Play for now?
Kansas City.
Peyton Russell. Who's Randy Gregory play for? I know they get all the troubled guys, but no, incorrect.
The Denver Broncos.
Incorrect.
Oh.
Bobby, check your lower back tattoo.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I had to look it up as well.
I knew it was red. It was red.
No, you did. What is this lawsuit for?
It's because they ultimately don't suspend players. And this was going to happen, where somebody eventually was going to sue over the fact that, like, if you've already taken the step of we're removing this as something that we will suspend you for, and there's a number of states that do use it for medicinal purposes, eventually you were going to get somebody to challenge it like this. I'm not surprised it's Randy. That's a way that Randy has treated things throughout his career and obviously had trouble with, but I'm not surprised that ultimately he's the one doing this.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Jerry and Steven, props for dodging that bullet.
They dodged it.
They wanted him back too. When's the last time you talked to Randy?
It's been a few months. It was since before he signed with Tampa. So it's been a minute.
JJ Redick, is he the next head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers? And does he think that the NBA Finals are over? Hear JJ's thoughts, and then Jared Sandler getting you ready for Rangers-Dodgers during the commercial-free expressway next on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Polo Tuesday coming at you live here with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. A special extra thank you to all of those watching. You put us over the top when it comes to the ratings and getting us air conditioning back in this room.
That's key.
877-881-1053 is the way to always hit us up on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. And the big basketball news of the day, not all the WNBA ratings that they put out yesterday, but Dan Hurley says no to the Los Angeles Lakers. He's staying at UConn.
He's staying. Kind of a lowball, embarrassing offer if you're the Lakers.
Is it lowball to be like, yo, man, you've never coached on this level. We'll make you the 6th highest paid coach in the league?
Yeah, that's lowball.
Would you have looked at it more sideways if they made him the 2nd highest paid coach? Like, dude, you haven't done anything.
I would say no, because, I mean, 2nd highest paid because you'd be ahead of Pop. All right, that might be a little bit, that might look side-eyed a little bit. But, I mean, consider this. I mean, it's not about what you've necessarily accomplished. It's how hard it is to get you.
Yeah.
Who's he similar to, like, in another sport? Because I'm just curious. I want to, like, is he Chip Kelly? Like, he's not Kelly, but like
He's higher than Kelly.
Yeah, so that because I just want to look and see like what were those people paid when they were brought into the league.
Look, I was rooting for this to happen because I wanted to see the chaos of Dan Hurley coaching professional guys as a maniac that he is. I was rooting for that to take place, but this is the smart decision. You're not going to be able to change yourself that much. You are who you are, and that type of intensity is perfect. Obviously, it's perfect for college. It's perfect at UConn. I think he made the right decision versus going and dealing with the LeBron drama and Anthony Davis disappointing you.
The Lakers,
this is the right move.
They're a mess. They're not in a position for long-term health. He'd be taking this job knowing they're going to fire him in 3 years at max. Now he can wait. I do think he truly does. If you thought anybody you talk to says he wants to go to the NBA, like that's where he really wants to go there.
Is this like Jim Harbaugh? That's my comparison.
Ooh, that's good.
Intense, wants to do it at the pro level, college success, championship. Harbaugh is my parallel.
Yep, it's fair. And he's been more successful in college than Harbaugh was. And he has not tinkered. Like he's got. It was probably harder to pry him away, or as hard to pry him away. This guy turned down Kentucky and the Lakers in the same offseason. Woo. Okay, like that doesn't happen. Those
to live in Connecticut.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's Connecticut's gorgeous. It's Connecticut. It's small. There's nothing to do there if you're not
Northeast weather.
Yep, you have bad weather versus LA versus Kentucky, which Kentucky's much better weather. That's not the best. It's much better though. But he loves the Northeast. Apparently, he loves everything about it. I think he is just waiting for the next job to come available. I do think he truly wants to go to the NBA eventually, but Caravan's coming back. One of those players from UConn who he's like in love with. That may have played a role in it as well. Like he's got maybe one more run trying to go for that three-peat. No one's had a three-peat since Wooden. So truly in the modern era, when it's been a field of 64 or now a field of 68, no one has won 3 in a row.
How real was this though? So there was a tweet yesterday that I thought was really interesting from Joe Pompliano. He says, it's almost like Dan Hurley leaked all of this through a trusted media source who literally wrote a book on his dad, because apparently Woj did write a book about his dad, a high school basketball coach.
Miracle at St. Anthony.
Yep. To secure himself an even bigger contract at UConn. Woj gets a big scoop. The Lakers get to say, we tried, and Hurley gets a huge raise. Win, win, win.
Makes sense.
I think it was legit. I think it was legit. This was very, like, this is...
But why? Bobby brought up the point. And Woj wanted to stick it to Shams by saying they talked to him as soon as they fired Darvin Ham. That was the target. By the way, Darvin Ham is going to coach with Doc Rivers in Milwaukee.
Oh, I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
Coaching with Doc?
No, just Milwaukee, Lillard, and Giannis. It's like Doc said, I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
Yeah. But, why didn't it get done? That's the sketchy part.
Why didn't it get done?
Why didn't it get done all the way up until this point when they targeted him from the jump and talked to him a while back?
A Woj report means here we are. Woj reports are very rarely This is where it's heading up. It turned at the 11th hour, especially somebody that he's that connected with.
Yeah.
That's the thing that feels a little off.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. Because the Kentucky thing happened, a month and a half ago? When that finally happened, maybe even more.
Some of the Laker names from Vegas: Sam Cassell, Chris Quinn, Tyronn Lue just got an extension, Kenny Atkinson, James Borrego. I'm seeing.
Not JJ's brother.
Yeah, I don't think it's the same spelling.
And JJ Redick as the favorite at 1-5, minus 500. Shams may be able to pull off the backdoor cover here with his report looking stupid. JJ Redick is still analyzing basketball, the color analyst for the NBA Finals, and he said what we said yesterday, Game 2 was right there for the taking.
To lose that game, and if you kind of do all the numbers, where's the biggest margin? Honestly, it was like you missed too many free throws and Boston didn't. In some ways, I don't want to simplify it, but in some ways, statistically, that's what it is. For Boston to shoot, I think they were 4 for 21 on open three-pointers. To shoot that poorly from 3 and still win with Luka having a 30-point triple-double, man, it's going to be tough.
And then JJ gave a very sobering assessment. We're all talking about the offense. Kyrie struggling. No third score. Where's PJ Washington? All the national people keep waiting for Tim Hardaway for some reason. JJ's talking about the Dallas D.
Dallas's rotations were much better. Their second efforts were much better. Some of it was Boston missed shots. And I feel like even in reviewing tape, it would be like, this rotation's good. But like, these are NBA guys. Like, you can rotate your ass off and they can drill a 3, right? They still created, I think it was 39 threes, correct? They still created 39 threes. I think I'll just say it. I'm not sure Dallas, we can make any adjustment. We can be great in rotations. We can make some above the break threes. I don't know that Dallas can win 4 of the next 5 if they can't stay in front of the basketball. And the blow-by rate right now, across the board, extremely high. Luka's blow-by rate, also very high. It feels like whenever they want, they can get certain guys on the basketball, and Luka being one of them, get past that person and get 2 on the basketball, finish at the rim, get fouled, spray, get out in rotation. If you can't stay in front of the basketball with that spacing, I think you're going to have a hard time winning 4 out of 5.
Yeah, they're going to have a hard time winning 4 out of 5 regardless of what they do. They can play the best defense of their lives. Winning 4 out of 5 is going to be difficult.
That's the troubling thing, though, when you hear Redick talk about it, is the rotations were better. Like, they were better defensively. They did a lot of things good defensively, and yet Boston still got clean looks. They just didn't hit them.
I know. It feels like Boston's like missing wide open looks, and the Mavs are challenged with their looks.
Yeah.
That's the big difference I've felt since game 1.
Yeah.
And that's demoralizing.
This feels...
It's like San Francisco getting wide open receivers with Shanahan's drawn up plays versus having to moss somebody with a contested defender.
And they're better than this, so nobody take offense to this. The first 2 games, when you see Boston play average games for them, outside of the first quarter of game 1, Boston has not been awesome in the following 7 quarters.
No.
It feels like 1 versus 8 type of matchup.
Well, you talk about the seeding.
Yeah, like it feels like a 1 versus 8 type of like, well, what are we supposed to do? We did everything to slow them down. They still beat us by almost double digits.
JJ's not talking about 1 versus 8, but he is talking about this as 1 versus 5.
I think what is interesting through the first 2 games is that there are limitations to any great player and the impact they can have when you go against another great team. There are limitations to that. Certainly, Luka missed some free throws and the turnovers. He talked about that. But, man, this guy's having to generate so much in both games, and it's still just... by the way, I think he controlled pace in both games. I think at times Dallas did look to play faster in early offense with throw-aheads or PJ Washington pushing or Kyrie pushing. I just think there's limitations because You think about the playoffs and pushing on pressure points and trying to prod holes in weak spots. Just not a lot there with Boston.
So there's JJ Redick on his podcast before he maybe becomes the next head coach of the LA Lakers.
Yeah, and
He'll still do it.
That's the defeating thing.
Still take the job.
He'll still do the podcast with LeBron.
Oh,
that's the defeating thing about this so far through 2 games. And look, I'm still optimistic because Kyrie has not gotten going at all, and I can't believe he's just not going to get going the entire series. But
optimistic what?
That's that I still have optimism about Dallas's chances to win this series.
All right, what's your percentage belief of winning the title? Let's see how optimistic you are while putting a number on it.
15 right now.
Okay.
But I mean, it's one of those where that changes, obviously, if you just win the next 2 games, which they're capable of. It's so cliche and so stupid. It really is one game at a time. Just focus on winning game 3, then focus on winning game 4, and then it's kind of reset. I mean, that was the whole Miami approach in 2006.
Stanley.
Yeah, now the difference is Miami had the 3 games in a row. It was 2-3-2.
But you get me back to 2-2, I feel better.
Yeah.
about this.
For sure, absolutely. They're still going to have to win one in Boston. We knew that going in. They were going to have to steal one up there. The Celtics do look like they're vulnerable when they fall asleep, and they will fall asleep. I just hope that wasn't their game to fall asleep.
Stanley Cup Finals, Game 2 last night.
Now it's a Poso on the right side. Around the end boards, Evan Rodriguez here in the near circle. Look to play it on net. Couldn't get it through. Another try. A shot. He scores. Evan Rodriguez let it rip. And he beats Skinner short side. The Panthers have their first lead of the night. It's 2-1. What a laser of a wrist shot that was.
Ended up being 4-1, and we're at 2-0 over the Oilers.
And Bobrovsky, the goalie for Florida, who's like not a kid. He's like late 30s. He's like 36. He is one very soft goal away from pitching 2 shutouts in this series so far. That was a goal on a 4-on-4. While Florida had a 5-minute major that they were working on, then they get a penalty, then they get the 4-on-4 on a play that he thought was going to be dished. He thought they were going to pass the puck off. The guy shot it. Very weak goal that he gave up. He is that one goal away from pitching back-to-back shutouts of this series.
72%. 72% for Florida yesterday on the money puck deserved to win-o-meter, Sean.
Florida fans are obviously very, very excited. And this one particular Panthers fan, while being interviewed on the news, wanted to show it.
You're here and supporting the Panthers. What does this mean to you? This is a monumental moment in my life. I have been here since day 1 of my birth, 2011, and I just can't wait to see my team happily host the Cup. Let's go!
That kid's a walking home ice advantage.
That's good.
They don't make kids like that. Kids don't root
Not
for...
that little punk ass kid in Boston who is like, Luca, can you sign? Celtics in 4.
0 points. Celtics in 4.
Masshole.
0 points. Yeah, they don't.
That punk ass wearing the Luca jersey, trolling Charles Barkley.
Oh my gosh,
man! I wish Charles punched that kid in the face. I know that's his bit. I don't care. I know he's a teenager. I wish Charles punched him square in the damn jaw.
You mentioned how they don't make fans like that anymore, especially kids. Like you mentioned, your kids they follow players, not teams.
Instead we get let's go Stars.
Go Stars, baby.
Go Stars, baby.
Stars, baby.
Can't even get a cheer going in the 300 section out there in the
They
plaza.
won that game, by the way.
They did. Which of those 4 sports though do you think has, like, it might be NHL? I think that people just follow the team more than players.
Yes. Oh, for sure. Yeah, because it's.
So if you're a young hockey fan, you probably are. That
probably
type of fan.
Probably are.
All right, we are getting set for Rangers and Dodgers tonight on this radio station. We are your home of the World Series champs. 8:30 pregame and 9 o'clock first pitch. The man who will be part of the call, our boy. Haven't had him on in a while. We'll wake him up in L.A. Jared Sandler during the commercial-free expressway. Then we'll ask Reddit all next on Sean and RJ. But look, we all
Birds.
Rangers, Dodgers this evening on this radio station, 8:30 pregame, first pitch around 9 o'clock on your home of the World Series champs. Y'all, this is the Expressway where we go commercial-free every single weekday morning at this time. Ask Reddit is coming up after Rangers insider Jared Sandler joins us from L.A. on the D&M Leasing Hotline on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Been a while, brother. Missed you.
Yeah, I haven't talked to you guys in quite some time. And the last time I talked to you guys, the Rangers were over 500.
That is a long time, Jared.
Yeah, no, I know.
I believe I invited you last time, too. It wasn't even Sean.
Yeah, Sean has not invited me to come on probably since my bar mitzvah. And so when he asked me if I'd come on, this morning at 7:20, which is 5:20 a.m. Los Angeles time, I was like, absolutely. And I haven't slept. I've been so excited. I've been counting down the minutes. I haven't even gone to sleep yet.
How would you grade this Rangers season so far?
Not good. I mean, so far
And how much of a break and how much of an injury break do you give them?
Well, it's a fair question, but the injuries have piled up the most in the rotation, and the rotation's been great. So it would be one thing if the rotation was letting them down, and then you look and see that, they've had so many of their projected starters on the IL, but the rotation hasn't been a problem. Now, there's a domino effect there, and I think it's impacted their bullpen. But really, what's been the biggest challenge for this team this year? It's their lineup. And I'm sorry. I know there are people out there who think that there's something about Josh Young being out that this team can't succeed. But as great as Josh Young is, and he is very good, and he is going to help this team tremendously, you can't convince me that one player in this sport is going to be able to have that type of an impact. And, you look at the Braves, they won a World Series without Ronald Acuna Jr., and they're going to have to try and figure out a way to do it again.
Yeah.
You look at the Angels, they didn't do diddly with Shohei Ohtani. One player is obviously super helpful. It's not that you don't want good players, but the way this sport is constructed, you have one at bat per time. You have 9 hitters, and it's just you can love it or you can hate it. In the NBA, one player makes a huge difference. If Luka went down, this team would not go to the finals. It's that simple. If Patrick Mahomes went down, the Chiefs would stand no chance. But in Major League Baseball, when your best player goes down, it hurts you, but you're not out of it. And so letter grade, I guess I haven't given it thought. C maybe, I don't know. They're under 500 right now. Thankfully, they're not in a division with Philadelphia or New York or one of these teams that would put them back, 8, 10, 12 games. They are well within striking distance. And all it takes is one good week, and they're back in it. And if that week is this week, they could be, a game out of first place because they have 3 games against Seattle. But I don't think anyone would sit here and say that this deep into the season to be under 500 and for the element of the team that we all thought would be the best, which is the lineup, to underperform the way that it has. I think it's tough to make too many excuses and say that it's been anything other than a surprise so far.
Jared, is the feeling in the clubhouse, man, we're the champs, like we're good, it's only a matter of time, or we're 65 games in, like we may have some issues here in the clubhouse?
No, that's a fair question. I think it's more the former than the latter. But I do think it would be unfair for me to not suggest that they are aware that they've struggled offensively through 65 games, right? So I don't think that there's definitely not panic. And again, it helps that, these guys all say they don't look at the standings, and I believe that they, some of them don't on a day-to-day basis. But I also think they know that, like I said earlier, they're not 12 games back. I think, you ask 26 guys, they might not be able to tell you how many games back they are, but they all know that they're within striking distance. And I think, Sean, we've seen this in all sports. When you do win a championship, there's not as much panic, right? When you're the defending World Series champions, there's a level of confidence that, hey, we can do this. Yeah, we're fine. In fairness, a lot of guys on this team overcame that level of adversity last year in the second half of the season when it looked like they might be, just giving away a playoff spot. So I think the fact that they are still well within striking distance, and that doesn't even consider the wild card, which they're certainly well within striking distance of. I think that helps. I think basically it's almost like you're giving them extra lives, and it's that whole thing. Don't give this team another life, or don't give this player another life, and you'll let them back in. And I don't know what's going to happen, but what I do know is this team is essentially going to have a trade deadline in which they make more additions than anyone else in Major League Baseball, because effectively prior to the trade deadline, they're going to hopefully be adding Josh Young. They're hopefully going to be adding Tyler Mahle. They're hopefully going to be adding back Cody Bradford. And I'm probably forgetting like 3 other, Evan Carter. And hopefully Wyatt Langford continues to improve. And it's without having to give away any prospects, you're effectively adding these guys, and Josh Sports, who's one of your best relievers. So I think there's a confidence in that clubhouse, but I do think there is an acknowledgement that, hey, this hasn't been good. We've got to figure it out.
Jared Sandler joining us from L.A. before Rangers-Dodgers on the D&M Leasing Hotline on 105.3 The Fan. You're Chris Young looking at the deadline. What are you thinking about?
Well, I think, it would be unfair for me to sit here and say that there's not any sort of a possibility that this team does not take on the form of a buyer because they're under 500. So what if it just doesn't turn around? What if it's one of those years and it just isn't going to click and they find themselves 10 games back, on July 25th? I think they have to at least field calls and at least entertain the idea. With that said, I think it's going to take a lot for them to be in that position. Chris Young is a very aggressive and optimistic general manager. They're the defending World Series champions. And, we always talk about how a team is going to tell the front office how they should react or how they should handle the deadline. It's tough for this team to tell this front office because of what I just said, that they've got so many guys coming back from injury that, I think there's going to be an easy way to look and say, well, yeah, I know that this team that has largely played the first, however many games is, X wins and Y losses, but it's not really going to be this team that we've got the next 2 months because of all these guys coming back and, what have you. So I think if they're totally out of it, if they just have a really rough next 6 weeks and maybe Seattle goes on a run and they find themselves 7 back of the wild card with 4 teams in between where they are in that third wild card spot, you got to think about it. But I think anything short of that, I think their level of aggression might, might be impacted by how they look in the standings, but I think they're definitely going to look to add more slug to the lineup. I think that could come in the form of, a first baseman, maybe a first baseman who hits right-handed to platoon with Nate Lowe. I think they'll potentially be in a position to add a corner outfielder to add more slug, and then the bullpen. I really don't think, guys, that they're going to necessarily be in a position where they need to really aggressively go and get a starter. Now, if there's a starter they can get under control and it's just a great deal they can't pass up, okay, yeah, I think they'll consider it. But the rotation is the least of their worries right now. I think they want to add bullpen depth, and I think they need to add some slug to the lineup, and I think they need to figure out a way to have a more formidable lineup against left-handed pitching. And I think those are the things that they're going to try to address.
Jared, Adolis Garcia, is this a bad start to the year, a bad 60-game stretch, or is there like a long-term concern?
Yeah, RJ, that's a great question. I think there's a reason why the Rangers did not give Adolis Garcia like a 5-year extension or something, this offseason, despite riding the emotion of winning the World Series and Adolis being the ALCS MVP. He's an old, he started his career at the major league level, or he started to really be good at a little bit of an older age. It wasn't like he was 24 when he first burst onto the scene. And he's north of 30, and he's had lower body issues. That's not to say that he's cooked or anything, but he's a big guy. Adolis Garcia, you guys have seen him. The fans, they love the muscles or whatever, but he's a big guy, and so there's something, the way he's moved this year, he hasn't looked totally right, and I'll give him credit. I think unless these guys we all are watching Luka and we are marveling at how Luka's performing despite everything he's clearly playing through, right? And we are aware that there is just something that is not physically right with him, and that's great. I think a lot of times we don't realize, though, how many guys are playing through stuff. Maybe not to that degree, and maybe not to that degree in regular season game 66. But I don't think Adolis Garcia is necessarily 100%. I think he's playing through stuff. He doesn't articulate it as much because, let's just be honest, English is not his first language. He's not doing a ton of interviews. We don't feel like we know Adolis Garcia the way that we know other players. But this guy cares. This guy cares a ton. And, it's always tough to have the conversation. Should you just sit for 2 weeks and try and get right? Or, hey, my team needs me because we're not scoring runs, and I'd like to believe that I can be a part of the solution, even though, that hasn't been the case yet. But what I will tell you, RJ, is on whatever day of the week it was, Sunday, when he had the stolen base, he had the sliding catch, he was just moving differently. He had a little more pep in his step, and I'm hopeful that it's a sign that he's about to turn things around, because we know how streaky this guy can be. I mean, we're feeling a certain way about his season today, but 2 weeks from now we could have a totally different feel, because he doesn't just get out of slumps, he busts out of slumps when that time's right. But I think it's also fair to wonder, hey, is he starting to slow down a little bit? This guy has played his ass off for the last however many years. He plays hard. He runs all over the place in the outfield. He not as much last year, but he's a big stolen base guy a couple years ago. He runs into walls. I mean, that stuff can take a toll on you. And the other thing, too, is he is swinging way, way more. This whole team is in general. But he is chasing the first pitch of at-bats more than anyone else on this team, among the highest rate in the league. And so at the end of the day, I don't want to simplify things, but he's not putting himself in the best position to succeed at the plate. You can't take the aggression out of him, because that's a part of his personality in the box, and that's a part of what makes him really good. But last year, he dialed the aggression back to where he was putting himself in favorable positions way more often, and hopefully we can see him go back to that at some point here this year.
Jared, when we talk about guys turning it around, I know you just mentioned Wyatt Langford a little bit ago. 5 straight games getting on base. He's hitting the ball a lot harder, it seems like, more consistently in terms of the exit velocity. Does anything in particular look different to you since he came back from the injury, his approach or confidence, or do you think this is just the process of a young player getting comfortable?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's both. I do think that there were necessary adjustments that need to be made. I watched some video of his last few games, and he appears to be a little more balanced and a little more upright in the box. I think that's something that they've been working on with him. But let's take last game. And Mikey B and I were talking about this the other day, and Mike was looking at some of Wyatt's at bats, and on the first pitch, we're just talking about maybe first pitch lack of discipline for Adolis Garcia. Well, with Wyatt Langford, to some extent, it's lack of effectiveness in the first pitch. He's either taking a pitch that's a very hittable pitch, or he's fouling that pitch off. Well, last game, first pitches on 2 occasions, he drove the ball and hit the ball hard off the bat. One was his single in the first inning, and then the other one was the triple. And I think with Wyatt, I think he just I don't want to say it became too big for him at all. I just think that he was bum rushed by pitchers, and it just felt like he was constantly on the defensive and wasn't comfortable in the box because he was down 0-2 quickly, or he was. It seemed like he was guessing a lot because he just, I don't know. You hear athletes talk about slowing the game down, and maybe he's now starting to slow it down a little bit, because he was getting, when he was before the injury, he was getting a lot of hittable pitches that he just wasn't taking advantage of. And then he put himself, because he's got good discipline, he put himself in, these 2-2, 3-2 counts, would have these long at bats, and then he would sit there and take a fastball down the middle. And, you wonder, is he guessing in that situation? Is he just not able to, Corey Seager was on G-Bag the other day, and they were asking about hitting, and he said, I just want to be in a position to get my swing off. And I know it might sound weird, but when these guys are in the box, they don't just press the X button to swing, and so I think there's something about just being able to pull the trigger and having everything kind of connect. And I think he's going to be just fine. Like I say that, I think he's going to be a stud. But let's not forget, Dylan Cruz, who was taken ahead of him, is in Double-A, and no one bats an eye at that, because the guy was drafted less than a year ago. Literally, Dylan Cruz and Wyatt Langford this time a year ago were getting ready for the College World Series. And it is very uncommon for a guy to be doing that one year and then less than a year later playing Major League Baseball. And the other thing, too, guys, that you can't overlook, and I think the same can be said with Evan Carter.
Look at Jackson Holiday, by the way.
Yeah, Jackson Holiday struggled right away, right? I mean, look at Corbin Carroll. He was almost an MVP last year, and he was hitting under 200 when the Diamondbacks came to town. This game's hard, and it's hard for young players, and they're going to take their lumps. But the other thing, too, guys, I think with the Rangers, I think there was an expectation that they would be averaging around 5 runs a game, and Wyatt Langford might be able to hide at the bottom of the order if he struggles. The problem is, the Rangers have not had that level of success. And so you're looking around, hey, who can be an answer? And I think it's really tough when you're looking around in the room and your eyes fixate on the 22-year-old kid who spent 40 days in the minor leagues. I don't think the Rangers wanted to be in a position where he was looked at as like an immediate, big-time answer. I think they were hoping that to some degree he could hide in the lineup for a couple months, get his feet wet while the other guys carried the load, and then he'd be able to take a step forward. But that just hasn't been the case.
Jared Sandler joins us here, 105 through the Fan. Every national writer, it seems, keeps mentioning, when, not if, when the Rangers get Jake DeGrom back this year. Do you see that as realistic that he's coming back this year, or do you still think, or not still, just do you think it's more likely next season?
Yeah. And I know that between you and Bobby, this is the show of pessimism when it comes to guys returning from injury.
We have carte blanche on that.
I get it. I understand.
I had that rep.
But why, RJ? Why do you not think he's coming back? Just because? Is there anything like medical? Is there anything specific, or is it just like you just don't believe it? You'll believe it when you see it.
No, it's not medical. It's just, second Tommy John and talking to former pitchers.
It's because we work with Bassick.
Basically, it's Bassick. But, other pitchers saying second Tommy John, it's, you never know. You never know. And it may be more beneficial to give it an extra 6 months and let them start next season.
So I would say this, and you guys know this, whether it's your first Tommy John or your seventh Tommy John, there can always be a setback, and that's not abnormal. That's not like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this guy's got a setback. Like sometimes, a guy's got to take an extra week or something. Maybe it's 2 weeks, whatever the case might be. Like that's not. It's not. I'm trying to think of the right way to put this, but if you have a setback during a 14-month recovery from Tommy John, that's not a red flag about your future health or anything like that. It's a part of the process. I think we take for granted sometimes how difficult that recovery is, and because of his timeline, which is more early to mid-August, if he has a little bit of a setback, then maybe it gets to the point where they're like, all right, it's not worth it. But as of now, he has not had any setbacks, and he is going to throw a bullpen this week. And after that bullpen, he's going to continue to take the next step and the next step and the next step. And I think that next step eventually, without setback, will be pitching in a major league game in early August. And there's no reason. I recognize what you're saying. I recognize the possibility of a setback. But I also know some of the former pitchers who are telling you this, and let me tell you something. They have no clue, RJ. These are not former pitchers who are around. They might have been around at some point in the process, but there's nothing. Like, he has continued to progress at a normal pace. And I think there's value in him knocking off some of the cobwebs this year and then heading into the offseason and hopefully having an offseason not only of health, but also an offseason where mentally he already got back on the mound. And he is now preparing for 2025 as if it is just any other offseason, right? Because he got back on the mound. He's not sitting there wondering, oh gosh, it's been a year and a half. So I think, and I don't know that Jacob deGrom is going to come back and be in a position to throw 6 innings on a night, every 5 days with his team. But I'll tell you what, I'll certainly take 3 innings of Jacob deGrom every 5 days because I'm going to feel pretty damn good that after 3 innings, the other team's not going to have scored. And now I got to beat them in a 6-inning game. I'll take that. And then the next start, 4 innings or whatever it might be. But as of now, I don't think there's any reason to worry that he won't pitch. I understand, though, the sentiment of the question. And, yeah, all it takes is one little setback where you're going to be cautious, but that just hasn't happened yet.
Jared Sandler from L.A. here on The Fan. I think you've been a Seattle believer in the past. Assess the rest of the West.
Yeah, I have. I thought Seattle last year was going to be the Rangers' biggest competitor to win the division, and obviously Houston ended up winning it and Seattle missed out. But, I felt the same this year because their pitching is so damn good. They have the best rotation in Major League Baseball, and they also combine that with a really good bullpen. I thought their lineup would be better, and I still think when Julio Rodriguez has an OPS in the 600s, there's an easy bit of evidence there to say, well, their lineup's probably going to get better because this guy's probably going to get better. But they have not taken advantage of the fact that everyone else in the West is under 500. That if I'm Seattle, I'm kind of like the Dallas Mavericks with 3 minutes left in game 2 in the second quarter. I'm like, holy smokes, Boston can't hit a shot, and I'm only, now 3 points, 5 points up. That doesn't mean that Seattle can't, maintain this lead and grow it because, again, it's not like you look at Texas or Houston and say, well, they're hard charging right now, but they have kept the door open for those teams. They have not taken advantage of the fact that they are the only team over 500 in the division, but that rotation is nasty, and the Rangers are going to have to deal with it this weekend. They've also got a really good bullpen. It's just the lineup. The lineup has not performed like you'd expect, but much like the Rangers, it's not like you look at the lineup and say, well, I don't know where the games can be. You look at their lineup, much like you look at Texas's lineup, and you point at this guy and that guy and that guy and say, these guys need to be better. They did make some curious moves this offseason that I think they thought would help their lineup that maybe hasn't helped as much, like letting Teoscar Hernandez go. But I still think that there's upside in that lineup, and I think it's going to be really difficult for the Rangers or any team to beat them in a series because of how damn good they're basically throwing all-star caliber starters every single game. I mean, their rotation is that good, and right now their best pitcher is the guy who people thought would be their worst starting pitcher when the year started, and that's Texas A&M's Brian Wu, who since coming back from injury has been basically unhittable.
Are you feeling the Dodger buzz out there in L.A. with Shohei Yamamoto's ERA is now at a 3, or has it all just been overtaken by Dan Hurley and the Lakers?
I'll be honest, and this is, I lived here for 4 years when I was in college. I didn't feel a single. You would not have known a single thing yesterday walking around LA that Shohei Ohtani was on the Dodgers. But when you go to Dodger Stadium tonight, you'll feel it in a big way, right? It's just not, you're not. It's not one of those cities where you feel this sports fever. No matter what's going on during the day, people are more concerned with, I saw 10 people yesterday on the streets, and maybe 2 of them were actual celebrities. I have no idea. But you know how celebrities have that look where they're they kind of look homeless because they're trying not to show who they are, and they wear clothes that if any of us wore, we'd be like, what the heck is going on? And they have glasses. But they're I swear, there are more people in LA who wear that because they want you to wonder whether they're celebrities than because they actually are. But yeah, I think you will tonight. I'll be able to better answer that question when there are 40,000 people at Dodger Stadium and they are batshit. You know what?
Whoa, Sandler!
Oh, yeah.
Has it been that long since you've been on the radio, Jared? Jeez.
Did you get that, Peyton? Did you dump that?
Yeah, my bad. I left out the wrong word there.
Yeah.
5:30 in the morning. I did the you-know-what for the wrong word.
Man gets his road travel expenses and turns into George Carlin.
Holy cow.
Just like that.
Yeah. I think we'll feel it more tonight for sure. No one talked about the Dan Hurley thing yesterday, though. I didn't hear a single person on the streets of
That's
LA.
Wild. That's wild. It's LA, man.
Dan Hurley UConn, suits or something.
Any thoughts on the NBA Finals?
FCC friendly, please.
Yeah, no, that's my bad.
TMP rolling in his grave.
Yeah. Well, he yeah.
Let it be. Let it be. Yeah.
They I think at the end of the day, there's no shame in losing to Boston because Boston has been the best team in the NBA all year. I think if you want to really boil it down to what we've seen through 2 games, Jason Tatum might not have a single good game in the postseason in the finals, but the Celtics are up 2-0 despite the fact that Jason Tatum has not been a real big scoring threat. But I think yesterday or 2 days ago or whenever, Game 2 was a perfect example of the difference between these two teams. One, the scoring depth that the Celtics have, the amount of guys that they can trust to hit open shots is far greater than the amount of guys the Mavs can. They have more creators, and they are way better defending one-on-one. And so the Mavs get teams in trouble with switches and getting them all confused because Luke is a magician. Boston is way better at dealing at that. They're not perfect, but then you look at the Mavs side of things defensively. Boston tries to spread you out, and they can break you down and get into the paint. And they did that in Game 2. They just didn't hit shots. If Boston hit shots in Game 2, that would not have been close because they got into the paint at will. They broke everyone down. They got into the paint. They forced the Mavs to collapse, and then they find an open shooter. Their ball movement was exquisite. They did not hit shots. But I have more confidence, if I'm a neutral fan, I have more confidence in Derek and Derek White hitting open threes than Derek Jones, who airballed like an open three in a critical moment, right? The Mavs have made a great run. I did not believe they'd get this far. I was proven so wrong. They have done an incredible job. They've just run into the best team in the NBA. And whereas they got a little bit lucky that Minnesota dethroned Denver for them, I think we all agree in retrospect we'd rather face the soft Karl Anthony Towns in Minnesota than have to face Nikola Jokic. They didn't get so lucky with some team kind of tripping up Boston because Boston is the best team in the NBA. There's no shame in losing to them. They are deeper. They are better on both ends of the floor. And they've shown that through 2 games. And, hopefully the Mavericks can make adjustments and bounce back. But it's just tough to foresee how they can do that with the way that Boston has been able to win games.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate the extended time and waking up with us early. Wash that mouth out.
Jeez.
Yeah, thank you guys. Peyton, thank you so much. I appreciate your diligence.
Yeah, you're welcome.
That's unbelievable.
Thank you, Jay. Appreciate it.
See you guys.
Bye, Jared. Love you.
Jared Sandler on the D&M Leasing Hotline from LA. We will do Ask Reddit at 8:20. We'll move it to 8:20 this morning.
Wait, what is that man's problem?
How do you talk like that on the radio?
The Twitch is blowing up, though. They're saying this is why it pays to Twolo. You
They got it?
You don't get the dump button on the Twitch side.
All right, we got Apple phone changes, Family Feud, or sister's friend getting a massage to finish up the expressway.
Oh, the massage one. This is creepy.
All right.
This is a story by on the Therapist Pod.
Dump, hey, the second dump.
That's not a dump. Don't
It's not
dump
a second
that.
dump.
It's not a dump.
Stop getting all worked up. It's just a joke.
I didn't want Peyton to dump it. That's why I said like that. This is Glenn Powell telling a story about his sister's friend going on a date, and that date turning very odd very quick.
Basically, she goes on a date with this guy. The guy's super charming, and they have a great night. And she goes back to his apartment that night, and he's like, "Hey, can I give you a massage?" And then as she got back to his apartment, she just started getting like weird vibes. She's like, something feels off. And he's like, "Can I give you a massage?" And she's like, "Sure." So she starts massaging her shoulders. She's kind of just feeling like everything's just feeling odd, and she's like, "I got to get out of here." And he gets a little weird, like, "No, please don't leave. Sorry, like I'm weird, whatever it is." She leaves. She goes, her skin starts itching like crazy the next day. She goes to the doctor the next day, and he does a test on her skin, and it turns out that it's like a black market lotion that breaks down skin for human consumption. This man was rubbing lotion on her body to eat her. So the doctor's like, "You got to give me this person's address, and you should call the police." They go to this guy's house, and he had several girls' bodies in the house.
Cannibal lotion. Oh,
I'm gonna need to see a verified source on the story. Otherwise, I'm thinking this is another.
I'm believing this one. I'm believing this one.
We can make podcasts in this day and age. Just with like we can make up these ridiculous stories or these fake setups of recorded audio and
that audio lacked. Oh my god! Like this,
But like I said, I need to see a news source for there's cannibal lotion that breaks down your skin for easier eating.
That's a good point.
But still,
this is not some rando. This guy was in Top Gun. It's
mastication
the
lotion.
actor that was telling the story.
Oh,
the guy that was speaking
Glenn
was
Powell.
Glenn Powell was in the new Top Gun.
Oh, why are you going back and agreeing to a massage like in the first place unless you want to sleep with him or the guy is a professional masseuse? Like first date massages don't happen unless you're trying to, you know what?
Yeah, first date that happens, and so I assume massages have taken place. But yeah, it's like you go back to the house. Generally,
that was a celebrity telling that story.
Yeah. You go back to the house. Generally, it's you feel comfortable with that person. To only get creeped out right away and then leave.
Oh, yeah. There's got to be a follow-up police report. This is like 2 or 3 days ago, but that's not to some random TikToker out there just throwing out that audio. All right, Express. I would do Ask Reddit. Brian brought us his favorite segment of the show at 8:20 here on Sean and RJ. Who is the MVP of the NBA Finals so far? And an NBA insider says it could get even uglier for the Mavericks next. But let me get you set up with Give Me the...
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour flying by of a Tolo Tuesday edition. We will move Ask Reddit to 8:20 this morning, then below the belt at 8:40 on your home. The Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, but of course, main focus on the NBA Finals, which will resume with Game 3 tomorrow night.
Well, that's going to be 40 minutes straight of Bobby.
Well,
that's a concern.
I wasn't planning that.
You know what? I talk actually a lot less during Ask Reddit than I do other segments, though, because I'm just teeing them up,
fair.
and then you guys are talking generally.
Yeah. I mean, we don't have to do Ask Reddit then. We'll just cancel it.
Let us know on the fan text if you want to cancel the segment today.
Do life hacks.
I got plenty stacked up. I've been saving them just in case we reverse that decision.
They ethical?
No.
Let's go around the room. Everyone give me your NBA Finals MVP so far. 877-881-1053.
I'm going the Bob Myers, Rob saying Brad Stevens.
Okay.
Gosh. That's a hell of a team he put together. Why I don't think there's a good answer.
You mean a clear answer?
Or a good one. I don't think there's a clear answer. I'll tell you this: the biggest spark has been Porzingis. So
you thinking? Game 1 he was, but
Yeah,
I mean,
game 1
he had no impact. I didn't think on game 2.
Yeah, not really. I'll say Drew Holiday.
Drew Holiday?
Yeah.
All right, Bobby?
Look, if Iguodala can win MVP for the Warriors, then there shouldn't be hesitancy to give it to Holiday. Like at least right now. If it were, I mean, obviously things can change over the course of the next 3 or 4 games or whatever it is. But right now, Drew Holiday has been the most valuable player for Boston.
Pepe?
I would lean Jaylen Brown, but slight second would be Drew Holiday.
What did Jaylen Brown score in game 2? Holiday
21 points.
21. Mine is Jaylen Brown. Holiday scored 12 in game 1 and then 26 in game 2. Holiday was the X factor in game 2, but I would give NBA Finals MVP so far to Jaylen Brown, with Drew Holiday a close second. How in the world then did you guys find whatever betting site you did to, because mine didn't have that. You guys sent on the group text yesterday Jason Tatum as the favorite to win Finals MVP?
This has to be. Now look, if you're going to make an argument for somebody other than Drew Holiday, I think the next names that come up are Jaylen Brown, Derek White, and maybe even in a losing effort, Luka, before I get to Tatum.
Yeah.
And Tatum is the favorite according to all the betting sites right now.
Not all the bet. I'm going to need you to cite them. I'm going to need you to tell me what betting sites, because
BetMGM is the one that was getting cited a lot yesterday.
Okay.
And so BetMGM had
the one to use.
Yeah, and so I mean I'll look at other, but I think the ones that I saw yesterday, I saw a couple different odds just on Twitter.
Because I have Jaylen Brown at 13-10, that's plus 130. I got Tatum at 3-2, that's plus 150. Then I got Holiday 5-1, Luka 6-1. FD Sportsbook has Tatum plus 110, Jaylen Brown plus 185, then Luka plus 650, then Holiday plus 700.
So that's FanDuel on that one, and then we have
BetMGM.
BetMGM was the other. Who was the one that had Brown as the favorite that you saw?
I think
was it like bookies.com
that was Bet
or something?
Online for me.
Okay. So I mean, to me, the only reason why any books would have Tatum as the favorite is that's a projection that Boston is going to win the series. Tatum is not going to play as poorly shooting the rest of the way, and they're projecting out that he's going to play better, and he'll default get, you are the best player on the team, you get this trophy.
Yeah, I mean, and it could, and
this is crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's like, if you go on NBA.com, he's a series leader for them in it says series leaders. In points, assists, and rebounds.
In points, combined.
It says series leader, 17. He's averaged 17, 10, and 8.5.
Is he leading them in scoring?
No, because the leading scorer is the leading scorer for Boston. I think is averaging 21 a game.
That's crazy, right? Because it says right there. It says series leaders. Tatum 17, 10, and 8.
I mean, 17, 10, and 8 sounds like let me see here. 21 points per game is Jaylen Brown.
Yeah.
And Drew Holiday is averaging 19, so Jason Tatum is third.
Well, Brian Windhorse on the Hoop Collective podcast said it's a very easy call for series MVP so far.
If this was a best-of-3 series, which obviously it is not, I would vote for Jrue Holiday for MVP. He's been absolutely fantastic. He was absolutely fantastic tonight. The Celtics are doing a lot correct, but Jrue Holiday has been worth his weight in platinum in this series. He was worth his weight in platinum in the conference finals, and he has been just an absolute huge difference maker. In general, the Celtics are vastly outplaying the Mavericks.
How insane is it to think that the Milwaukee Bucks should rather have Jrue Holiday than Dame Lillard?
I mean,
well, yeah, I mean that would go along the. It's not about the overall. There is a fit issue, right? There's a fit issue that certain players have with certain teams.
I mean, shoot, how long have we waited for Luka to find somebody that he plays off of as well as Kyrie? Like, I mean, that's absolutely a factor that comes into that. Yeah, I mean, Brunson, there was that. But it's when I was just trying to find out what Bovada had as the futures for NBA Finals MVP, I didn't find those odds. But do you know what the odds are right now for Boston to win the series now at this point? Bovada has a minus 900.
Translate that.
You had to bet $900 to win 100.
Woo! Wow.
They opened the series like minus 210 or something.
So if Tatum's the favorite with a couple of these, is there great value attached to the other ones like Holiday or Brown?
There'd be good
like
value.
The Holiday one at plus 700.
Yeah, that's really
on
good value.
FanDuel.
That's really good value.
That's the ticket.
Yeah, the problem that you're going to run into in some of these is, like I just went to Bovada, which is what I use. You can't bet on the MVP anymore. Like they don't do a live MVP bet. So you'll be able to do it in like on certain places, but certain you can't. But yes, there would be value for sure on Holiday. I think the really good value would be on Luka. That to me is the best value.
What about,
because if they do win, he's 100% going to get it. If the Celtics win, you got a 1 in 3 chance.
Right.
It could be Tatum, it could be Holiday, it could be Brown. I mean, shoot, Porzingis could average 23 a night the rest of the series, and he gets it. Like, there's a lot of different ways that can go.
I mean, if Dallas is going to win this series, Kyrie has to become Kyrie again.
Well, you're like the fan writing headlines.
Thank you. I
Obvious
appreciate
headline.
it.
Come on, Josh Clark. Don't be lazy. You're better than that. Yeah, Kyrie needs to step up. The Mavs will lose.
My point being,
recapping our segments, making us look basic.
My point being that Kyrie will have to play at a high level. So if Dallas comes back and wins the series, then Kyrie at plus 8,000 as the MVP is pretty good value.
Why are you shaking your head, Ryan? I saw you back there. I saw him back there shaking his head.
Oh, he said you said it. He quoted you.
He named the, not Josh. Ryan saying he named the file. And he's saying he put a direct quote of yours up there.
A direct quote of mine. Look at that. Oh, wow. Have you been hired yet for TV? I'm gonna have to place.
We don't want to push him out.
Expedite this
Here
process.
comes the Grib Sharifer.
We're gonna have to deal with Carter. You don't want any of that.
I had a big bonus dinner set up. If we hit, I had bonus checks written out to 2 guys in the back if we hit. But
yeah,
just one guy. Well, I'm still here. I support you.
You go eat your ravioli in a couple weeks. You get
ravioli,
living that high life. Well, look, maybe Vegas doesn't believe that Jason Tatum has been rattled after the comments from Jason Kidd saying Jaylen Brown's the best player in the series. Shaquille O'Neal. Shaq was not buying J. Kidd trying to downplay what he said.
I think it's a chess move. Hopefully, guys in Boston are mature enough not to worry about it. We can worry about that later. Let's get this championship right. Because I tell you what, if they don't win the championship, it's going to be a long summer for Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. So if I was them, okay, you can be the man. Watch this 35 I get.
And then Grant Hill respecting J. Kidd. Grant Hill, J. Kidd. Ever seen them in the same sentence before? Grant Hill respecting J. Kidd's attempts to try to stir up the trouble.
Well, I mean, it's smart to put it out there, and, you know, he can backtrack now, whether that's genuine or not, J. Kidd, but it gets everybody talking about it. And the noise and the chatter, it's all there, social media, us. So they're hearing that. And, you know, look, can they put that behind them? Are they mature enough? Are they mentally strong enough to just focus on the task at hand?
Can I ask you a question, Grant?
Yes, you may.
If you're Joe Mazzulla, do you even bring this up before the game during the speech?
No. Yeah, I don't think you bring it up.
All right.
I would think not,
wouldn't
too.
either. I wouldn't either. Yeah, I wouldn't either. I mean, but you never know.
That's a great question by Shaq. I'm stunned.
You bring it up.
that he asked a great question. Would you even bring this up if you were Joe Mazzulla?
I mean, he probably has experience with, do we bring up the discussion about which one of our two players is better? And Phil Jackson probably had a good beat on that. By the way, some of these are ridiculous. Fanatics Sportsbook. Go back
I
to
didn't even know Fanatics had a sportsbook.
They have Tatum as the Finals MVP minus 110.
What are the odds on the others?
Brown is plus 180. Luka is plus 650. Drew Holiday is plus 800.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think the only way you can do that.
Why are they doing this?
My assumption is that they're protecting themselves. Vegas is not predicting. When they put a bet out like that, they're not predicting. They're protecting. They're protecting themselves, and because the likelihood is that if they, the longer they play, he's going to have a decent game, but also because there's no clear cut. Because we just went around the room, we had two different answers.
Yeah.
Right. And when you do that, and there's no clear cut, generally voters might just default to the perceived best player on the team.
ESPN, Jason Tatum, they had their bet arm has Jason Tatum plus 110, Jaylen Brown plus 170. I don't understand it.
Wow. Joe Mazzulla has been going viral for a couple of different reasons. He was asked about the significance that he and Jason Kidd, African-American head coaches, this is the first time it's ever happened, I think.
So, second. The first time was the 70s. It's the first time since then.
First time since then.
Two black head coaches.
Two black head coaches.
You did have a situation a few years back when Steve Kerr was out with an injury. That technically didn't count.
And Mazzulla was asked about the significance of it in his presser.
For the first time since 1975, this is the NBA Finals where you have two black head coaches. Given the plight sometimes of black head coaches in the NBA, do you think this is a significant moment? Do you take pride in this? How do you view this, or do you not see it at all?
I wonder how many of those have been Christian coaches.
He shut down the presser. Everyone
there was like no. It was like silence.
Yeah, we were not anticipating that response. Go ahead.
That was the same thing very famously when Dungy and Lovie Smith were the first two black head coaches in a Super Bowl. Dungy at the end of the Super Bowl made a similar comment where he said, I'm not as much concerned about that as I am that Lovie and I got here doing it the Lord's way. And so, I mean, that's...
The second clip, I think this is old. I don't think this is from the other night. Someone Google Joe Mazzulla royal family. But people, the Tolos were telling me that this is actually an older clip when Mazzulla was asked about this.
A non-basketball question. Did you get a chance to meet with the royal family? And if not, how was it like having them there in the building?
Jesus, Mary, and Joseph?
The Prince and Princess of Wales.
Oh, no, I did not. I'm only familiar with one royal family. I don't know too much about that one.
Yeah, that was December 2022.
Yeah. So people are bringing that back up. That did not happen from the other day. I don't have a religious commentary. I'll leave that to you two because I know you're dying to talk about it. My commentary, separate from the subject matter, this guy's no personality. He is so lame to listen to. I mean, you talk about dry. As dry as that bagel Bobby brought us in this morning. Oh, my word. Like, it's going to...
Is that bad?
It's going to sting me. You got to microwave it, re-steam it. It's going to sting me to see this guy win a championship and kind of get Ime Udoka's title because it must be miserable. They had two of these guys in Boston after Belichick. He's the he's the basketball Belichick. I'm like, hello, Jalen Hurts. Give me something. Give me a little personality. I've seen nothing so far during the finals, at least. But he was getting a lot of religious love from people.
He
saying,
was.
Okay, I'll now be fine for the Celtics to win the title.
I mean, look, you can be both Christian and black. I know that's not a new thing.
Where's that coming from?
Because he said I'm a Christian. You can be Christian and black.
Oh.
You can. You're allowed to be both. It's definitely not new.
Hit the breaking news sounder. We need a breaking news sounder, Peyton.
But like this is, he's like Tarico has talked about this because Tarico's half black, half Italian, and so is Mazzulla. And Mike has kind of talked about how he identifies, and if Joe wants to identify as a Christian over any race. That's you can identify however you want. I know it's when it's the first time since 1975 that something like that has happened. I mean, there's an importance level to it.
Yeah, but I don't have any problem with somebody else determining what biographical details are important to them instead of having a narrative out there about it. But I will say this. He is, after trading, they traded for Drew Holiday. They traded for Kristaps Porzingis. He is showing you can win the Dabo Swinney way. You just have to play in the transfer portal. I'm very proud of that. I don't even care how bad that was.
877-881-1053 is the text number for your answers for Brian Broaddus' favorite segment of the show. We've moved Ask Reddit to next on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store, Gilchrist Automotive, hooking you up on that.
V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
It's Tuesday. It's time for Ask Reddit here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. This is where we take the most viral questions being asked over on Reddit this past week and kick them around the studio. I'm with you on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. And we'll also get your thoughts on the Twitch and the YouTube, as well as the Facebook. I went ahead and posted some of the questions last night on Facebook and got some answers there. So we're incorporating all of it now. Peyton, you're the one who always likes to study these questions and put in more prep for this than anything else on the show. So we're going to ask you first, what's the thing you said you'd never do, but ended up doing it and liking it? And Chop, you better be careful when it becomes your turn.
So mine is gambling. You guys know this, I'm frugal with my money. And it's very odd that I will refuse to, buy a bunch of clothes for myself, go on a shopping spree, but I'm fine with laying $300, $400 down, at the casinos, just because there's a chance of winning. You can't win when you're buying clothes, but you can also lose with gambling. So sadly, it's gambling for me, and I really do enjoy it.
Instagram.
Ooh. Oh, I remember you digging in against that on the air, how you just refused.
Instagram. Facebook feels older.
Oh, yeah.
Twitter is toxic. Instagram, I was like, I'm not going to post pictures of food, this, that, wrong, and enjoy it.
I enjoy Instagram.
That's mine.
I enjoy Instagram.
469 says get married. Over on Facebook, Clayton Schroeder says sushi. Mine is alcohol. I swore, like when I was younger, I was like, I'm never going to drink. And I love it now.
I said I would never drink at home. And I had a big stigma about drinking at home. Even into my late 30s, 40s. I just was like, that's the true sign of being an alcoholic, is you just drink at home.
In Tito's.
Then you met Sarah.
And then now I drink at home a lot. And I'm totally fine with it. Like I said, I would never buy an iPhone.
Oh, yeah.
I got it. I like it.
Caved on that.
I said I would. I always loved. I didn't want.
You said you never get rid of your goatee.
Facial hair.
No,
I will never.
No,
but goatee.
you were
probably
married to the goatee.
Yeah. And that I've had this now almost 10 years. The beard. I said I would always drive like a fast car. I always wanted a car I could masquerade and take to the Texas Motor Speedway for Friday night drags.
Now you got a heart like a truck.
Yeah, and I want something big now, something honking. Really, I'm just looking to leave the biggest carbon footprint I possibly can when it's all said and done. This world's gonna know I was here.
YouTube burner account part 5. That's the name, burner account part 5 on the YouTube, says Bobby swore he wouldn't idolize a man, but then Dak Prescott came along. Yeah, that's true. No doubt about it. 817. I said I would never get divorced. Now I'm divorced and love it. Doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. RJ Choppy.
Yeah.
Actually, Sean, I'm going to start with you.
Right.
Sean, what are you sick of people trying to convince you is great?
Oh, gosh. Am I sick of people trying
Do you consider yourself counterculture?
Not intentional.
Because you guys think I'm contrarian generally, right? I don't believe I am,
Sometimes.
but I feel like that's my reputation.
Yeah, it's been thrown out there against you. I don't have an answer for this one right now.
Taylor Swift is the answer. I'm tired of the way WNBA players feel about Caitlin Clark, I feel about Taylor Swift. Like, stop trying to push her on me as like the greatest thing ever, and like it's not just mass-produced vanilla stuff. And so that's my answer. Chop.
Billie Eilish, Adele, Grateful Dead.
Adele.
I don't get Beyonce.
Like my wife.
There's a ton of things. I mean, basically musicians. Like, I don't get Billie Eilish. I don't get the Grateful Dead. I don't get Adele. Taylor Swift. I get down with Taylor Swift. I'm not like a huge. I mean, I like her. Some of the new stuff I don't like, but some of those I just can't get Adele. Man.
I shouldn't have thrown this one in here because it's setting me up for a dozen answers already of Dak Prescott. Bobby tries to convince me Dak Prescott's great. Dak Prescott sucks. Peyton, what's something you're tired of people trying to convince you is great?
Well, it's clear. It's paper straws. They're
Who says they're great?
No one says they're
no
great.
one has ever said
Californians.
That's why they give you that. That's why they give you, because they say, oh, it's great for the environment. Like,
Well,
great
great for
places.
the environment is not like great. Hey, it's an awesome.
Well, they're
product.
saying that's great for us, for you, and so I disagree with that.
I'm not on there enough to crap on it, but I've never gotten into TikTok. My wife is obsessed with it. She loves it. I used to kind of stay away from YouTube, and now I'm absolutely in love with YouTube. But TikTok, man, everyone's just acting and doing their little skits and everything. Some are very, very funny. Some are not. But I would say TikTok, even though I'm not on there enough to insult it.
Richard over on Facebook says being a homeowner. So it just sucks sometimes with all the bills that stack up and the different repairs and things like that.
Sometimes, but then you don't have to worry about, usually noise complaints.
Right.
Yeah, there is that, especially when you live on a, palatial estate like Sean Sharif, where the only ones can get close to his property are snakes. But not any longer. Thanks, Joseph Hicks.
Joe Hicks, baby. Joe Hicks.
214 says
Mountain Lion P.
214 says WNBA. True. ESPN tried to shove that down my throat yesterday.
They are trying, and you brought up a point the other day. Now they have to be committed.
Yeah.
Now they have to give a lot of headline space because of the perception and the women on the network.
Because Monica McNutt called out Stephen A. And now they've really doubled down on it since that segment where Monica McNutt was like, I'm talking to you, Stephen A. What have you been doing? And now they have to.
And now it feels like Stephen A. and then have to have kid gloves on while they're talking about that stuff.
It'll be a very interesting cultural experiment because I've always been of the belief that if the media talks about something enough, it will engage the interest. If we came on this show and talked nothing but Cleveland Guardians baseball for a year, you would add Guardian baseball fans. By default, by proxy, people would at least
disagree.
That's an exaggeration. If they did it on First Take, if they talked nothing but Guardians baseball, you would eventually get people that would be tuned in to Guardians baseball.
That's an interesting theory. I don't think I agree with it, but it's an interesting theory. Like who does that potentially apply to? Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy, what's the biggest mistake you've ever made?
Well, financially, it's getting divorced. I mean, that's the worst mistake you can make financially.
Shouldn't it then be because you don't? You're happy with your new setup. So the mistake would have been the mistake.
I said financially. Like financially, that's absolutely the worst mistake you can make. There's not a divorced person out there who has kids that will not tell you that financially, that's the worst decision that you can make, because it will destroy your finances until your kids are out of the house. But physically, or not physically, whatever you want to say, it's not caring enough and not caring enough to practice golf more as a kid.
Oh, yeah, because that was one, I've heard you reference that before, that's, you feel like you missed an opportunity to be really good at that.
I missed something.
No, I'll show you a few tips. We'll get you right back where you need to be, buddy. Sean, biggest mistake you ever made? That you want to say into a microphone?
I mean, I always go to the well if triple felony. Those are 3 mistakes.
Street cred.
Drinking and driving. My DUI. No, actually, I don't regret that. I don't regret that. Number 1, no one got hurt, thankfully. Number 2, it scarred me, stopped me.
Gave you the lesson.
Gave me the lesson that I definitely needed way back in the day. But yeah, I triple felony in college. Not fun.
You want to talk about financially? Biggest mistake I've probably made was getting into 2 car payments at once. That was just dumb financially. And honestly, you want to go back. Biggest mistake I made was when I got that Sentra that I used to drive around.
Yeah.
That I got a brand new car, and I hadn't put anything on credit to that point, really. And so getting it financed, my interest rate was ridiculously high. Brand new car, the interest rate on that was 17%. I paid all 5 years of the note without ever refinancing the car. And Kristen, to this day, is so mad about that. Peyton, what's your biggest mistake you've ever made?
So in 2017, this was my sophomore year of college, I discovered Bitcoin and had invested in it. And I still go back on my app and I can see I, had a few hundred, almost $1,000 when it was at 10 grand Bitcoin, and I withdrew it. Didn't know what it was going to potentially do. Didn't understand investing, and I withdrew it to profit $100. And
so what would it be today? Your profit? Roughly?
Oh gosh, I think I had 900 in there. It would be close to 7,000, I think. Yeah, I think 8,000 maybe.
469. Bobby's biggest mistake was his Mavs podcast that he did. Mavericks looking for some revenge tonight. Over on Facebook, Chad says not learning how to budget correctly. And while Richard said that getting married was the thing he said he'd never do that he ended up liking, Jared says that getting married is the biggest mistake that he made. A lot of marriage mistakes here. All right, last one, and I'm already preparing for the judgment I'm about to get for how evil I was for this thing that I did. And it still makes me feel guilty to this day.
That means you're going to start. No, you start then. What's the category?
Question is, what's the worst thing you've ever done?
How's that different from the triple felony question?
That's what's a mistake you've made in general. This is what is just the worst.
This was premeditated.
This is
canceling life hacks is mine.
Oh yeah, that is yours. I can't believe that still makes the text angry. Okay. So right after my mom died, a couple months before she died,
there you go.
She had
used that as the excuse.
No. This is what makes it so bad. Right before my mom died, she had really liked this song called Held, which is about hey, through trials and tribulations, the promise from God is not that you won't go through pain, it's that when you go through it, you'll be held through it. So when she died, that song meant a lot to my siblings, and it was a song where a lot of them couldn't even hear it anymore after she had died. About 6 weeks after my mom died, got so pissed off at my brother that when he walked in the room, I turned it up on the speakers and hit play on it just to make him fall apart.
Not well.
I still feel awful about. I was 16. I still feel sick to this day that I did it. I've apologized for it every year since, but that is by far the worst thing I've ever done.
Pepe, do you have an answer on this?
Yeah, I try to take matters into my own hands. I let the dogs in when I was younger, and they got mud all over the carpet. My parents said, "I told you not to let them in. Clean the carpet." I said, "Okay, let me figure this out." So I looked underneath the sink to find some kind of cleaner. I grabbed a bottle, thinking, "Oh yeah, this will do it." It was bleach, and I bleached the carpet. My parents had to change all the carpet.
That's the worst thing you've ever done in your life.
It wasn't going. It wasn't going.
Tens of thousands.
It wasn't going 90 and a 25, and knowing the cops and getting let off.
I didn't get a ticket, so technically I did nothing wrong.
Below the belt is up next with mini camp over and training camp still 6 weeks away. What happens next for the Cowboys after this?
Let's get you over to BlueChew.com. Promo code RJ.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Silverados than anyone else. This is Tex. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. All right. Now what? Now what do we do? What do we wait around for with the Dallas Cowboys over the next 6 weeks? Will there be any movement? There should be. In fact, there might be later today. So this is something we got asked over at Love of the Star, was the idea of like, what is the time between mini camp and training camp look like? Like, how does what is the team doing? Is this another one of these situations where the Joneses go off to?
Can I say something?
Mm-hmm.
This is probably should keep it behind the scenes moment.
Oh, hit me.
It's not really towards you. Maybe a little bit.
It's towards me.
This is a talking way too out loud point. And I realize it's not the worst thing for business to be doing this, but this is my honest, true feeling.
Mm-hmm.
When I see a Dallas Cowboys topic these days, I'm not exaggerating, I get like a little bit physically ill to my stomach, and that like I'm like forcing. It used to be that we would force ourselves to talk about non-Cowboys stuff, and I feel like, should we be doing this? Like, I feel like we're forcing a Cowboy topic. And I just wonder, the fan text may be different from Twitter, but I'm like, is this still the best thing for business and ratings? Because I feel dirty. I feel dirty talking about this football team right now. That's just my honest, that's what every day when I open up the email or I see a possible Cowboy topic, I'm like, are we force feeding this? Ugh.
I mean, truth be told,
now, with that said, the NFL draft numbers like skyrocketed, but even with all the stars and Mavs stuff, like the station's ratings during the NFL draft, like it doubled. It doubled what we've been doing.
Yeah,
that speaks to football and Cowboys and draft.
You can make a case that
it just feels
almost all
icky.
football topics in the offseason are forced in some regard. Now, it's a calculated force.
No, I'm fine with talking about like pertinent, timely around the NFL stuff, but like coming up and developing Cowboy topics when there's no news, I'm just not. I don't personally like it right now. I'm not saying it's bad to do.
Oh,
I'm not attacking your content. That's just how I'm feeling about them.
Oh yeah, no, and I think, look, there's probably I haven't even opened the fan text yet to look at it. I'm sure on the fan text right now, there's a majority of people saying, yeah. The reality is
they're the standard.
No, but
the text is agreeing with you. I'm a lifelong fan.
Yeah.
Sick of them.
That's what they're going to say.
I heard Sean. When I hear the Cowboys, my day gets a little worse.
What's the biggest story in the news right now for Dallas Fort Worth sports?
The Dallas Mavericks.
Mavs, absolutely. And like if you just go look at like as an example of like who still drives the needle, not who's the standard, who's of excellence, but who do people ultimately still want to talk about? Like if you just go look at the segments we've posted from Mavs discussion, the last 6 of them, the highest viewed one is the last Cowboys topic we did that we posted to YouTube is 6 times more viewing traffic.
Yeah, if the Cowboys had a preseason game at 7:00 tomorrow night, it would double the Mavs.
Because then that's the thing. They can and people will be upset about it, and that's fair. Look, this is it's interesting because I don't know if it's
funny
apathy. Like we go through different emotions every offseason, it feels like the Cowboys fans, where it's sometimes it's apathy, sometimes it's anger, sometimes it's excitement and optimism. And I don't know if this one is totally apathy, like people have tried to paint it. I think a couple of years ago was apathy. When they lost to San Francisco the first time at AT&T Stadium and no media showed up to Senior Bowl really to talk to Jerry, that was an offseason where I think nobody was very interested.
I'm just fed up. I'm fed up, and I'm currently tired and sick of feeding the animal.
Yeah.
That's the best feed. I'm sick of feeding the beast. I'm happy. I'm happy right now, thrilled that we don't have weekly Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones shows. Another personally against them, but I'm just happy that they're not taking place right now because they'd probably be contentious.
It is a matter of where your perch is of perspective. There are this is the NFL's version of first world problems. They've won 12 games 3 years in a row. They haven't had a losing season where their quarterback didn't get hurt since like 2004. And we're complaining about 3 straight 12-5 seasons like that.
I don't think so. I think people are complaining about 29 straight years without a title.
We're apathetic about 3 straight 12-win seasons.
Yeah,
where there are teams that haven't won 12 games 3 times in 3 decades, and it's a great position to be in because it does show there's a standard, as David Moore says, the Cowboys set the standard.
Yeah,
right. But there's an expectation. But I mean, there are plenty of cities that were like, "Oh man, they look at us like you guys."
Well,
are just
I don't care about that.
Children.
I don't care about them. Every city has that.
Yeah.
Yankee fans can feel the same way. Laker fans,
absolutely.
So good. Whoop-de-freaking do. 12-win seasons. That's good for us during the regular season, week to week, interest. But NFC title game berth. It's not even, like I said the other day, it's not even losing Super Bowls. Like you're not even the Buffalo Bills. You can't even get 2 steps from it.
Yeah, and I mean, that's if we were to look over in the NFC, only Washington, right? Washington's the only team that it's been longer since they got to the conference title. That's it. And so that becomes a sticking point where people get frustrated. And it's
burned out, man.
Look, I'll be honest. I mentioned it earlier today, and I've talked about it during this offseason. I think it's going to take borderline miracle for them to be a 12-win team again this year. I just don't think they have it.
Wow.
I don't think it's 12-win team. I don't think they did enough to cover over what they lost. They don't have a lot of depth. There will be injuries. As soon as there are injuries, I don't know how they're going to weather them.
And I'm worried about, look, when you go into work and you feel like there's the pressure of make or break on you, like my bosses are going to decide my fate having to do with these next 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
Some people are fine with it. Some people rise to the pressure. There's many people who are like, that sucks. And that's what this whole feeling is a cloud of over Dak Prescott, Mike McCarthy. I would argue and believe it's very, very difficult to thrive with that set of circumstances over you, like your wife or spouse saying, I'm giving you 3 months, like 3 months, and I'm going to decide whether this marriage is going to stay or not.
Yeah.
What do you think the chances are of over that 3 months, like things being better versus worse, not high. And that feeling, that stigma surrounding them, not setting up, I would factor that into roster moves. I put that right behind losses in the offseason of the circumstances surrounding them. Now, look, part of it is business, okay? It doesn't mean you just go keep re-signing everyone, because if they gave McCarthy an extension on top of bringing him back, we would have lost our minds, and Bobby's eyes are already bugging. But I'm just saying, for the purposes of going into the year, that feeling surrounding all that stuff, it's not good.
Yeah, I don't think... Look,
Micah's unhappy. Lamb is unhappy right now. Dak can't be thrilled. McCarthy can't be thrilled. Mike Zimmer can't be thrilled with his 1-year contract.
I think that was part of the sticking point when they were trying to get that. You remember that contract dragged on for a few days with Zimmer, and I think part of it was the security question. And look, the last time they set themselves up for something like this, where it's like, hey, we've got a entire season of change ahead of us where, hey, everybody's playing on these 1-year deals. The last time they did that was the 2019 team, where they had the highest point differential of any team to finish 500 or worse in the history of the NFL. They were dominant at times, and they were toxic at others. And it was an awful culture. That was when Michael Bennett got here and melted down in the locker room. Second week he was here, or whatever it was, post game after the Buffalo game. And Michael Bennett, I know, has talked about, since he retired, when he reflects back on that time that he spent in Dallas, he's talked about they were broken when I got here. Like just culture, leadership, the chemistry. It was a bad taste in your mouth. Remember, we also had that was the same season of what's going to happen with Rod Marinelli and Chris Richard. Like, they're both kind of just riding things out here. Let's see. And then you had the Chris Richard, Ben Bloom tension at one point, their linebackers coach, where things got... And so the evidence we have says the last time they tried this, it went really bad across the board. It was really bad. I don't know why they think they can weather that again. That's why, to me, I think one of the biggest things they have to get done right now is you have to sign Dak or CD in the next 6 weeks. You got to get at least one of them done.
20% of me. 20% of me. 20% of me is fine if I don't get out of jury duty. That's all I'm going to say. 20% of me will be okay not having to go be around all this and just feed the beast. Even though it'd be good for business. It is every year. Oxnard, the numbers.
We're going to wake up so many of the residents outside because we won't be near the players.
I'll see you in Oxnard.
We're going to wake up all the homeowners back there. Yeah.
Every day I go to my mailbox and I'm waiting to see the city of Dallas rejecting me trying to get out of jury duty, that I have a 1-month-old. I'll be a caretaker starting at 10:30 a.m. And I'm like, okay, 80-20. 80-20 I'm okay with.
So during that week, you're going to be staying at home with the baby then if you get off jury duty, right?
If I get off jury duty, I'm going to be in California.
And you don't want to get off of it.
No, 20% of you. 20% of me wants to serve my civic duty.
Yeah, that's right, baby.
That's what I'm trying to say. 20% I'm okay with doing jury duty versus
you've seen the justice system, how some people get railroaded.
Yeah.
You know that you're balanced AF.
Yeah.
You would sit in there on that jury pool selection and be like, look, this is my nickname.
Yes.
I can look at this fairly. Look, that's the biggest thing to me. Get Dak or CD done. Get
Thank
one
you,
of them
Peyton.
done.
Turn it up, baby.
Thank you for your service,
20%.
He makes lots of appearances at Cowboys games. So in the end, we're still tying it back to the Cowboys.
Lee does?
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah, he's a little guy. Ran into him in an elevator.
He's a little guy.
I mean, he is. He's
We need to do
dainty.
a celebrity height comparison of the amount of people who are famous in this world and how short they are. Like movie stars,
movie stars
non-athletes,
especially.
movie stars, musicians, NASCAR drivers.
Feels like every
all of them.
giant actor's like big time actors like 5'8" or under.
Yeah, Tom Cruise.
Is there something else you have to get in?
I mean, would you like me to? Do you have any jokes you want me to top?
I should have. And you won, Tolo, who said, Sharif, you interrupt on the time to that. Shut up. That's why I do it. Shut up. Don't ever say that again or you're getting blocked. You interrupt all the time. I have to. What is in Kyrie's head? And some NBA insiders saying it could get a lot worse and uglier for the Dallas Mavs. Final hour, Sean and RJ next. But happy birthday via Scan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
family Mazda of Arlington and her studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Rye in the back. Almost didn't want to say his name after he called me out this morning.
To be fair, you called him out first.
I didn't know he wrote that headline.
But he was just, he still was just defending his honor. That's all.
If I say it's a Tolo Tuesday edition and they write as the headline, today's Tuesday. That's basically what Ryan said. You said if Kyrie doesn't pick it up, Mavs are screwed, so we just make it a headline. Anyway, those are web people problems.
You have headline grabbing quotes. What can we say?
877-881-1053 is the Franco injury attorney text line. I'm trying to distract here as I'm texting with Mike Breen. Well, the voice of the NBA is saying he can do something this morning. So
no double bang from him this finals yet.
I'm going to have to go ahead and see if Mike can maybe join us at 9:20 this morning here on DFW Sports Station. But Bobby went and pulled all the audio from the Hoops Collective podcast, and Brian Windhorst said, yep, they are indeed inside Kyrie's head.
We've praised him for his mental approach. I think he's let the fans get into him a little bit. First off, for no good reason, he says after game one that the fans weren't that loud. Secondly, a couple of times early in the game, especially when he made a couple of shots, because he did make four of his first five.
Went 4 or 5.
He was being demonstrative back at the fans.
Yeah.
And look, it's fine. You can take it back if that fires you up, but this is not what Kyrie is doing. Remember, now 0-12, 12 straight losses
since he
stepped on Lucky.
Since he stepped on, and those freaking massholes will sit there and be like, yeah, it's legit. You cursed the leprechaun. You cursed the leprechaun.
Such a odd logo. So, and
it's kind of cool.
I don't know.
What don't you like about it?
I don't know. It's just
better than a pair of socks.
From what, the Red Sox? I don't know. The singular sock, the double sock logo they have, I think is kind of cool.
I like the Celtics logo.
Yeah.
It's fun.
It's a fine logo.
I think naming the logo is what's stupid. Like naming, he's lucky, magically delicious, or whatever. Like, I don't like that.
The Hoop Collective, Brian Windhorst, Tim McMahon, Tim Bontemps, they said things could get even scarier for the Mavericks with the way Boston has played.
He's not getting any space whatsoever. Holiday and Derek White.
Scratch that. Wrong cut. I should have given you the fingers. I guess my fingers aren't big enough to see. Cut 4, Pepe.
They manufactured their way to 105 points, which, by the way, the Celtics score 105, you got to beat them.
Well, and they scored 107 in game one, and they've probably played B to B- games in the first 2 games, and they've dominated both games.
I think they would give their own. They had a great first quarter offensively of game one. I don't think they've played anywhere to their level offensively.
I'm saying B to B- overall because they're playing A-level.
I'm talking
defense.
about offense.
Yes.
Offensively.
No, offense is a C or worse tonight.
Tatum has not gotten it going at all in this year. Now, he's done a good job facilitating, but Tatum has struggled scoring, and they're up 2-0 in the series.
It's the biggest problem. That's the biggest fear, is that it's only a
matter of time.
But you got the performance out of them offensively that you probably needed to win. Like they played poorly enough, honestly, in both games. If you want to talk about since the first quarter of game one, like they just referenced there, the next 7 quarters, Boston has not been awesome on offense in the 7 quarters since, and it's going to click into place for them at some point.
Yeah.
You had your chance. That was to me, that's it. You have to steal one anyway on the road.
Is it more likely this goes 6 or the Mavericks get swept?
6.
Swept.
Mavericks aren't getting swept. Because Kyrie is going to play better.
And so is Tatum.
So in order for it to go 6, you got to believe one of 2 things.
Let's make a bet.
Please.
Give me the
I've got a great bet history with you.
Give me you've won 1. Give me the Kyrie and Tatum scoring averages right now in the series. And depending on that.
Kyrie is at 14 points a game. Tatum is at 17.
Okay. My bet that I'm thinking about, and this is just a beat Bobby and a bet y'all, it's going to make me look bad here because I'm going to be it's going to be like a Celtic increase. I'm thinking about betting on the point increase for the 2 remainder of the series?
Oh, I think
like right now I'm already 3 points behind because Kyrie's averaging 14, Tatum 17. But if we bet for the remainder of the series, who has the higher increase in point total? You would happily take that, right?
I think if you just give me...
That's a good bet, isn't it?
Yeah, if you give me the remaining games, right? Like just the...
Yeah, however many games they play left.
I think from game 3 on, Kyrie is going to average 5 points more per game than Tatum.
From game
then
3
Tatum.
on?
Mm-hmm.
So you think so Tatum averages...
So if Tatum averages 20, Kyrie averages at least 25.
Oh, boy.
All right, so you'll be happy to take that bet.
Yep.
All right, let me think about it.
Like, in order for that to get the 6, you've got to believe that either the Mavs win Game 5 in Boston, with Boston having a chance to close it out on their home floor, or sweep the next 2.
What do you think? More likely to go 6 or swept? Good question. Right?
It's a good question. I do think the Mavs get. I think they win tomorrow.
Okay. So then your answer has
my
to be more
answer
likely
would
6.
be. Yeah, I guess it would be by default more likely 6.
Yeah.
I don't think it gets to 6. I think it's over in 5. I don't think it gets to 6. But I would have to say more likely 6.
I mean, they're averaging exactly 25 points a quarter since the first quarter of game 1.
If the Mavericks want to win, Tim McMahon's
Boston.
Tim McMahon says the Mavericks cannot play Boston defensively the way they do people in the West.
Dallas, for the first 3 series, during their run through the Western Conference playoffs, did such a great job of packing the paint and making everything about congesting things in there. You're going to have to finish in traffic. That is so hard to do against the Celtics because they play 5 out, because their spacing is so good. And tonight, 10 of 39, obviously a tough shooting night for the Celtics, but man, a lot of those 29 misses were clean, wide open looks that were generated by a drive and kick, and there were some possessions where it was like there were 2 or 3 blow-bys, and just everything was created by them attacking and having great spacing.
So there's McMahon talking about the way the defense cannot be played. 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco, injury attorney. Text line to answer any of those little pop-up questions we had. Mike Breen is going to join us at 9:20.
Woo! Bang!
Voice.
Bang! Bang!
It might be the last time he joins us when we ask about JJ Redick.
Well.
Why were you doing it?
Hey, what can you tell us about JJ and the Lakers opening now that Dan Hurley stayed at UConn? He's not going to touch it with a 15-foot pole, but you know that I'm going to ask because we have to ask.
You have to.
It's the responsible journalistic thing to do. Shaquille O'Neal talking about Jason Kidd's comments. Do they still have the potential to affect Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum and try to divide Boston?
Yeah, I think if you're worried about useless titles, when I was young, I worried about useless titles, but when I stopped worrying about useless titles, start winning championships. In my Laker runs, I wasn't the best player on the team. I knew that, but I knew I was the most dominant.
Stop.
So,
who sent this?
Gave Bruce to... I did.
Was that okay? You didn't think that in the background would be a little distracting or problematic?
It is, but I think that overall the thrust of his comments was important enough. And as somebody who's just last segment talking about, hold on,
the thrust of his comments.
Yes, the thrust of his comments, and I thought as an American like yourself, last segment talking about your civic duty, you would have appreciated the inspiring music being sung behind his fantastic points.
What was the point of what he said? Basically, could you summarize?
Yeah, he was just basically saying that it absolutely can divide you if you let it, and that he had to take that recognition when he was in LA that he wasn't the best player, that there has to be a recognition of what is the truth, what is accurate. And
first off, Shaq is speaking on all that after the fact.
Sure.
He didn't believe that. He didn't believe that in his prime,
of course,
or when
not.
him and Kobe are playing together. I respect
most athletes probably wouldn't.
Of course not. I respect him for after the fact being like, don't make the same mistake I did.
Yeah.
But don't lie. Lie strong. Don't fib and be like,
right.
I knew I wasn't.
Gaslighting. Call it gaslighting. But gaslight me. I know what you were doing.
But overall, his point is right that it legitimately did screw with them. It did screw with LA.
Yeah,
he's trying to say that, I recognized it. But the reality is it did screw with them. So it is evidence that it can be a problem.
Yes. I'm saying it's fine to recognize that after.
You know what? The biggest thing is I don't think Tatum's dead serious. I don't think Tatum's enough of an alpha to feel like he has to bow up and claim that. Brown strikes me that way.
He didn't in game 2. He did not be like, I'm going to prove it. I'm gonna show it.
Brown strikes me as the type, though, that would want to claim it like vocally and say, I'm the best. Tatum doesn't give me that vibe at all.
All right, here's audio I grabbed of Shaquille O'Neal. It will be non-distracting, although one will have some music in it. Shaq had Dirk on his podcast, and this is when Shaq gave Dirk some more street cred points after... yeah, I'm playing it.
Shaq, you first. When you heard that Dirk's wife was black, did that change your perspective on him? And I'm curious, Dirk, how did the rest of the team treat you? Because I feel like people treat you completely different when they find that information out.
I found out accidentally, and I don't know if Dirk knows this, but we all leave the same way. So one day it was this gorgeous person standing back there, and I was like, oh. It's like, that's Dirk's wife. I was like, oh, okay, my bad. But after that, I knew that he was down. I knew that he liked the chocolate. I knew that he likes the chocolate boss. Yes, I knew that it was good.
Right, I was getting made fun of a bunch because every home game was bringing that to-go plate, and so on social media, the cookout. I was invited to every cookout.
I love how the cookouts are just black associated. Kendrick Perkins, Perk was at the AAU, the YMCA, and they're like, to get Luka invited to all the barbecues, all the cookouts. Future drop of Dirk likes the chocolate, and then go back to the middle of that clip. I like to hear Shaq getting the German accent while talking about Dirk liking the chocolate.
I knew that he was down. I knew that he liked the chocolate. I knew that he likes the chocolate boss. Yes, I knew that it was good.
That's it. I knew that he liked the chocolate is the drop that we're going to play. And then this is Dirk getting more street cred when they were talking about Shaq's music career.
Going back to Germany, in the 90s, Shaq knows this. I was a big Orlando fan there when it was Shaq and Penny, and I might be actually the only guy that listened to Shaq rap.
You're not the only guy, Dirk. My was nice.
I've seen in interviews that you said you know the whole verse to What's Up, Doc.
Go ahead, Dirk.
I'm the hooper, hyper, protected by viper. When I'm not the hooper, you better decipher. In other words, you better make some funky decisions, because I'm going to be a Shaq now. I cut you. Tony guys on the boss. I'm how big the frost. That's okay not being braggadocious. Supercalifragilistic. I gotta go. Hey, no joke. No,
The legend continues. So damn good. Dirk on with Shaq.
It's not even the best Shaq song. You can't stop. You
want to have a? You can't stop.
You can't stop the rain. You can't stop the rain with Notorious B.I.G. That's the best song.
It's funny. There was like back in years ago, like in the 90s, like David Hasselhoff was just like, his music was huge in Germany, and the old joke was like, anybody could sell out a German concert, like a concert in Germany, like especially if you're an American artist. Shaq going over there.
The voice of the NBA, Mike Breen, joins us live to preview Game 3 next on Sean and RJ. But if you're looking for the ultimate Father's Day gift, let's preview.
V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
ForKids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Well, they've missed their last 6. Doncic tries another 3. Got it! Luka Doncic now with 27. It's an 8-point game. Timeout, Boston.
You know the voice very well, and it's always an incredible treat to get him on the show. And we got him right now live on the D&M Leasing Hotline, the voice of the NBA Finals, the great Mike Breen, back on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Mike. How are you, sir?
I'm good, guys. Nice to be back in Dallas. How you guys doing?
Doing okay. very,
You know what? That's an appropriate response. I understand.
What's on the Dallas or DFW checklist to go out and experience while you're here?
Well, the finals is there's a lot of work to do, so I'm kind of just concentrating on that.
You getting room service for every meal?
No. I'll bounce around a little bit. I understand you're saying but all is not lost. It's amazing every year, in every playoff series, how one win can completely turn around the perception of the series. And that's what Dallas has to think of right now. I mean, for them to win the title, they got to win 4 out of 5, but that can't be the mindset. All they've got to do is win a game tomorrow night.
What are you attributing Kyrie's struggles to? That's the main thing we're all trying to figure out.
I really do think, number one, it's the Celtics have great individual defenders, and they're a terrific team defense as well. Sometimes you just have to give credit to the opponent. And he's had some great looks. You know, only he knows if being back in Boston impacts him. I think, he's done it enough times. He's been back there enough, and he seems to be in probably as good a place he is mentally as he's been the last couple of years. So I don't know if that's the case. Like I said, only he knows that. I think you really do just have to give credit to some just elite defense that the Celtics have played against him, because they know how important he is to any possibility of the Mavericks having success.
Do you think that Jason Tatum is equally struggling as Kyrie for Boston?
No, no, and for one simple reason: his team is winning. I think it shows the strength of the Celtics as a team that Jason Tatum, who takes the most shots on their team, he's shooting 32% from the field in 2 games, and they're up 2-0. It just shows you the depth they have in terms of their top 6. When I say the depth, I mean the depth on so many different guys, the ability to pick up the scoring slack if a star player is struggling shooting. Kyrie, what he has to do because of the makeup of the roster, his scoring is more important in many ways than what Tatum's scoring is for the Celtics, because they have other guys who can pick up the scoring slack. The Mavericks don't have as many of those other players who are capable of throwing up 25. You hope you get a surprise here and there, but I think that's the difference. And you guys have watched him play. It's been a magnificent season for Kyrie, and some of these playoff games he's been unbelievable. But sometimes you just have to tip your hat to the opponent.
Mike Breen joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. We had talked about this earlier today because we were a little bit surprised that Jason Tatum is still the favorite to win the MVP. If you had to pick right now, who has been the series MVP?
Oh, you can't pick an MVP after 2 games. No, you got to wait till it all plays out. But right now, the Celtics have multiple candidates. Right now, the Mavericks have one candidate. But like I said, you have one game tomorrow night can completely change every bit of outlook that you have on the series. So let's give it a chance to go a few more games before we start getting in that discussion.
Mike, when you mentioned there, you don't know how much this is potentially getting to Kyrie, the Boston atmosphere, or the Boston backdrop. I guess for us, from our view on TV, we've kind of felt like, is the environment that hostile? It doesn't seem to be that bad. Just being there in that building, does this register to you as like, oh, this is a tense environment right now for Kyrie? They're really letting him have it, or does it just feel like general playoff atmosphere in there?
Well, it's interesting. That's a good point to raise. I actually said during Game 1, I thought it would have been louder. I thought it would have been more hostile. And Kyrie said that himself after Game 1. Of course, they put that quote that he said up on their big screen to get the crowd to do it. But no, I actually expected it to be worse. But the overall atmosphere in terms of a raucous crowd rooting for their team was off the charts. I didn't think the vitriol towards Kyrie was the worst I've ever heard. I thought it was worse in previous years, certainly shortly after he left Boston. So no, but I mean, just the overall crowd atmosphere was phenomenal, just like it's been here in Dallas, and that's, again, the whole thing can change for him. Now he's home in a place where they've been so supportive, in a place where the crowd is just so fired up, and let's see how he does tomorrow night. I'd be shocked if he doesn't have not a good game. I'd be shocked if he doesn't have a great game.
Mike, being up close, courtside, you get a much different perspective than we would on TV. Can you tell like a stark athleticism difference between these two teams?
It's the particular player. It's all according to different. I mean, both teams have great athletes. Both teams have guys who aren't, the most athletic, but just so smart. So it's all different. I think right now, though, the Celtics are so connected. Their ball movement is off the charts. And, when you've got 6 different guys who are capable of scoring 25, and it wouldn't be shocking if any of the 6 top guys scored 25, that's really hard to defend. And right now with Dallas, I mean, Luka Doncic has to carry so much of the load, and now Kyrie obviously has to pick it up as well. And you just wonder, like, the one thing I did watch close up, and I've marveled at what Doncic has been able to do during these playoffs. And it's one of the great playoff runs in history, and he's not even close to 100%. He's got several different things, including now the chest contusion, yet he's still putting up these numbers. But the other night, I thought it impacted him more than I've seen. Certainly in recent games, and especially on the defensive end. He's made strides defensively this year, and in the playoffs, he's had some really, really solid defensive games. But I think some of the injuries have taken a little bit of its toll, and you hope now with an extra day's rest in between games 2 and 3 that he'll be a little bit better, and because the load that he has to carry night in and night out is extraordinary.
The TV voice of the NBA Finals, Mike Breen, joins us here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Okay, so in terms of Jason Kidd's approach heading into Game 3 or the Mavericks' game plan approach, Mike, do you think that their thought process right now and Jason Kidd's thought process is, hey, we just need shots to fall, or we just got to execute better? Or do you think Kidd is looking at, I need to make some rotational adjustments or some X's and O's adjustments?
At this point, X's and O's adjustment. Most coaches would tell you that they're overrated. There could be 1 or 2. It's just you're not going to beat the Boston Celtics shooting 6 for 26 from 3. You're just not. And some of the threes were, a lot of the threes were contested, but some of them weren't. And it's not as simple as if the shots fall. Now, if they come out and they're just red hot, yes, certainly that's going to happen. Do you make any changes in who plays? For example, a guy like Tim Hardaway, who is capable of just getting red hot during the course of a game. He's obviously been out of the rotation. Do you try him if, say, you start slowly? That's things like that are possible. But I think what we've seen from their starting 5, and then you have Lively and Kleba and Josh Green and even Hardy coming off the bench. These guys have performed so well during the course of these playoffs, and a lot of coaches like to stick with what got them there. So I don't think it's more of an adjustment. I think at this point, I know this sounds simple, but so much of it is just will. The Celtics have had great will here in the first 2 games, and now it's a chance for the Mavericks to respond. What's their mindset coming in? Do they still feel really deep inside that they have a chance to win this series? I think they probably do, because we've seen it from them. They're a strong team mentally. They're a strong, resilient team. But that's a big part of it. Like, do you still think that you can come out now, compete this team, play harder, play better, and get a victory in Game 3 and completely turn around the series?
Mike, what are you hearing or thinking about Porzingis' status? I know Mazzulla said, nope, no issues, good to go for Game 3, but we were all watching it and hearing Doris Burke describe it on the broadcast.
Yeah, he certainly didn't. He looked like something was clearly wrong. But I haven't heard any update. We're going to meet with the teams this afternoon, so we should get an update on that. But it didn't look good. And as you guys saw, he's a difference maker for them. They've got a bunch of difference makers, but because of his size and what he can do at both ends of the floor, having him healthy is enormous for them.
Mike Breen here on The Fan. Nerdy broadcasting question here. What's y'all's approach, and how do you decide how to address the J.J. Redick coaching rumors in terms of like leaving that off the game broadcast, and how much of a pregame discussion or a meeting a discussion with the bosses do you guys have over that?
No, that's a good, legitimate question. I think, to be fair to the audience, it's not something that should be discussed during the game telecast. Now, we've had a couple of times during the course of these playoffs where we, try to rib him a little bit and have some fun at his expense, but he loves that stuff. But I think these games are too important. It's the NBA Finals. The Celtic fans and the Maverick fans and just NBA fans, they want to pay their attention to the game. Now, if something new comes up, if there's something new in the story, certainly we would cover it. But right now, it's all status quo, and I think, me personally, I think you've got to, you're responsible to the viewer and what they want, and right now they want to talk about the game.
What did you think of the Dan Hurley news yesterday, staying at UConn, and what color tie do you think JJ will wear at the presser?
He tends to prefer blue tie. Danny, it's just what a life that Danny, and I've known Danny since one of my first broadcasting jobs. I did Seton Hall basketball back in the 80s when Danny Hurley was on the team. So I've known him a long time. I've known his family a long time. It's one of the great American basketball families, what they've accomplished. But to be able to turn down $70 million, life is good, huh?
You're the man, Mike. Thank you so much for joining us again. Can't wait to hear the call tomorrow night, and hopefully longer than Game 4. We appreciate you, man. Thanks.
Anytime. Thank you, guys.
Mike Breen, voice of the NBA on the D&M Leasing Hotline. He did not want to be spotted in DFW out and about.
No, he did not. I think he's
turned that real quick.
He's mistaken himself for John Smoltz. He's the one that should not want to be spotted out here. We need a double bang. We need a double bang out of him tomorrow night.
Bobby and his family may need a place to sleep tonight. We'll talk about it during Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece next. But you may need an attorney for that accident that took place because of a bad driver or a weather-related issue out there. Someone ran into you and caused you, the friend, or the family some personal injury and some overall harm, especially in the wallet, because now you got to pay the medical bills. You got to pay for the car wreck. No, you get the Frankels, chosen by the people, feared by the insurance companies. They have a legacy of winning. Mark, Scott, and Gene have over 100 years of combined experience, which means they know how to craft a case to drive maximum outcomes for you. Family values. That's what I really got from sitting down with them back in March. Family-owned law firm with a client-first mission so you can look forward to superior service and the outcome that you deserve. And they know the enemy's playbook, and they are real trial attorneys, not these drive-by ones from Houston that are calling and breaking the law within the first 30 days. Accident. Don't fall for
Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece.
Good luck, buddy.
Here on 105 through the Fan. Microphone over to Corey Majors. What's coming up on the program?
Well, guys, it's going to be back. You know what? Crazy here on the show today.
You heard Sandler today.
How did he get that wrong? He said it with such conviction.
Conviction.
We start the show. Can Dallas beat Boston, or does Boston have to F it up on their own? And then also at 10:20.
But in the spirit of Jared, we'll say that.
Yeah, we'll say the F word. Solving the Porzingis problem at 10:20. Did it solve itself? We'll get into that at 10:20.
We were asking, is the series more likely to go 6 or Mavs get swept? You have to pick.
6.
Okay.
In between.
Nope.
Nope.
Mavs win 1 at home and then lose in Boston.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Yes, but that means because you think that they're going to get the 1, which I think they're going to win tomorrow. So by default, my answer would have to be 6, right?
Did you check out ticket prices, anyone? What are they looking like?
I checked them out Sunday night.
app.
They hadn't changed yet. I haven't checked. Now, I guarantee you, if they lose game 3,
oh my God,
the ticket prices will plummet in the upper deck. Boston people will buy up all of the tickets in the lower bowl at that point. So you're going to get premium price for lower bowl no matter what. But upper bowl is over $1,000 a ticket.
I got $500 on the highest part right now on GameStop.
Did you guys get the fees fixed with Ted Cruz?
We're still working on that.
Okay.
He wasn't trying to fix them. He just wanted you wanted to see them up front. Like you didn't want any surprises.
We were never going to get rid of them.
No, we're never getting rid of them.
Well, like on some of the apps,
don't you see them on the final step of purchase?
Yeah, because some of the apps are like, would you like to see the price with or without fees? I was like, who the hell wants to see them without fees and be like, hey, this is theoretically what you would pay until we.
That's like saying the temperature without the heat index. I don't care about what the temperature is if conditions
All
are
right, let's talk about that. I'm really glad that you said RJ. I know sometimes in crosstalk we argue.
No.
Right here, we're 100% in step. It's time to get rid of temperature. It's a meaningless thing.
Right. Give me actual heat index or wind chill.
Yeah.
I don't care what the temperature is.
If it was perfect.
If it's 78 mile an hour winds and it's 11 degrees, the temperature, I want to know what it actually feels like.
Agreed.
Okay.
They've gone down in price a little bit. I'm looking.
It's 5. I see on SeatGeek right now for tomorrow. It's $567 is getting the door. Before fees.
So you're looking at $150 in fees because the price is that high.
What's worse, rental car extra fees or ticket price?
So that's what I was. Not that one. I was about to say, which is worse, the ticket fees or the stupid. Like the last 5 years, every hotel that puts like $100 a night resort fee or whatever on that one pisses me off.
Well, last time I was in Vegas. I have a hookup. Peyton never asked me for one, but whatever. My room night that night was $17. At the Planet Hollywood. The resort fees were $52 for the night. The resort fees were what? Triple
times
the actual room rate.
I just clicked on Friday night tickets. So game 4. The lowest ticket right now is $770 a ticket. So this is for 2 tickets. $1,540 for a pair of tickets. That's the cheapest ticket right now on Ticketmaster.
For game 4.
Fees, $177.10 a ticket. So your fees are $354.20 for a pair. The cheapest tickets on Friday. Your fee
like $1,900
being to have the privilege to buy the tickets on Ticketmaster. God, thank you so much, Ticketmaster.
Yeah.
You know what I'd like to do? I'd like to give you $354.20 for the 2 tickets that I have to purchase at $1,540.
Lame.
Is it the part that says convenience fee? I know there's multiple ones, but it's the one that says convenience fee. I was like, for who?
Yeah.
For me?
Why is this convenient? Yeah.
Taxes, $48.52.
Can you still buy at a window? Like, can you still walk up and buy at a window?
Yeah.
Do you have to pay fees on
There's probably a
those?
fee there now.
Talk to a real person fee, $17.
A reminder of the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour continues.
Friday!
Allen Firehouse, 310 Century Parkway. And we're going to have a special Tolo giveaway with cooling towels Choppy's obsessed with. That's Friday morning in Allen, 5:30 to 10, 310 Century Parkway. Bobby Belt has fired up and created a show newsletter.
We were just talking about that.
Yeah. So it's a good way for us to send out extra content, wrap things up, send podcast segments, stuff like that. So you can go subscribe to it. Go on the Facebook page.
On the show Facebook page.
Yep, show Facebook page.
And then explain why you may need a place to sleep tonight.
Because our power's out again. The transformer blew last night. And like I
Thanks
heard
a lot, Decepticons.
That's the thing. This thing is blown twice now in the last
Greg Abbott.
the last week and a half. And both times it's been post storms. Like the storms haven't even been a factor and it's just blown up on its own. So it's literally only affecting our building. It's the transformer connected to our building, and everyone else in the complex is fine. So we are without power, and Encore's like, yeah, the transformer may just be awful and we don't know when it's going to be back up.
So what weighing of your mind is a hotel right now? You're going to have to go home and feel it being what temperature or how uncomfortable?
I don't even have to walk inside. If it's 3:00 when hotel check-ins are and our power's not back on, we're going to a hotel. Kristen's got like a connection that we're able to use that like,
well,
if you've got like a like
calls you not even to leave that nice room during your anniversary.
We looked at the stockyards. There's a hotel in the one of the hotels in the stockyards. The week of the draft going on in the stockyards, it's like $550 a night for just a single room. Yeah, plus fees. And like whatever her little hookup she has it was like $40 a night. We're just looking at it the other day.
And you can just use it whenever you want.
Mm-hmm.
So tonight, $40-$50. That's it.
Yeah, I mean we can get it as cheap as like $20.
Wow.
Dang!
That Hotel Tonight app is great too for that. Like if you like last ditch effort. That's how I left a restaurant hammered one night. Found this great spot across the street. And it's normally like $250 a night. I don't think I paid more than $70.
Ooh.
Tremendous, but it's, that's what you do when you land in Vegas. Land and book
find a hotel then.
Yeah.
Oh. I made the decision. I'm finally going to splurge for the generator.
How much is a generator?
They can range.
What's the range you're looking at then?
I guess what would you for 3,000 square feet? I'm assuming.
Because you look at the whole house, or
is
just
that how they do generators? Is by square footage?
Yeah, it's like you want the whole house. Do you want a few rooms? Like I'm just looking for a couple rooms because like I'm probably looking at 5 to 6K, maybe 5 to 7K, but a couple rooms, not the whole house.
Yeah, my neighbor's got it hooked up to just right to his breaker box, but he only has it set up for like lights and coffee maker and like maybe the fridge. He doesn't have it set up. It's not, he doesn't have a big enough one. Yeah, because he's like this was like during the winter storm.
Okay,
so he was just like he set it up at that moment just to run his like coffee machine.
But I'd rather freeze to death than the heat. I'd rather be in there. I wouldn't have went out during the freeze. But if this is this Bobby situation, I have to be in a hotel as well. Plus, I have that baby to worry about.
Why do you say it like that?
Ollie, he could deal with it.
Is the baby irritating you at this moment?
Yesterday was a great day. We had a very good day, very positive day. Looking to build on that momentum today. But yes, everything before yesterday, awful.
Sleep mostly?
Yeah,
or just
sleep.
Okay.
Sleep, crying, is moody.
It's a baby.
Hunger, like it's just scream. I mean, if you put a video in our house, which you can check out dfwsecurity.com, when she wakes up, we have about 7 seconds.
Yeah.
It's a fire drill. It's a scramble.
Or else she gets pissed.
Oh, it's bad. It's really, really bad.
Where do you think she gets that moodiness from?
Nope. Nope.
Her mom.
Yeah, I have the temper, but she might have a little young RBF that would attribute.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh! Can you say that?
Resting baby face.
You can't tell with baby face yet,
Resting
right?
baby face.
They still look like an alien for about a month and a half.
Yeah,
3
I was
months.
thinking about something else.
Did your baby sleep more than?
Hell no.
No, right?
No.
And then you have these people on TV, the kids just conked out on the couch.
It's infuriating.
Isn't it infuriating?
Fake.
Hey, and just get ready for sleep progression and
All
stuff
mine were
like that.
wonderful sleepers.
How young can you give melatonin to babies?
Don't give your baby melatonin.
I don't think we're there yet.
What's the age minimum you think?
I don't think we're there yet.
Are we qualified to answer that question?
No, I'm sure it's on a bottle.
Oh yeah. So has
it's on the internet.
He mentioned, has Oliver regressed yet at all?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh god. 6:15, 6 o'clock. Yeah, he's up at 6 o'clock every morning.
Sounds like he's productive, ready to take on the day, getting up, hitting the gym.
Yeah,
like Sandler.
Carpe
Productive,
Omnia.
irritating the S out of me.
Carpe unemployment. That's
Corey,
what that
your
dude
kid
needs.
3 years old or 3 months old for the melatonin?
Yeah, it says under 3 should not.
Months?
Don't give them melatonin.
Years.
3 years.
Oh, years. I was like, dang, 2 more months and I'm good.
It is
Here we
known.
go.
Huberman. You're an Andrew Huberman fan, aren't you?
even know who that is.
Okay, Andrew Huberman. He is a neuroscientist. He had said that melatonin given to kids too regularly can actually
it backfire
stunt their puberty.
Oh. What's too regular? What's too
Topical.
Don't know.
Corey?
Because your
Some are
body
saying-
creates
Yeah.
it. It's a natural thing that your body creates. So whenever it's kind of like testosterone. If you're putting it into your system, your body isn't creating it. So then you have a problem with that. So
Some people are saying the baby's crying a lot. Take him to the chiropractor. Balled up for 9 months. You never know what's going on. They might just be uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Give it a shot.
I mean, I got a Scottish Rite appointment for a back coming up soon. But your kids were amazing sleepers.
amazing. Adrian was really
Define
good.
that. Define amazing.
They slept well until Lucy. Lucy was the one that was
The
difficult.
definition is Corey slept and Adrian took care.
I did have a friend. Before I had my first kid, I asked my friend's dad. I said, "Hey, what's your best advice?" And he said, "You have nothing for that kid. When it wakes up in the middle of the night, you act asleep as hard as you can.
What?
Do not even budge." He said,
At what age?
Huh?
At what age is it for the kids?
Yeah, newborn. It was
Newborn, yeah.
Newborn. I was like, all right, sweet. So I did, for the first one with Avery. But Lucy was the only one that was difficult because she would just get up in the middle of the night and start walking around the house at 3 months.
At 3 months, she was walking around.
Yeah, exactly.
She climbed out of the crib and
Adrian
started
was really
walking
good
around.
at like the boot camp. She put them in bed on her own, and she I don't know
Schedule.
what it was magic, dude.
Old school parents, man, they roll their eyes at the schedule going by the book.
Yeah, I get it. It's really hard though when they're just crying and they just want you, and you're just
anything
like,
to shut them up. Anything. I told Amanda, I don't care. I don't care how fat she is or gets. Give it to her. Give her the milk.
the baby,
All the rolls.
right?
Yeah. Just
Okay.
Feed her nonstop.
Feed that kid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Feed them. Yes.
You know what the play is though.
Melatonin, then Ozempic.
No,
you-
3
you-
years.
Jeez.
You don't want to give Ozempic then. Come on now.
You
Then I'll have another kid.
no, you
Fertile at
convince
6.
you convince.
Y'all, I hope y'all know we're just joking around. We're just
Well,
playing.
here's my-
especially Kevin.
Here's my actual life hack. You convince, in my case, Kristen, that look, like, natural breastfeeding is optimal for the child. You don't want to be giving them a bottle, and then I can't get up with the kid. In the middle of the night.
My
She
boy
has to.
Ivan. He's like, you want a barbecue this week? He had a kid same exact month. You would come over and brisk. I said, yo, man, you got like 8 kids, and we're both dealing with a 1 month old. He's like, yeah, but my girl breastfeeds. He said, I can't help with that. Versus me splitting bottles like this.
Not a pumper, huh?
It's dry well.
Dry well.
Me and Ivan are going to put on a class for like how to
And
show you
Corey.
how to run your house there.
And
Sean.
Corey, you woman, do it.
Do it.
There you go. Parenting tips
Get
from
things
these
done
3.
now.
You can join Steve.
And they're all still married.
I
gotta kick a
know.
football.
It's a Harrison Butker joke. God.
We're back tomorrow, y'all. The KMC Masterpiece is coming up next.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, famous Mike Bassick, and making his return, he has decided that he's no longer too good for us. It is Chris Strong. He's here to turn the tide for the Mavericks, even though they don't play until tomorrow.
What you playing?
Yes, sir. I mean, they have me on all the Rangers games, and I think it's bad juju. You know, they don't have me focusing on the Mavs, just focusing on the Rangers a little bit too much right now.
Agreed.
It's a huge series. It's a World Series preview.
I mean, I heard Sandler this morning. He sounded pretty jazzed.
How much of the Rangers' woes do you blame on Kevin, though, for forcing us to pick between the Stars, Mavs, and Rangers?
I think the fact that we're so bad against lefties is Hagee's fault. I don't know.
What?
I think he put that out into the atmosphere here.
That actually makes sense because he actually is left-handed, but he was once forced to right-handed. So by forcing people to do things, other things,
I think
butterfly effect.
I think once a year they should have Kevin Hagelin at the Smithsonian writing for people just so they can see
what
the one human being on the face of the earth that grips a pen the way he does.
Yeah.
And then right next to you, they should have Jeff Kavanaugh eating with a fork as he eats right at the bottom of the fork. It's like, hey, they made the fork a little bit longer for a reason, dude.
I went through all the grips. We had the triangle grip. We had the one that was supposed to like put your fingers into place, and none of them worked.
All right.
Shut up. You guys are dumb. All right.
So are you good or bad at gripping things?
I'm bad
All right.
at it. Bad.
Nobody's good handwriting or bad or well handwriting, I guess.
I don't think that's right.
Like an inkwell is
I think
what he's
most
saying.
people dip. I think most people would argue that I do not have good handwriting. All right. Mavs, Celtics. I was reading an article in the Ringer that kind of sent me down this path, and I want to see what you guys think, because I don't think I'm there yet, but so much of the talk in the first two games has been like, oh, the Celtics aren't even playing that good, and they're still winning the games. So in the Ringer, it says the Mavericks might not have a counter for these Celtics. And so my question for y'all is, do you look at this and say, Dallas can beat Boston, or do you look at it and say, I kind of need the Celtics to beat themselves?
Yes.
Okay.
I think if both teams play good or great together, you'll lose every game. Does that make sense? But the Mavericks have to play better, and the Celtics have to play worse.
So if they're at their same optimized level,
you'll lose every time.
Okay.
But if you play great and they play good, you can beat them. Okay. If you play good and they play average, you can beat them. But I think talent-wise, they're better than you. I don't want to say coach-wise, but I always watch. I'm sure everybody's seeing the things on Twitter. If you're seeing just how they're putting Luka either in one-on-one matchups, or they're making sure Kyrie and Luka are our rim protectors.
Yes.
Like, they've done so many different things
that you don't even realize until it plays out in the last 5 seconds. You're like, oh crap.
Yeah, you're like, why is Luka the one defending the rim right now, which is non-defensive, or Kyrie defending the rim? You're like, how did this happen?
Yeah.
And it's the Celtics dictating kind of their flow of where they're putting guys early on in the shot clock, and then getting us in horrible positions to help, or putting us in a position where Luka or Kyrie is on one of their best players in a one-on-one situation.
Do you guys feel at all that maybe in the excitement to help or switch, the Mavericks have made some incorrect rotations that's led to some easy baskets? Because there's been a couple of, like, not always corners, sometimes wing threes that you're like, dude, that's definitely not your guy.
Yeah.
Like, both of you guys closed out on the same person, and one of you definitely made the wrong rotation.
100%. And it's almost like, I'm not a NBA coach, but it's almost like you want to maybe get back into like a 2-3 or a 3-2 matchup zone. And then
even those zones are for cowards.
Yes, I agree. But it's almost like we have to at least start this off with Lively guarding somebody either in the corner or on, I won't say on the block. Nobody really gets to the block now, but where at least you're in a decent position to start off the possession, because the Mavericks get back and it seems like, God, we're already in horrible matchup positions, because my son was asking, why is Lively guarding, Tatum right now? And I'm like, because they pushed the ball after the defensive rebound, and we just had to pick up whoever we could pick up. And so, one, making more shots does help out setting up your defense. Two, if you just get back, and if everybody gets back as fast as they can, maybe you can get into like your spot, and then you just pick up the guy in your spot, and so at least you're in a better position to start off the defensive possession.
Yeah, pushing tempo kills the Mavs whenever they're trying to get their defense set up, especially if they didn't get it out of the basket. And then the other thing too is watch Drew Holiday fight through screens, and then watch our guys. And it's like they'll be committed on a play here and there, but not every single play. Drew Holiday is like every play matters more than anything to me. And he battles through it, and our guys don't.
And Danny Green yesterday, we were talking about, the dunk spot, and he was like, just felt like he goes, I don't know how many actual shots Drew Holiday made, but he felt like he was in the dunk spot every time. I believe he might have had 9 layups.
Yeah, and being there creates mismatches elsewhere. That's why they specifically put him there, and they know that he can play down there too, but it creates mismatches for the Mavs defense. So, Kevin, I think when the Mavs, I haven't seen them play their best version of their game either, because their best version of their game. Now, I guess we got to figure out, and Kid has to figure this out too, is the Mavs can share the ball. And we've seen so much isolation. I'm almost sitting here going, are they slow playing it? They don't want to show anything too soon, and they're just trying to beat them this way? Because I'm not seeing the same Mavericks that I've seen for most of the year with this group where they distribute the ball so well. But the problem is the Celtics have been so good at playing you one-on-one that's not allowing you to find that mismatch.
Man, I think that's a really good point, because it seems like, and y'all correct me if you think I'm wrong, but the narrative has been, hey, the Celtics haven't always played their best because they just haven't. But the Mavericks aren't playing their best because of the Celtics. Yeah. Like that feels like that's the way it is. And I was looking at a couple of things, and I understand that you can bring some of these things up for the Mavericks as well. But this is the whole reason I asked this question. Tatum is 12 of 38. He's shooting 31.6%. He's shooting 28.6% from 3. Yet you're down 0-2. And there's so many things like that you can look at. And I realize regular season, nowhere near the same. But then when you look at, hey, the Mavericks in 4 games against the Celtics this year have lost by 9, 28, 18, and 7. And they're averaging way lower offensively than they have been. Then you throw in the fact that Kyrie has lost 12 straight against Boston. I realize a lot of this is in regular season, so it's not necessarily apples to apples. But when you stack up all these things, the theoretically best player for the Celtics is Jason Tatum. I understand Jaylen Brown is on pace to win the series MVP, but Jason Tatum is their best player, all right? And so, sorry, Jason Kidd. And he's not playing particularly well, yet they're up 2-0. And like, you look at these things and you're just thinking, do you need the Celtics to falter while you were playing excellent to win these games?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's what it feels like. It really does after just 2 games.
Or you have to be a dictator. You have to dictate the game to them and force them to falter. And that's what the Celtics are doing to the Mavericks.
No, I agree. Do you think the Mavs can do that? I don't know. I don't
know either. And then it's kind of not legal to do it anymore, but you might need to clothesline Kurt Rambis. Like, I know that was the Celtics doing it to him, but at this point, the way that they're getting to the paint, it's not really legal. You'll get thrown out of the game and suspended, but
you got to figure a way out to draw them off sides.
If you want to knock somebody's teeth out when they go to the lane and then make them think, oh, crap, are they going to break my nose now when I do this? But the thing is that's not today's game. And I'm not saying it should be today's game, but that's one thing that can change a series all of a sudden if you start playing dirty. And I don't think that's the way the Mavs are going to do it. I don't think that that's the way the NBA wants it to happen. They've put in a lot of rules to make sure that doesn't happen.
But you can't play more physical without crossing over into that. And I don't think the Mavericks have found that balance either.
And maybe Maxi Kleber will. I mean, I don't care if he gets thrown out at this point. Like, he's not really much of a player right now with his shoulder situation. So I don't know. I think something has to get the Celtics off of their drive game, because they're either driving and somewhat finishing, driving and then giving it to somebody for an easy shot, or driving and then kicking it out to an open three, which in game 1, they destroyed us. In game 2, they missed a lot of them. But there's nothing right now. Like the Celtics practice today, and if they practiced yesterday, there's no adjustment necessary at all against this team. We're doing everything right defensively. Don't touch it. Just keep doing it until they either figure it out or they don't figure it out and we sweep them. And then offensively, you got to say, guys, we're getting a lot of premium looks. We just got to make a few more shots than we did in game 2, and we'll really destroy them. We will kind of make it like a game 1 non-competitive game. So the Celtics practice is really easy right now. Keep doing the same thing. To your point of what's happening with the Mavericks, I'm sure that they're going through a lot of film study, a lot of defensive situations, trying to figure out a better way to play defense with our guys in the right spot. And then offensively, trying to figure out what to do, because Corey talked about ball movement. Well, here's the problem. Celtics have so many good pressure ball handlers. Derrick Jones Jr. can't dribble, and neither can really PJ Washington. So when you want to move the ball and then give them a situation to dribble the ball, the issue is they have such good on-ball defenders that they poke the ball away or make it so uncomfortable they put the ball on the floor for 1 or 2 dribbles and then pick the ball up because they're uncomfortable dribbling against those guys.
While you're going through, obviously, the more complex flow of the game, I swear I'm not trolling with this question. Do you spend any additional time on free throw shooting, or does that ship sail early in the playoffs? You're like, look, you're probably going to be around 65%. That's just the way it's going to be.
I mean, I'm sure at the end of practice, the guys get up 100 free throws or whatever it is, like their routine. I don't think. I think right now it's too late. You are what you are. They're a bad free throw shooting team. They've been a bad free throw shooting team all season. You just have to hope that on these next, hopefully you get to play 5 more games. In these next 5 games, somehow they miraculously go in at 80% or better. But this is a bad free throw shooting team led by an inconsistent free throw shooter in Luka Doncic.
I still think you can. I'm sorry, Corey. I still think you can play those 5 games. I realize statistically now it looks unlikely, but I'm not in the camp that like this series is over. We're probably going to dive into that later in the show. I don't feel that way at all, because I still think you have the best of every player out there. All of them. Yeah. You have the best 2 closers in this series, all right? Now, I know you haven't seen that reflected yet, but you do. And if they turn it on, that can get you where you want to be.
And if you're going to just get here and quit at being down 2-0, then what are you even... You shouldn't have been here in the first place. But, you know, I think there are some games that... And I don't think you can go outside of too wildly consistency that you've done throughout the season, because whenever you change things too much, it looks like panic, right? But I think there are some games to lighten the mood, to make some competitiveness happen, to get that back out on the court. And one of the things that I remember that really stuck out to me was I was in the Mavs practice facility right after, it was during Game 5, during a shoot around during that week.
Are you talking about the NBA Finals in 11?
Yeah, Game 5, 2011. And Dirk hits 91 of 100 3-pointers to close out the session. And then Peja hits 97 out of 100.
Wow.
That's 97%.
Yes.
Based on sign Peja right now.
Well, and I don't think Peja, aside from the Lakers game,
you think Hardaway Jr. would hit 98?
Who?
Hardaway Jr.
Oh yeah, maybe
I
so.
think Shaq thinks he would.
But that was that competitiveness, you know, that they were having. Like Dirk had a competition with Peja. Peja stepped up and won it, and then Dirk took it back out onto the court. I mean, there's some, and they were having fun. You know, that was another thing. They were having fun with each other. They were having fun doing it, and they go out there and they keep winning. So I think there's ways to practice the free throw shooting, but that is something you build over time. But there's something to that.
The KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll stick with some more basketball, solving the Porzingis problem. Next, right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free KNC.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Shell Energy.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Franklin & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Pump fake, Porzingis steps to the top of the circle and hits again. 40 days and 40 nights he's spent away from the Celtics. He's been back on the floor for 10 minutes. He's got 15 points.
Oh, interesting reference right there. Kristaps Porzingis. How do you solve the Porzingis problem? Now,
Be hurt.
The very first text I
Saw
saw
the horn off the unicorn.
Calf isn't healthy anymore.
Did they kill that unicorn in Cabin by the Woods or whatever? Cabin in the Woods, or did it fly off and...
No, I think it ended up murdering a bunch of people and then it got off scot-free. I do believe.
Well,
scotch-free.
No one's dying.
Scotch-free. Well, in that movie, a lot of people did. Sorry, Jason Kidd. Now, the first thing that somebody said was, where is Tanya Harding's ex-husband these days? All right, assuming we just go from a strictly basketball perspective, do not take some sort of outside shenanigans to solve this problem. You said he's hurt, and I know we talked about that a little bit. What's that?
Well, yeah.
Maybe he might be hurt. He said, I'm fine. I'm going to die out on the court. His career...
Yeah, they took him out of the game. Isn't that amazing what he said? And yet, all right, if you were fine, why didn't you sprint back and stop the alley-oop when they had to call a timeout and get you out of the game because you couldn't run up and down the court anymore?
And I'm inclined to agree with you because his career doesn't say that he'll die out there. His career says he's the Ferrari. If it has any tiny little issue, it has to go off the court. Or if you get too physical, he has to go off of the court. What do you think? Let's just talk about his health perspective. What do you think about KP's health perspective going into game 3?
I think is it calf area that's giving him a problem. I think that's difficult to overcome. And even just Josh Young missed most of spring with a calf injury, and that's the laziest sport in all of sports.
What?
Well, aside from golf.
Oh my god.
I didn't say it's not difficult though. It's just there's a lot more walking. And so Josh Young was out. Kristaps has never been a fast healer. Like, there's nothing that says that dude is, hey, watch this, I'm going to go sit in a hyperbaric chamber and make everything okay. Nothing about him has ever been fast healing. It's, hey, can I play 20 games a year and get paid all this money? Yeah. All right, then I'll do that. That sounds good to me. And when you start to test him, when you start to do things that he doesn't like, he doesn't know how to respond. So I think injury for him, man, I don't think it's going to be easy for him to come back. Now, I do see a picture, Kevin, that he had no wraps around his calf.
Okay.
From the Celtics while he was walking around.
Great.
But man, I think I really have been. I don't have to solve the problem. I feel like the Porzingis problem will solve itself. Something will go wrong with his body, and he'll be like, I got to go sit down.
Kick him in the calf.
Okay.
Is what you're
I don't want to go
some
Nas.
people would
I don't want to
think.
go Nas Reed where he
Why not?
elbowed Derek Lively in the neck on purpose.
Yeah, just back of the head.
Well, hold on. I do have a question about
Yeah, I'm not
this.
going after his head.
I do have a question about this, Mike. Jason Terry punched somebody in the Michael Finley in the jump.
Yeah. Draymond Green kicked LeBron in the nads.
Do teams then feel like they have to respond in some way? And I do wonder this, Kevin. You talk about confrontation and something like that happening. If somebody did just haul off and bam, I mean,
I don't think you get on your knees and then punch him in the calf. It's just that,
I would agree with that.
And you just accidentally fall down when he's down, and your body accidentally falls on his leg, and then you get up and play basketball.
Because at the moment, you don't have anybody. I mean, you saw Derek Lively try to guard him one-on-one, and Kristaps goes to his left and dunks on him. Just blows right past him. Anybody shorter than Derek Lively gets shot over. And so I don't know what the, other than fronting him so that he can't get the ball and can't get a pass to him.
One of the things that I think helped in game 2, let's just say Porzingis is healthy and playing tomorrow night. They had a couple possessions where the Mavs got defensive stops and they pushed the ball quickly off of it. And I can't remember what happened in the end. I think there was a foul on the Celtics. Porzingis had his hands on his knees, gasping for air. If we walk the ball up the court and allow him to kind of set up defensively and then jog up and down the court, because his cardio is not good right now. I was surprised how good it was in game 1, but if you can get the game into a fast-paced game while he is out there, which I know Luka doesn't love, but I do think it saps Porzingis of his energy because he wasn't able to do a lot of cardio because of the injury. So that can then make him not ineffective, but lack his effectiveness on the offensive end if he's gasping for air.
I think that's another wonderful option right there.
Can I ask you this? Let's just say he was at 100% for game 1 and game 2 before he fell down and got hurt. Let's say right now he's at 80%, so he can play tomorrow. If you're the Celtics and you're up 2-0, is there any part of you that says, if we sit him out game 3 and he gets to 90% for game 4, because what if at 80% he blows out his calf or hurts himself and then he's done for the rest? I'm just wondering, I think as their trainers and doctors, I do think this is a consideration if he's like, let's just say now down to 80% where he can play, but it's a little bit weakened. If they decide, hey, why not give him off Wednesday and then have him more ready for Friday?
I'm not going to lie. I've thought about that too, because think about what a huge impact KP makes in this series and in the playoffs. You take a look at it from the offensive perspective. According to Synergy Sports, that just sounds like a place you want to believe in. He has been the single most efficient post scorer in the NBA this season.
Okay.
And then you can look on the flip side and you're like, yeah, but what about defense? Okay. He has been the #1 primary post defender in terms of field goal percentage against in the postseason. So he's the most efficient in the post offensively. He's the most efficient in the post defensively. So you think about what a huge deal that is, especially against this Mavericks team. Yeah. There might be other teams that you're like, hey, he's good, but he's not a game changer. He's a game changer here.
And the way he kind of sags off just a little bit so that he can become a secondary shot blocker whenever it comes to one-on-ones. When Kyrie's going to the basket and he's already got more likely a Derek White or a Drew Holiday, somebody bigger on him, he's already going to try to make a move to go over them, and now KP comes flying in out of nowhere.
He's doing a good job of staying on his feet.
Yeah,
I will give him credit because I think the Mavericks need to try, if they get into that situation, Kyrie, he's never been a good get to the free throw line guy for the Mavs. Not that he's bad at it. I'm not saying he's just okay.
He never gets the and one opportunities either. I don't understand why he's on the ground.
He's a 90% free throw shooter.
He's on the ground and they're not calling fouls when maybe it's just that's part of his game. He just falls as he's going up for shots. Kyrie, that is.
And I'm the one thing that could help for Kyrie and the Mavs overall, if Kyrie can draw fouls on Porzingis. Because it seems like he's either trying to shoot over the top of him, fade away to get the space.
Instead of driving into him.
He's not trying to draw a foul on him. And I think that now maybe that's just his game. And you just have to live with it. Because it's not like he goes to the free throw line 8 to 10 times a game in the regular season. He doesn't. He goes to the free throw line about 4 times a game. So he's just doing what he's been doing at least in his Mavericks career. But I don't want him to just go in and try to draw a foul and not finish. I think Danny Green talked about that yesterday, that the Mavs at times look like they're trying to draw fouls more than finish at the rim.
I could see that.
Yeah.
And so I just look at Kyrie and go, if you're not going to be able to finish over Porzingis, because at this point after 2 games, and I believe in Kyrie, but it looks almost impossible for him to actually score on Porzingis, is try to draw a foul on him. Maybe at the perimeter when you're crossing him up and then he fades away for a 3-pointer, maybe cross him up and that last cross up, then go into him as he's off balance. So as he's trying to get back to you to contest the shot, maybe look, you can carry in this league. You can hold the ball for 3 seconds and then re-dribble. So just do that.
You just can't
and then
slide your pivot
You
foot.
just can't slide your pivot foot, we found out.
Fact.
Just run into him. And then maybe you get Porzingis in foul trouble, and that's part, because that can be a way to help out this problem, is how do I pick up quick fouls on Porzingis to get him out of this game? Because he is destroying us. When he comes, it was 13-6 at that timeout, and then he came into the game, and it was pretty much a tie game 4 minutes later. And you can see, not that Horford's bad, but Porzingis is so much better.
On defense, when it comes to defending Porzingis, then obviously I totally agree with your strategy on offense. You've seen the attempt of, at one point, maybe this is not how you wanted it to play out, but Josh Green ended up on him. Bad. Jaden Hardy ended up on him. Even Luka. Yeah, even Luka when he ends up on him.
Yeah.
Not what you might hope. And so you think, well, it's got to be Gafford and Lively. But what Corey brought up is you've seen him be able to get the step on both of them. How do you attack this problem defensively then?
1, Derek Lively. I think he was just too amped up, too nervous for game 1. Why are we guarding him like you're 6'3" and trying to get underneath him? You are approximately the same height as him. If he catches the ball on the 3-point line, play an arm's length away, because you can get into his shooting shot. You don't want to foul him, but you can play an arm's length away, so if he puts the ball on the floor, you can stay in front of him. If you're the small guy, I get it, because then they do a smart job of, they're like, don't stand on the 3-point line. Get about 6 or 8 feet inside the 3-point line, so now when you catch the ball and they're underneath you, they don't bug you as much. But the little guys do need to get underneath him so much that he feels uncomfortable, because they are on him. But if you're a big guy, if you're Gafford and Lively and he catches the ball at the 3-point line, I don't think you should get underneath him, because you're not fast enough to stay with him.
Yeah.
He just takes that one dribble and he's by you, and now we're in really big trouble. So not that it's easy. When Porzingis is on like this, it's not easy. We've seen him here. When was he on like this in the playoffs? No, but when he's on like this in the regular season for the Mavs, we know that he can be difficult. And as your 4th option, it's really tough, because you can't help as hard as you would like on Porzingis, because they have 3 or 4.
Holiday blow you up.
Yeah, so it's really tough. This is really tough, but you got to get better matchups. You can't have Kyrie and Hardy and Green guarding Porzingis on a consistent basis. Give Boston credit for that, but this is the Mavericks' job in practice, is to figure out, how do we stop getting so many horrible defensive matchups?
Okay, and I know I just said don't change it too wildly, because that looks like a panic move. But if you're trying to get matchups, and maybe I'm wrong about what I'm about to say. I just feel like most of my minutes with KP have been Lively on the court. Do you start Lively and have Gafford playing against KP, see how that goes a little bit, and maybe try and punish them with Lively against Al Horford? I don't know how that is. Maybe you switch those around just a little bit to get those matchups.
You think Gafford is quick enough?
I think he's strong. I think he's strong enough and long enough
for sure.
And I think he likes to play up here rather than underneath.
Quick enough for Porzingis?
Yeah.
Yes, if he gives him an arm's length. I didn't understand why I didn't understand why Lively was the one who stood out to me, because remember, Gafford only played 14 minutes in the first game, so Lively was out there getting in major foul trouble, not just against Porzingis, but he was guarding Porzingis like he was Hardy or like he was Josh Green, and I'm like, why are you doing that?
Yeah.
You can play an arm's length away and still really affect his jump shot.
Now, Mike, this was a note that I made, and it was a completely joking note, but I said, man, it would be amazing if Tim Hardaway Jr. had some beef with KP from back in the day and knows exactly how to guard him, and he's like, get me out there, coach. I can't wait. I'm going to take this guy out. And then he does. But everybody's calling for more Hardaway minutes, Kevin.
Are they?
Can I ask you this? Do you think, the old people who haven't watched Hardaway play,
I mean, Danny Green did yesterday. Shaq was.
Do you think Oklahoma City intentionally tripped Luka a few times?
Yes,
probably.
Do it to KP too.
Yeah.
Like, I know people are like, oh, I can't believe you're saying that. This is part of the game. It's literally part of the game. If you know somebody doesn't like getting hit by a pitch, and they're really good and they're in a groove, hit them right in the rib cage. I'm not saying hit them in the head or hit them in the knee where you could really hurt them.
You're saying it happens.
It happens. We are men. We are trying to win the game, and at times you do get to the line or maybe cross it a hair. And I think Lou Dort and Cason Wallace, those are very good defensive players. They're very good NBA players. I don't fault them for this. But at times, did they get underneath Luka and try to maybe make his knee hit the ground and trip him up?
While looking clumsy?
Yes. Yeah. So there's nothing wrong when KP drives by you, stick out your leg. And then he falls down. And that's a long way to fall for a 7'3" guy. And see if his calf feels better when he gets up. You can't do it a whole bunch of times, but you do it early in the game once. I love Dirk. Boy, if you did that to Dirk early in a game, he was not crazy about going to the basket a lot. He got better as his career progressed with that. And maybe KP's already to that age of maturity, but maybe you take some cheap shots and see, and maybe I'm calling him too cheapish. Hey, tripping a dude is part of basketball. You can't stick your leg out like and kick him, you know, but sticking your leg out like Lou Dort and getting like a wide base all of a sudden because he's beat by your hip.
I saw him
and
do
then
that,
you wide base it and be like, what did I do? I just got a wide base. I can't believe you're even calling a foul.
For the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Sandler gives me some really, I guess, good offensive information. Next.
You get the most for your lease.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
And this first pitch is hit hard back up the middle and into center, a base hit. Simeon scores. Smith is being waved home. Garcia makes it to third, and Wyatt Langford comes through. A 2-run single to get Texas a 2-0 lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where based off of what was said off air, this is going to be the most anticipated version of Baseball Nuggets in history. Take it away, Mike.
All right. So the Rangers are starting a road trip tonight, which does not look good on a piece of paper.
Dodgers and Mariners?
Dodgers and Mariners. Now, the Mariners are struggling offensively this year, but their pitching is outstanding. The Mariners are 22-11 at home. So after this LA series, which they are 21-12 at home, the Dodgers, you go to Seattle, and you're 5.5 games out right now. And we can keep talking about this and going, yeah, you're under 500, but you're only 5.5 games out.
Yeah.
I'm afraid when we come back on Monday, and obviously we will be talking a lot of NBA Finals, hopefully, and that how the Mavericks they've done it, they've tied it up at 2, and then we will barely talk about anything else. But when we do talk about the Rangers on Monday, we might not be able to talk about, and I'm hoping I'm wrong, we might not be able to talk about, well, you're under 500, but look at how many games you're back, because the Mariners, as you start your series against the Dodgers tonight at 9 o'clock here on 105.3 The Fan and on Bally Sports Southwest, they're playing the Chicago White Sox. And the White Sox are 17-50, 5-0. So they are horrible.
At baseball?
I think maybe everything at this point.
Oh, wow.
So the Mariners most likely will win that series. I know nothing is a given, but the Mariners will most likely win that series. In fact, when you play the White Sox, there's a good possibility you sweep them. So if the Mariners sweep the White Sox, you might not sweep the Los Angeles Dodgers. And then all of a sudden, if you find yourself 6.5, 7.5 games back going to Seattle, it puts you in a position, if Seattle is playing the way that they're playing and you keep playing the way you're playing, we might come back on Monday and go, okay, a lot of baseball left, but that number's starting to expand where you start getting nervous about that number.
On the flip side, how likely do you think it would be that the Rangers go 6-0 on this road trip?
Super duper unlikely.
Okay.
In fact, tonight they are facing Kryptonite.
A left-handed pitcher?
A left-handed starting pitcher.
On
James
the road.
Paxton. Yeah, on the road. What are the Rangers on the road? I don't think there's much. Yeah, they're 15-17 on the road and 16-17 at home. So there's really not much difference.
I wonder how they are against lefties on the road, like specifically there.
It doesn't feel good. Just to be honest, I don't know the record, but I was in Colorado and they faced 2 lefties throwing 88 to 90 miles an hour and they lost both the games.
Oh, man.
So it just seems like a lefty starting pitcher. And then we haven't heard yet, and I'm sure we won't because there was an off day and they're hoping after the off day, Corey Seager, and I'm hoping for this. It'll be really cool. I don't remember. Help me out here. Do you guys remember the Rangers in 2022 going to the Dodgers? I don't recall that. So will this be the first time ever Corey Seager goes back and plays against the Dodgers?
I think so.
So
yeah, I'm honestly not sure.
And I'm hoping he's healthy because I'm assuming he will get, if I'm a Dodger fan, I'm giving him a standing ovation. It wasn't like they competed to keep him. They traded for Trey Turner and said, we're letting you go. Good luck. Thank you for your 6 years.
Yeah.
It was awesome. You won a World Series here. So I would expect Corey Seager to kind of get a standing ovation when they announce the starting lineup for the Texas Rangers.
I agree with that.
I'm hoping he's healthy because if he's not healthy, then he's not going to play.
Yeah.
And just remember this. If he's not healthy today, if he is not ready to play today, then I think that the Rangers would consider putting him on the injured list.
Just retroactively.
Yeah, you retroactivate it to the day he got hurt. So now you're like, all right, we can call up. At this point, I have no clue who you can call up. Like Justin Foscue, I don't believe is physically ready to come up. You have Davis Wenzel up right now. You just designated for assignment Hill, which I always hate that because I know what Derek Hill is feeling, because to get put back on the 40-man, to be put back in the major leagues when you're out of options because he's 28 years old and out of going down to the minor leagues without getting designated for assignment, the Rangers probably aren't going to work too hard to open up a 40-man roster spot to put Derek Hill back on the major league team. So I hate saying it, but I know what it's like. He's pretty much screwed now unless there's a whole bunch of major injuries to get back to the major leagues. And that's just the life of being in the major leagues. Garabito, honestly, did nothing wrong. He actually pitched well for the Texas Rangers, and they sent him down to the minor leagues because that's just the life of being kind of a 28-year-old, let's just say journeyman, to try to define kind of what those two guys are. They're different careers, but journeyman. Okay, I got to get to this before we get to 11 o'clock, because I forgot what's on the run sheet at 11 o'clock. When the Rangers...
You're going to love that segment.
...are ahead in the count, the Rangers are batting .273 when they're ahead in the count. 2-0, 3-0, 3-1. Good count to hit in. .273. Does that sound bad?
That does not sound good.
273 when they're ahead in the count.
Yeah.
Feel like you should be hitting in like the 330s ahead in the count, 400s.
Oh.
How do you know this?
Oh.
Did he text you too?
No, absolutely not.
The major league average when you're ahead in the count is 328. Rangers are 273. That puts them worse than the White Sox. Worse than anybody in
Worse
baseball.
than the White Sox?
That is the worst batting average in Major League Baseball when ahead in the count. So if you're wondering, why are the Rangers struggling so much? Well,
not anymore.
When ahead in the count, the Major League average is 328. The Rangers average is 273. So when you see a 2-0, 3-1 count and you're thinking good things could happen here, they usually do in Major League Baseball. And even for the Rangers, obviously, it's not a 240 is about the league average. So you are batting 273. But when you look at all of the teams in Major League Baseball, when they get a favorable count, 328. The Rangers, 273. Now, in those situations, the Rangers are slugging 488. The Major League average is 570. There is a team worse than the Rangers, but only one team. I don't know who it is. He didn't put that on there. But literally, the Rangers are 29th in slugging. So if you're like 2-0, 3-1, this is where we hammer homers. This is where we hit doubles in the gap. Well, 488 is 29th in Major League Baseball. 570 is the MLB average.
Oof.
So when the Rangers get ahead in the count and you think it's favorable, it is. It's just not as favorable as the Major League average. I do think this can change. You know how you've been asking kind of the Mavericks Celtics questions on what can change? I do think this. There's just no way we're this bad. There's no way 2-0 and 3-1 counts that the Rangers are going to continuously be arguably the worst. So since you're 30th and 29th, you're with one other team. I'm going to assume, honestly, it's the White Sox.
That's what I went off of, too.
I'm assuming it's the White Sox. You're a better offense than the White Sox. Even with Corey Seager out, you're a better offense than the White Sox because they have Luis Robert, who's been out pretty much the whole year, and he's their best hitter. So I just look at it, and the Rangers have to figure out tonight, if you're watching, and they get 2-0, 3-0, 3-1, they're going to have to start getting doubles and home runs. It's one thing to even get hits, which will help out your batting average. But you're going to have to, at some point, 2-0 and 3-1, I looked at this, I couldn't believe this. League average on fastballs when you are behind in the count. It's close to 80%.
Wow.
I thought it was going to
be able to hit fastballs.
Because I see at times so many breaking balls on 2-0, 3-1. But you can now go, I'm sitting fastball. And 75% of the time or better, you're going to get a fastball. Now, if they throw that fastball in the area you're looking at, you should hit it hard. A major league hitter ahead in the count, looking fastball in an area, middle away, and you get that pitch. You should, honestly, they're major league hitters. They bat 500 in those situations.
Yeah.
I know I'm saying 328, but if you get the pitch in the location, major league hitters are awesome. And right now, the Rangers just aren't awesome in those situations.
What I would like everyone on Twitch or YouTube to do is text Mike and ask him what lengths he would be willing to go to if the Rangers won these next 6 games.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Either answer is good. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to go back to the past and something Pat Riley said that is applicable to this series. No rebounding, no rings. Next on The Fan.
Roger that, Sally.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to go with basketball here, and I want to look at one specific aspect of this series, kind of based around history. And Mike, I think you're going to love this. This feels like you're, even if you weren't like old enough to appreciate it at the time, this now feels like going back your golden age of basketball. Let's go ahead and go to cut number 2 if we can.
Harris is blocked by Kareem. Bird gets the layup. Boy, how he knifes his way in.
The 1984 NBA Finals. And this is where this saying has come from. Wanted to see what you guys think about this saying and if the Mavericks are going to have to amp it up, if they're going to have a shot against the Celtics. Pat Riley, after Lakers won Game 1, 115-109. So you're like, hey, you won. Good job. He said, no rebounds, no rings. And that was his takeaway from a game in which they won. And I realize a lot about this game has changed in the ensuing 40 years. It's crazy. This 40 years ago. But it still feels like it rings true. So by the end of that series, the Celtics had out-rebounded the Lakers by 30 rebounds. And in Game 7 alone, they crushed the Lakers on the boards by 19.
He told his players this?
He told the media this.
Okay, all right.
And so with the hopes of course, that message getting back to the players. So no rebounds, no rings. And you look at this series though so far, and it feels like it's been close. Honestly, it's closer than it feels like it has been, because we talked about the mid-range rebounding game. You asked Danny Green about that yesterday. It feels like the Celtics have dominated that. They out-rebounded the Mavs by 4 in Game 1, but then the Mavs out-rebounded the Celtics by 2 in Game 2. So it's been close. It feels like maybe some of those rebounds were when the game was out of control, because it feels to me like the Celtics have had a more pronounced control of the boards.
I'm sure it's every team, because probably the Mavericks being such a good rebounding team against Minnesota was because their shots were going in.
Yes.
So their energy was higher. Minnesota's shots weren't going in as much, so their energy was lower to then fight and hustle. And right now, because the Mavs are not making the majority of their shots, they're struggling to make shots, then their energy is low on rebounding.
Yeah.
Which is then giving the Celtics the extra possession they need. Oh, he missed the 3. Well, they got the ball back. Can you do it again? They missed another 3. They got the ball back. Oh, Drew Holiday laid it up, 2-point. And you're like, that was actually defensively, it looks good. You held them to 33% shooting and 0 of 2 from 3 on that possession. They still came away with 2 points. And so I look at these Mavs, and Jason Kidd has said it, so I'm just going to reiterate it. If the Mavs are making shots, their defense becomes better, their rebounding becomes better, their focus becomes better. I don't like that. And I'm sure with Pat Riley's teams of the 80s, it might have been the same way. But man, the ball going in the basket, to me, should not dictate how you play defense. I know it's a totally different sport, and I have to look at football's not fair because it's 11 different people playing defense versus the 11 people playing offense. But and this would happen to Rugi Odor, I'll give an example of a person at times who would take his bat to the field. Okay, you struck out. You still got to make the play defensively. We got to get back into the dugout to play. And it's like a team that all of a sudden, like the Rangers, for example, and maybe this is part of the Rangers this year, is, okay, we're struggling offensively. That doesn't mean we have the excuse to struggle defensively. We got to now play even better defense. If we're going to struggle offensively, and now I go back to the Mavs and all sports, then we have to play better defensively, because if we're disappointed or discouraged by our offense and then we take it to the other side of the court, we're really going to lose.
Yeah.
There were other times, though, when Rugi would make a dumb play in the field and then take his bat to the plate. I'm going to go make up for it. And there are some guys that can do that. Mavericks have to be that one where if the shot looks and feels like it's offline, go get that rebound. Now, I know that Boston's going to push the court on you and everything, but if you get the rebound, they can't. And that's something that I'd like to see a little bit more of. They've been trying to leak back a lot.
Yes.
And so I'd like to see a little bit more of our wings, our guards, getting in there and helping out with the rebounds and helping back with putback.
Okay, I'm really glad that you said that. It is amazing to me that the Celtics are still able to be so effective in transition when they do maybe leave that extra person back, or they don't start sending people to the other side just because a rebound opportunity is available. Like you said, they'll hold people back and have a better opportunity for the boards. I wonder if that's a strategy that would work for the Mavericks, especially because the Celtics are so efficient on transition. But you go back to the most lopsided quarter in this entire series. Obviously, you saw it straight away in Game 1 in the first quarter. In that quarter, the Celtics out-rebounded the Mavericks by 10. In that quarter alone.
Oh.
And that is shocking, first of all. And that's clearly been the most definitive quarter.
And they're not taller than
Finals.
you.
No!
That's the tough thing, is you're playing a 7-footer, PJ Washington and Derek Jones Jr. and I get Kyrie short. And then Luka, who's your best rebounder. So it's not like, well, I get it. Like, kind of against Minnesota, if they went super big on you.
You're like, you don't have the size.
Like, yeah, if they have Naz Reid at small forward and Kat and Rudy Gobert and then Anthony Edwards and Jaden McDaniels, you're like, God, they're just so much bigger than us. We're struggling. But this is about effort. It's also about, I guess you're giving them more opportunities to get rebounds because you're missing more shots than them.
Can we go to the effort part to start? I don't disagree with your second part. Let's talk about the effort. Drew Holiday is a damn fine player. I want to make that clear. He's also 6'4". He has 19 rebounds in this series. So you might be like, oh, it's because he had a bunch of rebounds in game 2. I guess.
He's got a 6'7" wingspan, Kevin.
That's great.
Don't forget about his long arm.
But he had 8 rebounds in the first game and 11 rebounds in the second game.
Being in the right spot and hustling.
We talked about what a terror Jason Tatum has been on the boards, and I realize he's like closer to a bigger player, but he also has 20 rebounds in this series. In 2 games, Holiday and Tatum have combined for 38 rebounds.
Mm-hmm.
Adding those 2 games for Holiday, because I'm not taking them out. He's averaging 6 rebounds a game in the playoffs. Can we just get him back to 6?
Yeah.
Like, he is well exceeding his expectation, because for Tatum, I'll at least give him, he's averaging 10.3, so he's kind of getting his average pretty much, maybe a hair over. But, dude, you're giving Drew Holiday now 4 more rebounds a game, or 3 more approximately.
It's never going to work.
You're going to die.
For the most part.
I don't know. In basketball sense, agreed.
But for the most part, rebounding is absolute hustling. Like it is effort more than anything. We talk about defense being effort in basketball more often than not. There's technique to it. There absolutely is. But the effort to get through screens, the effort to fight and not let a guy get past you, those are big factors. Mike, you were asking yesterday, Danny Green, about getting long rebounds versus short rebounds and like some of the tricks to some of that. I heard a story about Dennis Rodman, who is considered the greatest rebounder. Is that?
And if you don't think that, he's pretty high up there.
Yeah, like him and Bill Russell and stuff like that. Yeah.
And I think it was Isaiah that was telling the story, and he said that during shoot-around, Dennis Rodman would just go stand under the basket and look up and watch the ball. He wouldn't rebound.
Yeah.
He would just stand there and watch it. And Isaiah was like, what are you doing? And he said, I'm watching to see how many times the ball spins, because how many times the ball spins from each one of these guys' shots tells me where the ball's going to go. I don't know. That's one of the best to ever do it, and that's what he said to one of the players. So maybe there is something to that. That's another element of just being a good rebounder. Is something that you study as much as it is effort. So they have to do their diligence on studying where they need to be and what they need to do as well.
Man, I did not realize it was this lopsided with this matchup. And I know this is not a direct matchup, but Drew Holiday and Jason Tatum versus Derek Lively and Daniel Gafford. Lively and Gafford so far have 24 rebounds. Tatum and Holiday have 39. That is
it's not good.
And I don't mean to chuckle. That's astonishing.
It is. There's a lot that goes into, if I look at minutes played, they're going to destroy us on minutes played. So but they would still probably, like if you did the division of minutes played per rebound, type of deal, they would
probably figure that out.
They might still beat those 2 guys,
which that can't happen.
It would be a lot closer in that, because I just have come to the point here, and maybe this will be about tomorrow's strategy. Why is Kleba playing? If he physically and mentally can't shoot a ball because of his shoulder, what's the point? I wanted him back. I thought it was going to be devastating he wasn't in the Oklahoma City series. It wasn't. Luckily, the Mavericks overcame. And I get that Maxi Kleba can be a valuable player when healthy. But if his shoulder's jacked up, he's scared to death to shoot a 3, and then he's not really as effective defensively because of his shoulder. What's the point of him? So to your rebounding thing, Kleba's always been a below-average rebounder for his size.
Yeah.
So I think I have to have Lively and Gafford on the, not both of them, but one of them on the court at all times to try to help out with this problem you're presenting here.
I agree with that 100%. I don't give a damn if you fall behind or not, because I know we've talked about rotational changes that happen like that. I'm with you there.
Well, if you block all the shots, then you don't have to worry about rebounds, though. So Max is out there because he's a shot blocker, guys.
Of doing that.
I'm just joking about that.
He blocked one shot.
He had
Shot
one
clock
rebound that I was, when he made the rebound, Mike, I was like, huh, I can't believe he actually got that one. And then that felt like that was it for the rest of the game. But was it foul trouble that it felt like that he needed to be out there because there was a little foul trouble early in that game?
I think they were worried about the rotations.
Okay.
And Gafford was struggling with rotations in game one. And maybe just not focused. Maybe, like, this is the thing. I do think nerves got the best of the Mavs in game one. I can kind of excuse game one on, I think we were crapping our pants all over the court.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, all right, I'm excusing game one. They're going to win game two. And then when the Celtics did not play to an optimum level, and I'll give the Mavs credit for that.
Yeah, for sure.
The Mavs caused the Celtics not to play nearly as good as game one. And also the Celtics just didn't play as good as game one. It's going to be almost impossible to keep that, what they had up in game one. And you didn't win that game. And there's scary things coming out of that game. You were losing at halftime. And I don't know how you were losing at halftime with what I saw, how the Celtics played and how you played the majority of the first half. That's scary to me. So I look at it and go, all right, Gafford and Lively need to play all 48 minutes combined.
Agreed.
And then hopefully all the nervousness is gone with this team. Because if they come out and play anything like game one, because now they're at home in an NBA Finals, and I guess the hope is, we'll talk about it tomorrow more, is that the Celtics feel a little bit of, we're not at home anymore. We are up 2-0. There's nothing. We got this series. There's going to be a lot of, hopefully that plays into it.
I look at this text and I understand where they're coming from. It's not as easy as that. I think from the 469, appreciate the feedback. I just happen to disagree here. I think everyone is overthinking the Mavs. They just need to make their free throws and 3-pointers and they will win. But if you could do that, you would do that every game. That's why I think you need to analyze. They've not been a good free throw shooting team all playoffs.
What about threes?
Their 3-point shooting has been very up and down.
Agreed.
And so what do you do when that doesn't happen? And I think
just make them.
Just make them.
Alley-oops.
Agreed. Well, we've struggled with that too.
Oops.
And so what happens
Run shotgun
when those things aren't falling for you?
Give it to Kyrie and have him hit one of three shots.
Yeah. What are the other avenues you can pursue? And this is one of them.
Put Adolis out there. Let him hit bombs. What's wrong with that?
Hey, if we lose
it worked for us in the World Series.
If we lose game 3, I'm open to any possible suggestions.
Well, tomorrow we'll do a segment called "What are the 3 things in order you believe have to change for a game 3 win?"
Okay, I like it.
Kevin, I do add to it. Let's get home and see if they shoot differently. If they don't shoot differently, I will definitely start to panic more. But these things that you're pointing out are definitely things that need to be worked on if you want to be a championship team, in addition to the other stuff.
And then we'll transition into this that has nothing to do with basketball, and you can question the legitimacy of it all day long. Could you break any of these world records? Perhaps even today, Mike. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You've made us number one.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Have you ever broken a world record? Could you break a world record? Could we help facilitate that today? Now, there's a gentleman by the name of David Rush. He not only wants to break world records, he wants to break the world record for most world records broken.
All right.
He currently has 172 world records. The record is Silvio Saba, who has 180 world records.
What are the most world records?
180.
No, I mean but he doesn't have every world record, just the most. So are there 365?
Dude, there's got to be thousands, tens of thousands?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I'll look it up.
Here's the latest record that he broke. Tell me if you're impressed by this. Him and a friend took turns throwing throwing a disc.
Yeah, finish off that word.
Back and forth and catching it behind their back both times. The previous record, 50. They did it 72 times.
Wow.
So that's something you could go out and try today. What I want to know is if you think you could break any of these world records. I found some that I think are potentially the most achievable.
Kevin, I've found the answer to my question.
Oh, great.
The Guinness World Records database has over 53,000 records.
Wow.
Due to space constraints, they only publish about 4,000 records each year.
I was going to say that book of world records is like that Guinness huge book you get at the book fair growing up. That's like a Bible length book right there.
Yeah, but they only get a small portion of it, man. So there you go.
Do you want me to ask you?
I don't know. Is there a reason we're playing Karate Kid? I'm pretty excited about this.
To see if you can be the best.
Daniel LaRussa is going to fight.
It's LaRusso. No, I'm just kidding.
It might be.
I'm just kidding. What are the most socks you think you could put on one foot in 30 seconds?
This is a record?
This is a record.
Do you have to do them one at a time?
It is held by...
Can I have a sock on it already?
No. It is held by Pavel Durdic of Slovakia.
What did you say?
Luka's cousin.
I don't know that to be the case.
What's his name again?
Pavel Durdic. What do you think the record
We drafted a Pavel in 2004. Five.
Pavel
How many times did he throw the
from
Durdic?
Russia? He ended up just having a pituitary gland. That was his best trait as a
20.
basketball player.
I'm going to do 20.
The record is 28 socks on one foot.
Are they
in 30 seconds?
Shorties? Like
these look
Good
like
question.
These look like regulation length socks.
That makes it tougher.
It does.
So, like, I got to go like with the Jason Terry all the way up to the past the calf.
The picture
At least like
accompanying it does look like that is
mid calf.
the case.
I would bet.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good question.
Thank you.
Who is that? Tony Khan? I don't know. I'm not entirely
I think that's Rollins.
Oh, okay. Seth
Okay.
Rollins. All right. Next world record. If you want to volunteer, we could try to make any of these happen. Tallest toilet paper tower in 30 seconds.
I don't need 30 seconds. I want to just do this now. I just want to hear all the stupidest things we've come up with and just go in the backyard and see how fun this is.
Tallest what tower?
You say toilet paper rolls.
Tower.
How? Okay.
In 30 seconds.
I could in 30 seconds.
Yeah, in 30 seconds is tough.
How many rolls do I have? I think I could build.
Oh, you can only touch one roll at a time.
Do you think it matters what toilet paper you're using?
Yes, I do. Because if you have like the double ply wider base, yes, that's exactly what I think.
Yeah, and the reason I'm going with this because I built a tower to the ceiling in college once and won a prize like this because we made a wide base and then
you probably have to have a ladder though with you because once you get to 7 feet,
have chairs.
Yeah. How tall is it?
I'm going to say 6 feet.
No,
It's actually
question.
It's no, Seth. We don't know that yet.
15 feet is my guess.
It's actually counted by number of rolls.
Oh, is a roll like 6 inches?
Is it number of rolls high?
High.
Do you think a roll is 6 inches?
Yeah.
Give her 5.
Yeah, give or take.
All right.
All right, I'll say
He closed his eyes.
all right.
I'll say 30 seconds, 30 rolls.
28.
I was going to say about 25 rolls.
And that is held by Silvio Saba, who you might recall
this guy.
is
Is
the
he still
guy who has the I think he is.
All right, let me check it out.
Most Smarties eaten in 60 seconds with chopsticks
Oh my God.
while blindfolded. Very manageable.
I feel
20
like this
Smarties.
I feel like this is regional. Like we didn't grow up eating with chopsticks.
That's true.
I think that it'd be impossible for us to do this.
So you think
because-
as somebody who's more versed in chopsticks?
Yes, people that have used chopsticks for their whole life, like when they became 3 or 4 years old, you're gonna hand. Right now, does Noah eat with like a spoon or a spork or something like that? Well, what if you were handing him chopsticks right now?
Oh my God, he would
poke
his
himself
eye
in.
out. Yeah,
But maybe you should. By the way,
maybe you should
Can you do that? I'll go buy you chopsticks.
give Noah chopsticks.
Yeah, and just see like how long it takes him to either accidentally poke himself in the eye or how he figures out how to eat with chopsticks.
I hope it's the second one, but yeah.
Who's gonna show him though? Can you eat with chopsticks?
Kind of, not super well.
How about Jess?
No.
Smarties.
Maybe she can.
Do you think Smarties is the toughest thing to eat with chopsticks?
I feel like an M&M would be tougher
Oh,
because
yeah,
of the
that's true.
round
Yeah.
edges.
Individual grains of rice.
That
I don't know.
probably.
I bet they're
It's
good
so
at that.
difficult. I try all the
Well,
time.
you're probably getting sticky rice. Get loose rice.
That's what I'm saying. Is
Yeah.
loose rice is
Yeah,
difficult.
get unsticky rice.
60 seconds, blindfolded with chopsticks. World record, only 20.
I think I could do it.
I think
Yeah?
it could
Do we have any chopsticks on hand? Everybody?
3?
You have 3?
No, I'm saying I do not have chopsticks.
Oh.
That's not enough time for it to like dissolve in your mouth, though. It's like swallowing a bunch of pills in that time.
You
like
can
that would
put
hurt.
a bunch in your mouth though at one time.
But the thing is I can't. I'm decent with chopsticks, but I just don't think that you can chopstick it that fast from our perspective.
What do you think?
Silvio Santana or whatever doesn't
Saba.
doesn't have
Dude
it
is
right.
ripped, by the way. I just looked him up. Yeah.
Fastest time to assemble a Mr. Potato Head. And by the way, from the 817, these have got to be the dumbest world records ever. You just wait until I tell you the next one. It's going to blow your mind.
3 seconds.
6.62 seconds.
You have ears, hat, eyes, legs, nose. How many holes are there?
Shoes,
mustache, mouth.
2.
No, yeah.
You have the
One,
feet,
let's do
the
one.
hands.
Hands?
Yeah, one. No, well, yeah, the arms. You have arms and legs, so that's.
Yeah.
Are the legs? I haven't had a Mr. Potato Head in forever.
I think the
Just
legs
one.
are one.
One.
So okay, 3. One
two,
for the
three,
eyes.
4, 5, 6.
Does the
Six.
nose have an individual one? The
Yes.
mouth does.
The nose goes with the eyes.
Yeah, I think
or
so.
the mouth. One of those two.
All right. 4, 5. So there's 6 holes.
I think the nose is separate. I just want that for the record. But you have.
So you
the
think there's 6 or
mustache-
7
Yeah,
holes?
do mustache too.
10 holes.
10.
Oh, man. No, yeah. Now it's showing the 2 legs. That's Mr. Potato Head's changed. It has eyes, 1, 2 arms, 2 ears,
Oh, ears.
2 smiles, the tongue, the mustache, the glasses, the shoes, the nose, the hat, and the butt panel.
Wait, are you naming the holes or are you naming the things that Mr.
Those are
Potato?
the whole areas, and then
all
the
right.
butt panel. So the butt panel doesn't count. So it's
That's
9.
where you store
Things.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
That is.
You're
I'm
saying
not-
you store things in the trunk.
Yes.
I'm not going to get that.
Mike. If I have one request of you all day
All right.
that I think is reasonable,
All right.
I would like you to try this, and
All
I
right.
want you to film it.
On the Bally's pregame show.
That would be the most amazing thing ever. Your
Okay.
ratings would spike.
All right.
Fastest time to arrange the alphabet from a can of alphabet SpaghettiOs.
Ooh, that's going to take a while.
It is.
4.5 minutes.
So I'm assuming they dump it into like a bowl and then
Yes.
you're blindfolded and then they
No,
unblind.
not blindfold.
No,
like,
like,
okay, yeah.
So
yeah.
you don't get a look
Yeah,
at it
that's
for 30 seconds so
really
you can start
amazing.
seeing where
Yeah.
the letters are at. So like once they once they go, or you're turned around, and once you turn around, it's on. I think it'd take a while. The other thing too is they're so squishy that you got to be careful.
You got to use chopsticks to slide them around.
A chopstick person would do a better job with this than a spoon person.
Yes.
Chopstick person versus.
Oh, there's two people that eat in this world. There's utensil people and there's chopstick people. That's it.
What about hand people?
Everybody eats with their hands, but once you have to put something in your hands to eat, there's two types of things you can do. You can chopstick
and nobody ever does both or varies it up. I'm not saying at the same time.
I can do both.
We can all do both. Are you a utensil person or a chopstick person?
Kind of depends.
No, you're a utensil person.
Don't tell me I'm guessing right there.
I'm not guessing. I have never seen Corey on our trip to wherever. He's like,
That's
can I
a
have
fair
chopsticks,
point.
please?
You're right about that. I've never asked personally,
Yeah.
unless I'm at a sushi place. That's
The record is.
I can do Kevin eating a burger. Put both elbows on the table when you eat a burger. Have you
Do
noticed
I?
it?
Is that weird?
At least one, if not
Oh.
two.
Is
Because it's
that
like
weird?
you rest your hand like this near.
I can
so
see
you'll have
that.
a conversation and the burger will just be right there. And I'm like, I think it's legal to put the burger back down, but you kind of are like, no, I'm just gonna hold it until I'm ready for the next bite.
I definitely think you're right. I'd never realized
Are
that.
you afraid of it like falling? I'm afraid of it all
I have
falling
no
apart.
idea.
If
I
put
don't know
it
why
down,
you do that either.
I have
pick
no
it up,
idea.
You have the proper grip. You're holding everything in, and you're just kind of holding on for dear life until. That's how I do it.
That's how you should Guinness it. You should Guinness Book World Record on how long you can hold a cheeseburger without putting it down.
I like that. The record for the fastest time to arrange the alphabet in a can of alphabet SpaghettiOs.
I said 4.5 minutes.
3 minutes and 21 seconds. You have to find all the letters. You have to put them all in order.
Is there a way that you don't have all the letters and you're screwed?
Oh yeah, that would
I can't speak to that. We'll have to reach out to Big SpaghettiO. If there's one thing off this list I would like to see you do, Mike, it is that one right there.
I'll try it. SpaghettiO should cost 3 cents, right? I mean, I get it. It's like, hey, I'm dying, and they're like, here is some horrible tomato soup and some horrible pasta made of trash.
You throw those
But
little meatballs
at least it'll
in
keep
there.
you alive.
Yeah.
And here's, I mean, I would love to know the percentage of real meat in that meatball. I don't know.
I don't think you do want to know.
I don't think you can can meat that long.
What? Okay,
what's the next one?
I'll look into that. I don't know what to say to that. All right. Next one. Most push-ups with claps.
Oh crap.
In 60
Rocky
seconds.
Balboa.
2. Like that's all I can get. Man.
In 60 seconds?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna do one.
I'm gonna try to during the break. I'm gonna see how many I can do. in 60
Mike, I'm gonna do
seconds.
one, and I'm gonna clap and land, and then I'm gonna go for the second one, and I'm gonna land on my chest, and then I'm gonna be like, I'm done, guys.
The
That's
record is 36. I'm
The
guessing.
record is 90.
Oh my.
By the way, the meatballs in SpaghettiOs contain a combination of chicken, beef, pork, including breadcrumbs and other soy proteins. So there you go, Kevin.
Good enough.
For the answer that you were always looking
Yummy
for.
in my tummy.
What?
They are so good.
The meatballs actually give it a little. Like I'll pay 10 cents. For
You
that.
throw a little mozzarella on top of it or some parm.
Largest bubblegum bubble. I'm trying to get things that you guys can try and tweet us at KNC
Like the circumference of it. How do they judge
This
this?
big.
that? Yes.
This big.
The diameter. It's 50.8 centimeters.
Nobody knows centimeters.
That looks right, Corey.
How many pieces of gum?
We're not in Canada.
Is it one piece of gum?
That's 3 times the size of somebody's head.
Yeah. In Canada, where they do centimeters.
Well, okay, you know how big a head is? I just explained it to you. It's 3 times the size of your head.
I'm going to be
There you go.
in
Thank you.
about 3 hours. I'm going to be hanging out with Kevin Mitch. You tell me if me and Kevin Mitch have the same size head.
They do not. That dude has a gigantic.
Yeah.
His head's the size of a
Yeah, if you're
bowling
blowing
ball.
3 bubblegum heads of Kevin Mitch, you have now maybe created a bubble over Highland Park. Because they say that's a bubble city.
What's the most t-shirts you could put on in 60 seconds? You
30?
You can use any
No,
short
that's
sleeve,
60
long
seconds?
sleeve.
21.
This can't be true.
They're good at t-shirt putting on
Ted
t-shirts.
Hastings holds the record by wearing 260
Oh my God.
t-shirts.
you know
Is he
what?
putting on one at a time?
Yes.
And
You
how
can
many?
only put on one at a time.
In 30 seconds?
60.
60
He's putting on
seconds.
4 shirts a second?
Yeah, like 2 a second would seem too fast.
Take your shirt off and put it back on. I didn't expect that.
In the meantime,
it just feels like you can't put a shirt on that fast. All right, here you go. Ready, set.
Oh, wait.
He dropped it.
Ready, set, go. 1, 2,
Oh my
3,
God.
4.
You lose.
It took 4 seconds to get one shirt.
I tried.
on.
It's,
No, I believe that you tried.
You put 200. Yeah,
I
you
will
did it.
not.
Your
do
turn.
the clapping push-up thing in a second. Let's
By
go
the
to
way, if you need one more thing to plan your day around and try to set the record, Christian Roberto Lopez
former
Rodriguez.
catcher for the Braves.
He holds the record for balancing an item on your nose 2 hours and 42 minutes straight.
We used to, and this sounds dumb, we used to balance baseball bats on our chins and noses back in the day. Never for 2 hours.
That's how you guys won state.
Ladders.
Such an ass.
This was like when I was younger, but yeah, ladders and stuff like that too.
How'd you guys not win the district at Brian Adams?
We
doing this?
were busy being balancing act guys.
It's time for batting practice, Coach. I got a bat on my chin.
He's
I'm
on
trying
20 minutes
trying
so
to hold
far.
it here for over a minute. Let's just skip batting practice.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What do you think about this What about this text? One time I got one of those alphabet cans of SpaghettiOs. It was nothing but O's.
Yeah, it could happen.
Coming up next, that has forced Corey to leave the studio. It's
Wait,
time
you got to count my things.
for Gridiron Gravy. Is Mike's most favorite quarterback and least favorite quarterback ready to take a big step up this season? Next on The Fan.
All right, guys, before we talk about that, I want to talk about Men's Tea Clinic, guys. I believe they're still running the anniversary special. You just have to say, hey, Mike Bassick from 105.3 The Fan told me.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Play clock winding all the way down. They just get the snap off. Bryce Young out route. Jonathan Mingo rescued that ball inside the Atlanta 45.
KNC Masterpiece,
pick, right? As an interception.
On 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to one of your favorite and one of your least favorite quarterbacks as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
There's no way Bryce Young knew if that was complete or not. He couldn't see over the 10 people in front of him.
Golly. But let's start with people missing training camp and what will surely be the most hugest story in the history of football. Aaron Rodgers skipped the start of mandatory minicamp without permission. Corey, is it all starting to fall apart already?
He went to an event that was important to him. He's been at every single other camp thing that he is supposed to be at, but this one, he said it was important to him. And
Danica Patrick Driving School?
And the, maybe so. And the team basically says, well, it's not important to us. So that's why you're going to be fined, and we're going to talk about it in this way. Started already trying to make their quarterback. Why would you do this? Try to make your quarterback the bad guy in this situation. Doesn't make any sense, Jets.
Well, I've got another one for you. Randy Gregory. Also
riding that pony.
An unexcused absence, this time from Bucks mandatory training camp. The Bucks have said was unexcused. They will deal with it. Also, remember, Randy Gregory is currently suing the NFL and the Broncos for fines he incurred because of marijuana.
How? I don't understand the process
He
of
said
it.
they were discriminatory, especially given the changes of the rules over the years.
So
He probably thought it was wrong because I think the Cowboys gave him a bonus for missing practice and smoking weed.
Oh man.
Like, you're missing 9 games. You know what? Here's $3 more million.
I'm interested to see how that goes because does Reggie Bush have like a case for suing the NCAA for his Heisman being taken away?
This is a good time. The NCAA is settling, man. They're like, that's fine. What's your lawsuit? Settled. They just put a stamp on it, and they're like, here's your money. It is just an interesting time. I'm not sure what's up. I'm sure we'll find out more. But, like, while he's suing another NFL team and the league, then his current team's like, yeah, he's not here, and he's supposed to be here.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you just... I can't believe all 32 teams have not said, why is he worth the trouble?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying he's not an NFL player, but usually
you have
there's
no pass
players that are worth it. And if you're T.O., for example, in his prime or near the end of his prime, like, screw it. Let's just put him on the team. He's so awesome. We'll deal with all the crap. But, like, Randy Gregory is a backup defensive end.
You're right, and you're thinking to yourself, can we find cheap pass rush somewhere? And he hasn't been cheap. That's the other thing is you're paying him premium stuff to go out there and be a cheap pass rush guy.
We will see what the next step in the saga of the, don't forget, turns 32 years old this season. Randy.
He's been around that long.
Gregory. Yeah, he got drafted 8 years ago, 9 years ago.
If there was a bet that was 5-1, he'll find his way back on the Cowboys before his career ends.
Yeah, I'd take that.
No, I wouldn't.
So you bet $10 to win 50.
Yes.
But then again, I also wouldn't have taken the Zeke bet. So
I think it's not a bad bet at all. Which players will improve in 2024?
No, you just named it.
Randy Gregory?
No, Zeke.
Oh.
I bet he's better than last year.
There's no Tony Pollard in his way this time.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the best shape of his life.
Mm-hmm.
I saw like a super fat guy doing like Zeke drills and showing his offseason. It
All
was
right,
funny.
Zeke gets out there and he does 90 clap push-ups in 60 seconds.
Then hell yeah, I'm gonna think
Are we
that
winning the Super Bowl?
this is
I
the-
think he's
yes.
strong. I do think he's
I
strong.
do think that.
I think the problem is if you ask him to run fast. If you ask him to run 60 yards in 90 seconds, I don't know if he can do that.
He can do that.
Do you
90
know that?
yards in 60 seconds.
He can do that.
90 yards in under 10 seconds.
No, that's like Olympic.
I don't think so.
The 100. Yeah, okay. All right.
It's only 90 yards. Isn't 100 meters more than 100 yards?
I believe that is correct.
Because isn't it like 3 meters per yard or something? I don't know.
That's feet.
3 feet in a meter.
3 feet in a yard. I think that's then you go to
100
centimeters.
meters is 109 yards.
Yeah, I think that.
So it'd be 11
So,
seconds.
but now I'm asking him to only run 90 yards in 10 seconds.
Okay, which is only 82 meters.
You got a dead sprint.
I don't know.
100 yards.
When
At
you
what
got
point
when
do you
we're in
slow down?
Oxnard, can you guys have the first round pick, the offensive lineman, do a 100-yard dash versus Zeke and see who's faster?
Jeez, Mike.
I think it'd be a good race.
I'd rather not answer that question. All right. Now, NFL.com put out a list of players most likely to improve in 2024. And I want to direct this to you first, Mike.
Are you saying he fought the law and the law won?
Trevor Lawrence is tops on this list, followed by Bryce Young. So perhaps your most beloved quarterback and the quarterback you talk the most trash about are 1 and 2 on this list.
Come on, T-Law.
Your thought?
He's tall enough to do it. That's all I know. The other guy, unless he can figure out how to throw the ball in between offensive and defensive linemen's legs, has no chance.
This is Trevor Lawrence, like 8 inches taller than Bryce Young.
I think so. He's 6'5".
Give or take.
I think he's 6'5".
Okay.
And I think, about a foot taller.
He's not. Bryce Young is not 5'5".
He plays like it.
Corey.
Just trying to look up the best tall quarterbacks. Dan McGuire was 6'8".
Sure.
Brock Osweiler was 6'7". I'm just looking at a bunch of no-name tall guys until I get to Nick Foles at 6'6".
So your optimum height is 6'5" to 6'2"?
6'5" is where the really
Or 6'2" to 6'5", I guess.
6'5" is Peyton Manning, Eli Manning, Carson Palmer, Cam Newton, Roethlisberger, Phillip Rivers. Like they're Tom Brady was 6'4", so kind of in that range.
Is my guy too tall? Is that his issue?
Could be. Now, Corey, how much would you pay to get Tom Brady's pants?
What?
I didn't
he's
say
wearing
into,
them, and I'm like, hey,
no,
Tom, I want your pants.
Taking them off.
Are you talking about his football pants?
His football pants that he played in against the Dallas Cowboys. When I'm pretty sure, Mike, you think he crapped his pants in that game.
Oh, this is the playoff, his last game ever?
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's got a lot of crap in him.
He was duck and cover for most of that game. He thought there was a tornado coming every time they snapped the ball.
$400.
Oh my gosh, that's too low. But they didn't go for as much as I would have guessed. $89,000 for his pair of pants. Keep in mind,
dude,
the jersey he wore in that same game went for $1.39 million. Is a jersey?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think it's worth
15
way
times
more.
better than the pants?
I think so. Wait, 1.39?
Yeah.
Versus 80,000?
89,000, yeah.
That might be a little bit too much.
Yeah.
But I think the pants went for too much.
Okay.
I think the jersey, I don't know, man, his last game ever, that I do think that's $1 million jersey.
Sure.
I just don't think people collect pants.
I think you're right about that.
That could be a new thing. Maybe that's the new thing, is to have pants.
Baby.
You know what I think would be a really cool thing to collect is baseball players' gloves. Yes. And that's not a thing to collect.
Yeah, I was worried. I thought you were going to say something different.
Kevin, did you say that Amari Cooper is missing mandatory?
What?
Where is he at? Did they find him?
Well, no,
he's missing from camp.
He's
not
seeking a new
missing in
He's seeking a new
general.
contract. So
Oh, he's hanging out with CD.
probably so.
Yeah, maybe.
How much would you pay for his pants?
$100.
Yeah, that feels reasonable.
All right.
Couple more notes for
crap.
you.
T-Law's 6'6". He's an inch too tall.
Too
I'll tell you
tall.
what, we can knock him down.
Don't know.
How?
What part of the body,
God.
like if you were
Please
taking
don't
the
answer
shin
this.
or the thighs,
Please
and
don't
you
answer
could
this.
surgically remove 1 inch
What the
of
hell's
his leg,
happening?
Probably the shin.
Like
You'd be
Cotton Hill.
shorter in the shin.
I don't know what that means, but
From King of the Hill, he got a shin shot off in the war.
you have to really watch that show to get that.
He talks about that all the time.
Seen like 2 episodes.
I would have never collected his cards if I would have known he was too tall.
Now that you know 6'5" is the range.
Tell you what, anybody want to kaboom Trevor Lawrence?
$2,000.
6'4", 6'5".
All right, the Cowboys are working out Willie Harvey Jr. Do you know who that is?
That's
Willie
Will
Harvey's
That's
son.
Will Harvey's son. Yeah.
Everybody knows
I
that.
really thought you were going to make like a Family Feud joke maybe there. I'm not entirely sure which direction I thought that was going to go. He was playing
Plays the Wolf
for
in
the St. Louis Battlehawks, where he made the all-UFL team with 78 tackles, 4 sacks, and led the league in tackles among linebackers.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
Most impressive.
That's from Star Wars. And then also,
And that's the news.
BJ Thompson for the Chiefs. He is out of the hospital after, you remember last week,
Yeah.
they had to cancel all of their offseason activities. He went into cardiac arrest, had to go to the hospital. I can only imagine a terrifying situation. He is now out of the hospital, so good for him. Obviously, hoping for the best for him going forward. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, rearranging the roster, the Rangers' primary key to victory, and the all-star case for Josh Smith. All of it next right here on the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got a quick Stars note for you before we dive into the Rangers. Jim Nill has been named the General Manager of the Year for the second straight season.
Heck yeah!
Or if you prefer, he's been named the Jim Gregory General Manager of the Year for the second straight season.
So he's no longer named Jim Nill?
No, I don't think he has to change his name.
You just said he's been named Jim Gregory.
That's the name of the award.
Gotcha.
Like the Larry Bird Eastern Conference.
So you don't get
final
renamed
MVP.
to the award every year. Gotcha.
Hey, Oilers suck at hockey.
That being said, he has won it 2 years in a row, you said?
Really feels like that puts a lot of pressure on the players for being like, hey, to steal from Mike, what's your deal? Because you have the best guy at getting all the talent. You just can't.
You're not executing.
Yeah.
You
You
gotta
can't
execute.
figure it out.
The Oilers were up 1-0.
And they gave up 4 straight goals.
Yeah. Remember when the Oilers scored 2 goals on the Stars and then you got 852 shots off and none of them got close to scoring?
Yes.
The Panthers said, we are going to score and score a lot off of Shlomo Glickstein and goalie back
Who was
there.
a very good tennis player, but he can't play goalie, I guess.
Yeah.
That is
Way
fair.
to go, Stars.
So the Panthers lead 4-1 and
No, they lead 2-0.
or excuse me, they lead the series 2-0 after winning 4-1. It feels like they have control of this series. It's not over yet, just like we talked about in the NBA Finals, except for the fact that teams from Canada don't win the Stanley Cup. And that's how you knew that this was going to play out exactly the way it is playing out. This is now 31 straight years.
Would have been cooler if it had played out where
the Stars were in
the
this.
Stars were in it and we didn't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Canada team.
Miami versus Dallas hockey.
You know, we win those.
Well, 50%.
Yeah, well, look, the most recent one. Don't worry about the rest of them. A couple of other hockey notes for you. The salary cap is going to go up to $88 million. The cap has not risen more than $4 million. It's up $4.5 million this next coming season since 2017-18 to 18-19. So it's been 6 years since you've seen a jump this high in the salary cap in the NHL. So nice.
What are they going to do with all that money? Go get Connor McDavid?
Connor McDavid is not free, and he would definitely cost more than that.
How much would it cost to clone Gretzky?
Too much.
Yeah, probably.
Do you have to wait? Like, do you have to wait a period of time after you clone somebody? Do they have
We
to
haven't
grow?
cloned a human yet.
Do they have
I
to
don't
grow?
think. We have?
I mean,
I don't think we
know.
have.
I don't think you're supposed to, but I know there are people who believe that.
I'm saying.
Don't bring up the movie Multiplicity.
Kevin, but like if you did clone him, does he have to grow like a baby, or is he just already human?
Yeah, that is tough.
Babies
because-
are humans.
Yeah,
to be fair.
I'm not sure. I'll have to think that over a little bit because in Multiplicity, Michael Keaton was already ready.
They were just there.
But in the Star Wars movies, for the clones, you had to accelerate their growth, but they were little when they were born. That's a great question.
Thank you.
Now,
I'm actually surprised you didn't say clone Madonna instead of Gretzky because, Dallas ties. But I see where you're going
Wayne
with it.
Gretzky is so much better
The
than
great
Mike Madonna.
He's the
It's
great one.
unbelievable.
It'd be easier to get Madonna hair, though.
Now, I saw this number because, Mike, you have brought this up, and we've talked about this time and again. We can talk about Max Scherzer look good in his rehab start, which he did. And we could talk about the return of Malley and this person, and I'm glad that Evaldi's back and he's pitching well and everything like that. None of those people play offense.
Right.
And this is staggering to me. What do you think is the magic number in terms of runs the Rangers need to consistently win games?
Well, I know what their record is when they score 6 or more runs.
Oh, that is. I have another number for you, but do you
Okay.
think it's 6 then?
Well, can I give the stat or should I not?
Yeah, go for
I know when they score 6 runs or more, they're 19-0.
Yep. Only undefeated team in Major League Baseball when scoring 6 or more. But let's lower that.
All right.
When you score 4 runs or more, can we all agree 4 runs is not a Herculean
That's below
task?
average.
Yes.
Coming into the season, if they average 4 runs a game, I'd say we've had a bad offensive year.
The Rangers are 27-7 when they score 4 runs. Now, on the flip side, unfortunately, they're 4-27 when they don't get to 4 runs. I'm telling you.
So pitching's been good.
Yes, pitching has been very, very good. So we can be excited for all these pitchers to come back, and I'm with you on all of that. But this goes back to what Mike was talking about, I think it was yesterday, about amping up your aggression with the stolen bases, because 4 runs, that's it. If you get to 4 runs, you're 27-7. I didn't look this up, but I'd be willing to argue that is probably the best record in the league at that number as well. So it just shows the offensive shortage. And if you can just continually get to 4 runs, you can change the fortunes of this thing really quickly.
So, manufacturing runs is part of it then. And, Mike's method of, hey, let's go steal some bases, it has to be a huge factor in manufacturing a 3rd, 4th run there. Like, if that's what it takes, if your pitchers are pitching that well, then you got to start figuring out how to be able to put that together. Last year, they were able to do it with doubles and home runs.
True.
This year is a very different story for whatever reason.
I have no clue if the Rangers are going to make a trade at all next month. We're already, it's crazy to say, but we're getting so close now to mid-June. You could say we're at mid-June, but by mid-July, I think that it might be more valuable to trade for a big bat than it is to trade for an arm. If Scherzer and Malley, maybe you're getting by mid-July good reports on DeGrom coming back in August. Spores is supposed to come back here pretty soon. I don't know. I don't know if it's next week or in 3 weeks, but they're hoping that, before the All-Star break, that they get Spores back into the pen. So if you get 3 new starters, that pushes Urania, Heaney, and possibly even Dunning into your bullpen. Think about your bullpen now. If
You
those
feel
3 guys are in
unbelievable
your
about
pen,
it.
trade for a hitter.
It's tough to argue against that line of logic. At the beginning of the year, I would have thought that was crazy. But it's tough to argue with that line of logic because you feel a lot better about your bullpen. Clearly, your starting pitching has been doing very well, but your offense has still been stuck in a funk. And I'm inclined to agree with you.
I heard the most likely place for Pete Alonso to go to is Seattle. So just think, if you are in a race with Seattle, right now you're 5.5 back. Let's just say you're 5 back of Seattle at the All-Star break. I'll be pleased with that, to be honest. I'll be happy if you're only 5 back of Seattle at the All-Star break. Then I think that maybe you get in an arms race to get Pete Alonso.
What's that? Do you have the...
I think you do, because he's on it'd be a rental. I'm not saying you don't try to sign him, but whoever trades for him knows they're only getting him till the end of the year, and then he becomes a free agent.
Yeah. It is kind of wild to know that you're getting ready to trade, a hefty piece of your farm for a pitcher, for Dylan Cease, who would have been a great, addition to your team, but it wouldn't have helped in this instance. Here you are, you would have been looking at it going, why did we do that? Now we have to use that arsenal to go get a hitter.
It is really weird to think about that, because then maybe you wouldn't have seen that Urania, at least for now, can be a very helpful part of this team. And maybe you wouldn't have learned about some other players because you made a very logical trade. Don't get it wrong. I was all for the Dylan Cease trade. But now, to Corey's point, I'm looking back on it and I'm like, yeah, and I'm sure he would rock it every 5 days, and we would give him 1 run and be like, "Oh, thanks."
Yeah,
for nothing.
if you give up 0, we'll get you a W.
Yeah.
So maybe whatever that was that you were willing to part ways with, and I don't know how whatever that was performed at the time, is what you can use to add that bat that you need in this lineup.
I know you're probably not going to be healthy, but super healthy. But can you imagine a pen of, in the 5th, 6th, and 7th, you have the options of Urania, Dunning, and Heaney as your 3 options there, with Lats too. I'll throw in Lats there. And then you get to 7, 8, 9, and your options are Spores, Leclerc, Robertson, Yates.
I'm feeling really good about that.
I just named 8 relief pitchers. Think about that at that point, you got to add a bat because if you do have Evaldi, Gray, Lorenzen, let's just say DeGrom, Scherzer and Malley. I won't even put DeGrom on the team yet. I need a hitter.
I'm with you. And I did kind of want to dive into this for just 1 second because it kind of depends on what metrics that you're looking at. A couple of people are like, I don't want Pete Alonso. I saw one person say he'd be an amazing addition from the 214. From the 940, Pete Alonso is not good. Most overrated player in baseball. I will tell you this. He does something that you lack right now. Corey Seager and Josh Smith are your team leaders in OPS. Pete Alonso would be third at that. And part of the reason is because he gets those extra base hits. He would lead the team in home runs. He would lead the team in doubles. And so he would bring a power extra base part to this team that you just don't have right now. I understand batting average, not going to be thrilled with. On base percentage, mediocre.
Striking out quite a bit.
Yes.
And if you trade for him before All-Star break, he's in the home run derby, so you at least have one Ranger at All-Star weekend.
Why? Well, they're obligated to give us one at All-Star weekend, and I think you can make an argument. I understand the argument for Marcus Semien. I think he can take care of himself. But Josh Smith, do you continue to look at this? And I don't think it's that he's just having a good season in a crappy offensive run for the Rangers. I think he's having a legitimately good season because 287 batting average, 24th in the league. 810 OPS, 30th in Major League Baseball.
All of Major League Baseball. That's awesome.
And obviously offensive numbers are down, but you look at some of his contemporaries who I realize like Jose Ramirez, Rafael Devers might have bigger names.
Right.
But if you look at the stat by stat data, you see he's top 3 in average among his position. On base percentage, OPS, fielding percentage, he's second. Runs scored, doubles. Like, he's all over the place on this.
We're still probably, I'll say at minimum, 3 weeks away from Josh Young coming back. It might even be 4 or 5 weeks. But somewhere between 3 and 5 weeks, if everything goes well, you'll get Josh Young back. Is Josh Smith your starting left fielder? I have to keep him in the lineup.
At this point, I think he is.
Yeah.
I really do. You can't take his bat out.
Yeah. I mean, the thing you could do, and I'm not saying you should do, but you could do, and I don't think it's going to happen at all. I give it a 1% chance. You could keep Josh Smith at third and say, Josh Young, you're playing first.
That would be interesting.
But you couldn't trade for Vlad, right? Like that.
No, I don't think so.
I think they said he's not tradable.
Okay.
But that could just be smoke of like, oh, you're really gonna have to blow our socks off with this offer.
Yeah.
If you move Josh Smith to your everyday left fielder, then I think when Evan Carter's healthy, you tell him to keep hitting in AAA and just keep getting better.
Yeah. I
don't think they want to do that to Evan. I don't think they want to mess with his confidence.
I agree with you on there. And just I'm looking at this month alone. 912 OPS from Josh Smith with a 333 batting average and an on-base percentage of 412. I realize May comparatively was not his best month, but he has really been rocking it to start off June at a time when offense is scarce around here.
It'll just be interesting. Somebody asked me this question, and I said, well, let's wait till we get to, let's say, July 1st, being optimistic on Josh Young. Then that will be a decision. But because he's a lefty hitter, if somebody's wondering, well, why Langford didn't do what Evan Carter did in September and October, I agree, obviously. But if Josh Smith is your everyday left fielder, he's a left-handed hitter. So how in the world does Evan Carter play if you want to keep Josh Smith in your lineup and you move him out to the outfield to keep him in your lineup?
By being better.
We can definitely add plenty of people to that list. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, down 0-2. History says the Mavs are screwed.
What?
I disagree.
Yeah,
what
don't
say
you remember
you?
06?
Do you
Yes,
remember what
Mike,
happened against Phoenix?
That will come up. Let's talk about it all next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Throws it away, picked out by Derek White. 8th turnover for Luka, and that gives Holiday an open three, which he drills.
KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. History says the Mavs are pretty much screwed. What say you guys? Because I disagree with that idea, but there are plenty of places to find it. You could look at the fact that teams up 2-0 in the, I believe in the modern NBA since the merger is like what we like to go with. Or maybe it's for all of them. 26-5. And we'll get to one of
No, I'm trying to think of, so you're naming 31, but the merger happens in the mid-70s.
So I guess it was.
So it'd have to be forever, right?
Yeah,
because there's just no way.
We can move on from that. I just saw another number that said it might have been higher, but that's what I saw.
All right.
26-31 when teams are up 2-0. Do you know? I know you know one of them.
Yeah.
Do you know the 5 teams that came back from 0-2?
Yeah, the 06 Heat led by David Stern and the referees.
Yes. Do you know more of them?
Have the Celtics ever done it? I feel like they've been in so many of them.
1969, the Boston Celtics were the first team to pull off this feat.
So that was before the merger.
That is true.
If I can say that word right.
Marger?
Yeah, close enough.
Before the merger.
I honestly, I can't think. I can remember, and this doesn't count, obviously. I can remember the Mavericks losing the first 2 games to the Rockets in the first round and coming back and winning that series. So that's obviously not an NBA Finals.
That is true.
Go.
Didn't somebody blow a 3-1 lead?
Yeah, but were they up 2-0? Were the Golden State? I don't know. Were the Golden State Warriors up 2-0 in that series? And is 16 the year? I believe 16's the year Cleveland wins it. So it's a good guess.
Didn't the British blow a 13 colony lead?
Let's just throw it out there. The Golden State Warriors of 16.
Correct. The one I'm surprised you guys haven't picked up on yet, just a few years ago, the Milwaukee Bucks came back from 0-2. And then the other one was
against Phoenix, huh?
Yes.
Wow, Phoenix is they like blowing 2-0 leads with Chicken Head as their main guy, huh?
And so the Trailblazers also did it in 1977. But there's all kinds of numbers that would lead you to believe that the Mavericks don't really have a shot. Let's go to the Ringer, for example. They now put the Mavericks' odds of winning this series at 3%. And then I've seen people...
Seems low.
That is very low. And then I've seen people say that Boston is 8-0 in the NBA Finals when they get out to a 2-0 lead. My argument with that would be The only time that's happened in the last 35 years was 2008. So that is true. It happened in 2008. They're undefeated when they're 2-0, but all of that happened way back in NBA history.
Yeah, then why not now? Why not us? Let's be the ones to rise above the fray.
We deserve it.
Yeah.
I mean, look what David Stern did in his grave.
Yeah, when was the last time DFW had a championship?
It was at the beginning of November.
He fixed a whole NBA Finals so his boy Dwayne Wade could get one.
Almost a whole year.
Yeah, almost a whole year. But you know
you
what?
think David Stern loved Wade more or hated Cuban more?
Second.
Yeah, I think it's hating Cuban. That's why he's like, screw you guys.
Now, Corey, you said why not now? And I'm glad that you did.
Thank you.
Teams down 0-2. They win a series only 7.4% of the time.
Oh, in the history of just playoffs.
But, yes.
In 7-game series, I assume.
Yes. But those numbers have been trending way, way up. It only happened 17 times prior to 2007. And that was in a 51-year run. But since then, it's happened 17 more times. You've already seen it in this postseason with the Pacers over the Knicks. Last year with the Warriors over the Kings. In 2022 with the Mavericks over the Suns. And it's happened 7 times in the last 4 years. I realize
I like it.
That the numbers
Kevin,
are very much...
You're optimizing
Okay,
us.
Okay, now we're optimizing. So my point is, I realize that it looks like Boston is the better team, and they clearly have played better than you in these first 2 games. But let's not act like, I mean, look, if they lose on Wednesday, I'll come in just like everybody else and be like, well, now we're definitely screwed.
I quit.
But you're down 0-2. You just saw the Mavericks come back with against a team that it looked like was better than you just a couple of years ago. And in the last 4 seasons, there's been 7 times a team has come back from 0-2. So it's not like it's this rare occurrence that you never... It happens all the time.
Could you handle coming back from 0-2 and still losing the series?
Yes.
You like the Nuggets? I mean, they're down 0-2 to Minnesota, then won the next 3, and then lost the next 2.
You get a get. Here's the thing about
that's
like a
recent
game
history.
7.
I'll take it. I will take it to 7.
You get game 7.
It'll hurt.
But the thing about it is you don't have this time throughout that game to come to grips with this is probably over. Like your belief is, I have a chance to win game 7. That's what's so soul crushing about something like that.
You're right about that. But on the flip side,
it'll hurt.
I could say I might prefer it, but probably not. In the moment, once it happens, I'm like, this is the worst thing ever.
Mm-hmm.
But it would feel better than the feeling right now. It just sounds like there are some people out there who are like, I don't even think the Mavericks belong in this
Well, they got
series.
trucked in the first game, then looked like they were giving their looked like in the first quarter they gave their best effort, and then they ended up losing that game. So it
Without a
feels like
doubt.
a hill that you can't climb up.
The Mavericks deserve to be here. If anybody says that, you beat Oklahoma City, who everybody thought for the most part was better. You beat Minnesota, who just took out the defending champs. You weren't able to play Denver.
Yes.
I get it, but you weren't. You beat the 4, 3, and 2 seed to get here. Not in that particular order, I don't think, but that's the way you did it. So you deserve to be here. That being said, at this point, Boston looks like the much better team. Not that they're going to blow you out in game 3. I'll tell you what.
Mavericks are a slight favorite.
I'll put it on the line here. Not that it matters. I'm not betting real money. The Mavericks are going to win game 3. As disappointed as I am in just being down 0-2, and I'm at that 86% marker, I'm kind of like, I give the Mavericks about a 14% chance of winning this series. But I'm going to ask this question back to kind of being down 0-2. If you would have won game 2, but then lost game 3, and I know I'm already putting a win on game 3 for the Mavs. We have to try to keep our hopes alive. Why does that matter? If you're down 2-1 both ways.
That's a great question because
if you would have won game 1, but then Boston makes the adjustments and wins game 2 and wins game 3 on your home court, Well, you won game 1, so your odds would be better to win because you won game 1 but lost 2 and 3, but we would feel worse going into game 4. But if we win game 3, you'll feel better about going into game 4.
Because everyone would be like, you just got to even up the series. You just got to even up the series. All you have to do is win tomorrow, and then you can have that exact same philosophy.
If you win tomorrow, all of a sudden, we're coming in going, wait a second. If you can win game 4, you have to win both of them.
Got to win one
but
game.
You got to win one at a time. And if you can win game 3, what's the difference between when the Mavericks won game 2 down by 13 points with 6 minutes to go? Is that approximately
something
right?
like that, yeah.
Right around that marker. Dwayne Wade hits a 3-pointer. He's pelvic thrusting in front of our bench, and then we take it to him, and we pelvic thrust him into the ground for game 2 win. And then you lose game 3. So you're down 2-1 in the NBA championship. The Mavs won. You go loss, win, loss. So if you go loss, loss, win, what does it matter if you're at 2-1? Obviously, it matters if you're down 3-0.
Yes.
It's over.
Yeah.
But if you win one of the first 3, you're in the same position that you were in 2011.
Dude, I'm with you. I don't disagree with you whatsoever. And I think those narratives
optimizing.
I think those narratives will fall in line once you get to the other side. Like, let's say in 36 hours, you've won game 3, and then I think people will be like, oh man, did you see that spark that was different for the Mavs? Or maybe it'll be like, maybe the Celtics just won't be able to shoot well from 3. Like, whatever the case is, if you get through game 3 and the Celtics still are shooting poorly from 3, I wonder if it'll start to be like, man, they really have struggled shooting from 3, and the Mavericks have a good defense, blah, 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 blah. And now they picked up a win.
The other one, Corey, that he brought up was just this year, Pacers and Knicks. What happened to the Knicks? Why did they lose a 2-0 series lead?
Injury.
Well, if Porzingis really is hurt and he goes out there and his calf is bugging him, like let's say he's like, I feel good enough to go out there, and then he runs up and down the court and he's not good enough to go out there, and the Mavs had nothing to do with it. It's a break for the Mavs. The Mavs now have Porzingis possibly out for a week, and maybe he can't play the rest of the series. And I know the Knicks lost. It felt like everybody by the time that series ended, but if they just lose Porzingis for the rest of this series and he can't play, maybe the Mavs then take 4 of 5. And I know I don't even want to talk about that because that does seem impossible. When I start talking about you got to win this series and you got to win 4 out of 5, it just sounds impossible. But if you win game 3, then all of a sudden, I know then we say to ourselves, hey, all I got to do is win 3 out of 4. And if you win game 4, all you got to do is win a 3-game series. Win 2 out of 3. And so if we can look at it one at a time, but we have to win tomorrow. Obviously, tomorrow's a game 7 for the Mavs, to be honest. Because I hate saying this, and I'm not putting this just on the Mavs. You kind of quit. If you're down 3-0, you're mentally, you're done.
Kevin, would you like some more hope?
Yes.
Somebody from @CurseMuse tweeted this out, and then Brandon tweeted it to us.
Hurtado?
Bachman.
A Bachman leg.
Kyrie Irving in games 1 and 2 of the 16 and 17 finals. 19.8 points per game, 37% field goal.
Ooh.
In games 3 and 4, 35.5 points a game, 52% field goal.
Holy moly.
So what do you think now, Kevin?
Wait, did they get swept?
I don't know, man.
That was Kevin Durant winning the championship. I know they lost.
The point was he played a lot better, Mike. I think you're focusing on the wrong thing.
Didn't Golden State destroy Cleveland?
It was 16-17, so that's counted as the 17th season, I think.
Well,
am I wrong about that?
You know what, Corey? Now I'm going to need another stat because Mike just,
you got to do another stat.
Went bat-S, all over that stat.
Hold on. What do you mean bat-S? I know.
Do we need to play that from Jared Sandler? Do you have that audio available, Chris? Chris, in case you missed it this morning on with Sean and RJ, this was Jared editing the wrong part of the statement.
And they are bat. You know what?
He edited the wrong part of it.
So what happened in that series was Golden State won the first 3, lost game 4, and then won game 5 to win the series 4-1.
Well, you know what? Thanks a lot, D-Optimizer. Corey, I appreciate.
Corey, good stats.
You were trying to optimize, and then Mike's just like,
you know
Mavericks
what.
losing 5 is what you're saying. That's what you brought to the table.
And it looks like Brandon's listening because he said I actually pronounced his last name right. So there we go.
Well, that doesn't help us win. So that is optimizing, but I need Mavs optimizing.
Kyrie Irving put 29 shots in
I've
game
seen
3.
videos of
Mike.
the Mavs doing shots at shoot around, and Kyrie doesn't look great. Does that help? When you're bad in practice, that usually means you're going to be great. If you have bad chemistry with somebody, that means you're having sex with them. If you have good
That is
chemistry
from
with
an
somebody,
episode of Friends.
means
I
you're
am
not.
not using Friends as my barometer of why the Mavs are going to win this series.
he did shoot a lot of 3-pointers in the shoot around, though.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, man. When Kyrie's down 3-0 in a series in the NBA Finals, he averages 40 points and 7 rebounds and 4 assists.
It's Kyrie time.
Yeah, so if we just lose Wednesday, he will have a great game.
I feel like we were on the right track. I'm gonna try to rehash this since we've lost our way here. Oh, only 5 teams have ever come back from 0-2 in the NBA Finals. Great. One of the times it happened to us.
Yeah.
2 of the other times it's happened in the last 7 effing years. And guess what?
We just need like Benatendi or whatever that Nimrod's name was, who was refereeing.
Yes, actually, maybe that could help. And then also in the
Serator.
No, that's a different person.
Salvatore.
There you go. Thank you.
In the last 4 years, teams in the playoffs in general have come back from 0-2 7 times, including the Mavericks did it. All right. So I know we got caught up with some other stats that Corey was trying to be helpful, and then Mike was not trying to be helpful.
Well, I want them to win. I like those stats from Kyrie.
couldn't let us have
We
that
said we
optimism?
needed Kyrie back. We needed a different Kyrie. Maybe we don't need Kyrie. Maybe he don't play that well still. Like, keep not playing well, but something else happens.
I think what you're saying is we need LeBron James and Kevin Durant on the Mavericks next year. Because they both had really good games in that game 3.
All right, I have a different.
Who's playing defense on that team?
The hell with it. All right, I have a different level of optimism for
LeBron,
you.
you tell him you waste your energy on defense.
Mike, I have a great bull update for you.
Bull?
Bull.
Oh, bull.
B-U-L-L.
Like the thing that jumped over the fence?
Yes, it is actually about that bull. Oregon officials say that they will not be putting the bull down following the rampage. I know there was concern. Brian Witt, VP of Sisters Rodeo, said the plan is for the animal, nicknamed Party Bus.
That's the name of the bull?
That's fantastic.
Party Bus?
Yes. To receive further training at the farm to prevent a similar incident in the future. You're facing a lawsuit for that guy who was wearing a red shirt just at the rodeo who got trucked by that bull twice, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he didn't do anything wrong. He didn't antagonize the bull. It's like, holy crap, there's a bull running the grounds, and he sees you, and he's like, oh, hell no.
Yeah, I still feel, though, Kevin, that if I saw a bull running at me, I would probably try to catch it. Like, I'd try to be like, huh, and just wrap my arms around it somewhere and hold on for dear life for a little bit and just see how I could do. I don't think I would try to run from it because I'm not fast.
So when I write your obituary, it's going to be like Corey, who had long thought that he could mistakenly just wrap his arms
Or
around
maybe I
a
just
bull.
get one of those horns and just kind of grab onto the horn like I'm skiing or something.
Yeah, they
you know?
say that. Grab the bull by the horns.
Grab the bull by the horns.
That is true.
That's what I've always heard.
Did you know my aunt used to have a very prosperous china shop until a bull came in there?
I don't believe you.
We're the KNC masterpiece. You know that saying though, right?
I don't know. I was just thinking on a cattle drive, how come none of the Cowboys ever ride cows? They don't want to train them?
Well, I think horses are smarter.
Yeah, I've seen cows.
Kevin, I have heard
They're dumb.
the sound bull in a china shop. I have heard that before because it shatters all the glassware, all the china stuff.
So you did not believe
One
this
time
story,
I
though.
misheard my mother-in-law, and I thought she said bulldog in a school zone, and all I could think was this bulldog running around like chasing little kids and everything. And now I think it's hilarious because that's what I call my wife whenever she gets mad about something. I'm like, look at her. She's the bulldog in a school zone right now.
Oh, how does that go over?
She doesn't hear me say it. She's mad at somebody.
Okay.
Not you?
Not me, because she's over there mad at somebody else.
Your wife gets mad at you.
Oh, definitely.
Never.
Oh,
never.
Definitely.
She's never been mad at me in the last 7 years.
You're lying.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Oh no, there was that one.
We'll bring Adrian on
discussion.
to fact check that. We're the KNC masterpiece.
It was about guns.
Right here. Oh, I can figure the rest out from there. On 105.3 The Fan right now, it's time for Mike Likes It.
All right, guys. I'm not going to go into this in great detail, but I find this shocking. College World Series. We have our 8 teams.
Dude, can I just give you props for this? I'm not going to ruin the payoff.
Yeah.
It really felt like you were pointing us in this direction when the super regionals were set.
There's only 2 conferences in the World Series, and it's not because they're down to 4 teams. If you don't follow, I get it. And there's not tons of people who follow college baseball. I half cover it until we get to regional, super regional. It is down to the ACC versus the SEC. 8 spots in the College World Series. Right? It's 4-4 as yesterday Andrew Kisner's NC State beat Georgia. I don't know if there's any Georgians on the Texas Rangers, but I know that Andrew Kisner is a big NC State fan, primarily because he went to NC State. They told me that he's the biggest college baseball fan in the clubhouse.
Okay.
Because I asked Josh Smith. Josh Smith put it on Spores, and Spores put it on Kisner because Spores is like, I'm not a huge college baseball fan. I just have to put it on everybody that I have a World Series College World Series championship.
He's got both.
He has both now. And was a big part of Virginia winning a national championship back when he was with Virginia. But here are your SEC schools in Tennessee, Kentucky, Texas A&M, and Florida. And here are your ACC teams in Virginia, North Carolina State, and Florida State. So all the other conferences. And
unbelievable.
You know what's interesting about college baseball? There's usually always these kind of random schools. And what I mean by that is, and they were powerhouses at times, Cal State Fullerton, or you look at, for a short time, Pepperdine. You know, a team that used to be just, it felt like they were in the College World Series every year and you never hear about them even in regionals? Wichita State.
Yes.
You remember how
true.
Wichita State was just always in the College World Series, it felt like. And now they're not even in the 64. So I just found that interesting that you get to the final 8 going to Omaha starting Friday or Saturday. I think Saturday is the first day.
I know A&M plays Saturday. That's all.
Yeah, so I think it's Saturday and Sunday starts it off. It's just the ACC versus the SEC, which is kind of, it's awesome in a way, but for Big 12 schools, yuck.
Do you wish it was stacked 2-2 on either side of the bracket? Because I think it's reset. I think it's 3-1, 3-1, right? I believe.
Yeah.
When I was looking at the bracket in terms of ACC and SEC.
Yeah. So Virginia and North Carolina play each other in round 1. That is an ACC matchup, and Florida and Texas A&M play each other in round 1. That's an SEC game. So they will know each other well as they played each other in conference play. And I don't know who played who in the conference tournament, but obviously those teams have played each other at least 3 times.
And A&M without their best player. Probably their
top
best
10
player.
pick,
yeah.
too. He's going to be a top 10 pick in the draft. Okay, so my next Mike Likes It is my son plays here in like an hour and 15 minutes. I didn't realize that when you get to high school, your kids in summer just play midday games. In fact, if they lose today, they play tomorrow at 9 a.m. on a Wednesday. Now, luckily, my son has just turned 16 years old, so he can drive. I'm not crazy about him driving like right now to Coppell, from where we live, about a 40-minute drive, give or take, 5 minutes. So I'm like, dang. So I'm going to, get there as fast as I can to watch him play today. Is 9th graders. So they're 9th graders going into 10th grade. And it's amazing on what, at times you think, well, they play high school baseball. I know not varsity, but they play high school baseball. On what they do and what they'll say. So, like when we watch Jimmy Fallon or whatever, like I don't stay up late and watch them, but sometimes you'll see highlights of, what crazy people will say if they ask them kind of basic questions. Right. It's just, hey, what will they say? Like, who's the vice president? Stuff like that. And they don't know and stuff like that. All right. Crazy things that
You know who the vice president is?
Well, it's I'll say Mrs. Harris.
Okay. Kamala.
I say Kamala, but then
Yeah.
I get confused on. I've heard like other pronunciations
I
of
believe
it.
it is
so-
Kamala.
Okay, so so I do know who that is. She's doing a tremendous job. Now what's next is what ninth graders will say. Crazy things they'll say when I ask them a question. Okay. Bases loaded, and a kid comes in to pitch. His first two pitches are fastballs for balls. Then he yanks a curveball into the ground. And when he comes into the dugout, I say, "Why'd you throw a curveball on 2-0?" And he goes, "It's my best pitch." And I said, "Well, then why didn't you throw it the first two pitches?" And he looks at me like he's shocked at that question. And they come up with the craziest things. Okay. So it's like, that's your best pitch. So you decided to throw it on 2-0
in the dirt.
Yeah.
Why
Yeah, it's
not
like-
to start the count?
Yeah, and then on 3-0 you didn't throw it either. So stop lying. So
Do you just look at him, or do you
I just
say
looked at
that
him,
exactly?
And I was like, because I'm thinking your self-evaluation is either an F-, like out of a 1 out of a million score, a million being good and 0 being you are a moron. You are a moron.
Oh, no.
Okay. Next one. And if you're driving in the car and listening to me, thank you. And also, you down know you're a moron for thinking your curveball is your best pitch when you can't throw it for a strike.
Moron.
Okay. Next one. There's a ball hit to right field. This was amazing to me. A ball was hit to
This is
right
gonna be
field
bad.
with runners on base. And the pitcher starts jogging to our first base dugout to back up what? The ball is in right field. He kind of gets in the way of our first baseman. We cut the ball. We throw it to third, and we get out of the inning. Run scores. I ask the kid, I say, "Hey, why were you backing up the first base dugout?" You would, if I gave you 1,000 guesses, and I mean maybe even 100,000 guesses, you will never guess what came out of his mouth.
You could go to Corey. I've actually heard this story from you, so I do know the answer.
Ask me.
Were you not listening?
No,
to
just ask the question. I want you to ask it like you're asking me as the kid.
Hey, why did you back up the first base dugout when the ball is in right field?
Because I was told to back that thing up.
Oh my god.
I would say, you know what? At least you've made me laugh in a comical way. Now can you answer the question on why you were over here when there's no way in hell the ball will ever come over here?
I didn't know where to go.
Great answer. Because that's really the real answer.
Yes.
He says, "I've never been a reliever. I'm only a starter."
So it is different.
No, what?
I think it's very different.
What?
Yeah.
Whenever you're a reliever and starter.
No.
Yeah, when you're a starter, you don't have to do that.
No, you do.
No,
So a
because you just strike everybody out.
So a 14, 15/16-year-old, somewhere in that age range, decided when I asked the question on, "Hey, why are you backing up over here?" I want to see if he's like, "Oh, I messed up. I should have been backing up." Like he could point over there, or I should have been backing up the third base dugout. That would be the exact right answer. Instead, he tells me, I don't relieve. I'm only a starter.
I like it.
Do you?
Yeah.
You can't answer it more stupid than that.
How would you respond to that? Did it take a couple seconds?
I said, "What does that matter?"
What was his response?
He sat on the bench.
That kid, obviously he's afraid of getting in trouble. So he made up an answer.
All right. Another ninth grader.
All right.
Take strike 3.
These are all baseball related, right?
These are all in one game.
Okay.
Take strike 3. Umpire. Ha! Strike 3. Turns around and the umpire goes, "Was that a strike?" Hey, Nimrod. The umpire has called it a strike. You can say, "I saw that down." Like, I don't want you. First of all, you're in ninth grade. Let us handle the balls and strikes to an umpire.
Was that a strike?
Was that a strike? Was his question a half a second after the umpire called it strike 3. Now, if you're educated at the plate, you could say, "Man, I saw that down." Or, "That caught the bottom of the zone," like asking the question like, "You saw that at the bottom of the zone?" But instead he asked, "Was that a strike when the umpire called it strike 3?"
Yes. Yes, it was.
Okay.
Because that's why they called it strike 3.
That's all in one game. Those are coaching ninth grade baseball players. At least the ninth grade players I'm coaching. I'm just like, hey, you just got to let them play and do whatever. But it's just amazing on what their brains think. And I did have another kid. I literally had another kid with the ball hit to right field back up the first base dugout. And I'm like, I don't know where, like, we're going to have to go over we're going to do an hour of practice next week where, and it's fine. Like, we have to do it in spring training. You'll see the pitchers in spring training backing up bases. But I've never seen a person with the ball hit, let's say if the ball's hit to left field, you're going to come back up kind of the first base dugout or that side of home plate. I get it because the runner's coming home. But I've just never seen a ball hit to right field. And he's not like he's going to cover first base because you think the first baseman might catch it and I have to cover first base. They're just jogging to like the dugout. Like, where are we going to overthrow the ball over here?
Do you think this is emblematic of your team, of ninth grade baseball, or of ninth graders in general?
All of the above.
Okay.
I don't know the percentage, but yes,
dummies.
All of the above. Okay. My last Mike Likes It is how much could Juan Soto get this winter? They polled 28 MLB executives, agents, insiders to find out what they think Juan Soto's contract will look like. 3 of the 28 said under $400 million.
Okay.
8 said $400 to $499 million. 14, the majority, said $500 to $599 million. And 3 people said they think he gets at least $600 million. Wow. So Juan Soto is off to a great start.
Yes.
Aaron Judge is off to a better start. But I'll give you what they say in the $500 to $599 million range, since 2 people said 12 years, $500 million. 2 people said 13 years, $500 million. 1 person said 14 years, $500 million. 1 person said 15 years, $500 million. Then you have 13 years at $502 million, 12 years at $510, 12 years at $525, 12 years at $528, 13 years at $540, 12 years at $550, 12 years at $552, or 14 years at $588 million. So I just went into the 500 range. I won't go. But the average, if you take the average of the 28 people they asked, the average is 11.6 years, $482.5 million for an average of $41.4 million per year. So if you're kind of looking at the Rangers need to get back to spending and get a premium guy, the number 1 guy on the market, and it won't even be close, will be Juan Soto. And they're saying the average will be, let's just round up, 12 years, $490 million will be the average that they think. I don't think he's going to get $600 million.
I don't either.
But I do think he can get $500 million. And maybe it'll be just below.
You think the Yankees ever sit back and say, why do we have to set the market for things? Or do you think that they understand that they can't
stop going getting those players?
They said, if they don't do it, they say the Mets will. So there will be competition. They don't think there will be a lack of competition for Juan Soto. They don't think the Dodgers will get in this business. Obviously, they have Mookie. Now, Mookie, here's the interesting thing. Mookie's now an infielder. So they do have kind of an outfield spot open if they wanted to do this. Kind of stink if they did, to be honest, just for baseball purposes.
Yeah.
Because the Yankees, you can see why they'd keep them. They traded a lot for them, and in a way, they need to get kind of Giancarlo Stanton off the books and stuff like that. So they kind of have the money to do this after paying Aaron Judge a lot of money. But the number, at least for those big-time free agents, keeps going up. So maybe looking at Corey Seager, that's not that bad of a contract if Juan Soto is going to get approximately $500 million. And Juan Soto is in the category, and you can say at times better, at times worse than Corey Seager. He is younger.
Yes, that is true. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Who do you think's more likely, Soto or Judge to win MVP this year?
I say Judge because I just saw a thing comparing him to 2022. The only number that is lower is he's on pace for 58 home runs. instead of 62. He's on pace for more runs, more RBIs, better OPS. Everything's better besides he would finish with 58 home runs if he stays on this pace through. And he got off to a slow start.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to stay this hot either. He's super hot. I think he has 24 home runs now.
I think, Kevin, to go back what you always say, they take each other's votes. And so somebody else, because they're on the same team,
interesting.
you always say that.
That is true. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
A key to this city. Who has keys to our cities next to the Fan?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C-Block starring Corey Majors. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that.
What does it matter with Mike?
Let's go Mavs.
The cover of the Madden 25
Jazz Chisholm.
is not Jazz Chisholm. It has been revealed, and it is one Christian McCaffrey.
I mean, he probably deserves it, right? He's pretty awesome.
Was the offensive player of the year last year? Like, he was very, very good.
And he just got paid.
He stayed healthy. You know, that's another factor, is being healthy. The game will be released August 16th. So that'll get. Now, here's the thing. We were discussing this a little bit. Mike Carter, came to me the other day and was like, Dad, I'm going to save up and buy a PS5 this year. Because I have just not. I'm retiring from video games in August.
Oh.
You're smart.
To be a better dad. Now I'll start paying attention to my kids. But he said, I'm going to go buy one, and most of them don't have, there's some of them that don't have the disc anymore. It's all digital.
Oh, yeah.
And I started thinking, at some point, aren't the discs going to be relics? Like, that's going to be a thing that nobody has anymore. You think, Mike's like, oh, is it time to start investing?
Well, we should have bought them a long time ago.
When the grid goes down.
When the grid goes down, everybody that has discs or whatever, they say, you know what, we're taking away the rights or those servers or whatever. You can't play that game. So There it is. But from the 806.
I definitely still have some DVDs for that exact reason, because you'd think everything can be streamed, but not necessarily.
Carter, on his walk home yesterday from soccer camp, found he opened it up. It looks like a record, the album, the whole thing. But when he opens it up, it's like 9 or 12 CDs.
Oh.
And it was jazz. And he goes, Dad, how much do you think this is? And I was like, well, it's jazz, so probably not much. But also it's CDs, and nobody cares about CDs anymore, buddy. Are you trying to do CDs nuts?
No.
Okay.
What I was going to tell you is I'm not. I saw there was these 3 kids yesterday, clearly with their grandma. She seemed overwhelmed. And he was like, hey, I'm going to get a Sunny D. I swear to God, this is true. I saw this coming from a mile away, and he looked at what I'm assuming is his sister, and he goes, hey, do you like Sunny D? And he goes, Sunny D's nuts. And I don't know if his grandma didn't understand or didn't hear him. She didn't say anything, and I was like, oh my God, dude.
The kids still get after it. The digital-only version is the way to go. Would you buy the discs? You still have to download them to your PS5 hard drive. The better way is just to buy them straight from PlayStation Store, download them instantly without having to make a trip to go buy them. And that's that's kind of what it is now. Is from the 682, even with the disc, you have to download content with the internet. It's all a scam. So yeah, that's what I told him. I was like, man, these discs are done. So having that physical Christian McCaffrey cover isn't quite as beloved as it used to be.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
baby, Mike, I could see it in Mike's eyes. He's like,
I don't think I collect enough. I need to get rid of all my T-Law stuff.
It's a buyer's market.
A very important.
Honestly, if he does good, I should have bought more.
A very important sports figure has just gotten a key to the city of Arlington. Or I'm sorry, Irving.
Travis Jankowski?
No.
Michael Irving?
No. It's Michael Irvin, but
I know, but that would be even better. And he played his games in Irving.
David Irving?
No.
Keith Urban?
No,
because it's an
its
urban
name
area.
is not It's not Irving. Urban. It doesn't rhyme with Irvin.
Urban Outfitters.
No, it's not Urban.
Kyrie.
It's not Kyrie. I just said it's not an Irving or Urban or an Irvin. No.
Oh,
does that stop?
No, I got what he's saying. I got what he's saying. Magic Johnson, because it's not Irvin.
Yeah. And the one from Louisiana, not just Irvin Johnson. Troy Aikman.
Corey, your thoughts?
Emmitt Smith.
Screw you guys. It's Kevin Costner.
Wow. Okay.
What? Kevin Costner?
Let us keep guessing. What? We would have never got that. I don't know why you had us guess.
Did you just want the entire segment to be us guessing?
Yeah. Nuke LaLoosh. I don't know. Crash Davis. Would you have said you got it if I'd have said Crash Davis? I don't know his name in the Detroit Tiger movie.
Billy Chappell.
Billy Chappell.
A chapel has taken down the cathedral, owns the cathedral of Yankee Stadium.
Right.
Kevin Costner got the key to the city of Irving today.
What did he do?
Yeah, Waterworld.
He got it. He got it in front of where the where the
Texas Stadium
the
was?
cattle thing is. You know that the bronze cattle and horses stuff. He got it there. So I wonder if it has anything to do with Yellowstone or whatever movie he's
You think
made.
they shot some of Yellowstone in Irving and we don't know about it?
Maybe. That's a possibility.
You think they shot the good seasons of that or the more recent seasons?
I don't know. They all run together.
Now, my question to you is, I have 4 cities.
We didn't have anybody on the show named Hoss. I feel like there's always a Hoss on a ranch.
4 cities here that
Irving
in Texas
Stop it.
that have given away keys to the city.
Grand Prairie.
Oh, Michael Vick has one for our city of Dallas.
That is correct. The city of Dallas, 2011 in February.
Why did that happen again?
Because the guy was a Michael Vick fan and wanted to meet him. Let's be honest.
Oh, okay.
That's why. If you want to know the 100% reason why, the dude wanted to meet Michael.
It was presented by Mayor Pro Tem Dwayne Caraway.
Yeah, so Dwayne Caraway, Michael Vick was his favorite football player at some point and wanted to meet him.
In December of 2009, M.K. Asante was awarded the key to the city of Dallas as an author, filmmaker, and professor. And in 2018, Dirk Nowitzki
Yeah, that makes sense.
Was awarded the key to the city by Mayor Mike Rawlings.
That makes sense to me.
Now we move to the city of Irving.
You think Arlington should give one to Jordan Love?
God, Mike.
I mean, he
No cause for that.
kind of owns the city right now.
Jeez, I got it.
In 2013, Mike and Bob Bryan, twin brothers and professional tennis players, got the city to the key to the city of Irving.
Ooh,
as well
all
as
right.
in 2017, Mahant Swami Maharaj, a Hindu Swami and sixth
I
spiritual
think he
leader
picks
of
sports games,
Baps.
right? The Swami.
What? What? Stump the Schwab?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That was Chris Berman. Why are people still sending in reasons that Kevin Costner got this?
I appreciate
it. Was
it.
for that draft day movie. Come on.
Yeah. He got picks 1, 2, and 6 out of
Makes
that
sense,
sucker.
yeah.
Such a
Or
stupid
whatever
movie.
it was.
The city of Fort Worth awarded the Texas Rangers the key to the city
That makes sense.
to commemorate winning their World Series in 2023.
Love it.
And the city of
2023.
Arlington, can you guess who
Tom Vandegrift.
has the key to the city of Arlington?
good.
And they got
David
it
Clyde.
in March of 2023.
Nolan Ryan.
David Clyde.
March of 23?
March of this year.
This year's 24.
Yeah, this would be 24.
March of 2023 is what
So
I meant.
before the
Last
Rangers
year.
season,
Bruce Bochy.
Oh,
John Daniels,
no,
Ron Washington,
no,
Chris Young.
no. It's not a Ranger.
Jim Sundberg.
It's not a Ranger. City of
He
Arlington.
played for the Royals.
Not a Ranger.
Oh.
Is it a singer-songwriter?
Jerry Jones.
Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift
Oh!
has the kitty.
Look at that assist from Chris right there.
Just says has the kitty. That's not.
He came in
the
town to get the
key
city?
To the city. I think it was during the Eras tour.
What does the key go to?
Every door in the house and
That
every
can't be true,
has
is
to.
it?
That'd
Like,
be
why would you
awesome.
want-
Like if you just go to Arlington Colts, Arlington High School.
You could just open up all
Yeah,
the
just like,
doors.
and then you go to Arlington Heights. You're like, I don't even think I'm in Arlington, but it says Heights on it, and it's Arlington, and it works in Fort Worth. Some.
I don't know, man. I've always felt
It's a stupid key. It
Just
doesn't
have
even
it.
work.
You
Like they
don't
go to
know.
Home Depot, and they're like, here.
you're saying it doesn't work. You've never had one before. How do
Oh.
you know?
Checkmate.
I guess I should have been better. Or I should have been friends with Dwayne Caraway.
Or Taylor Swift.
Dwayne Caraway was giving them out like candy canes at Christmas time.
Anthony Richardson, Kevin, I'm updating your story from the other day.
From the tattoo?
Anthony Richardson got a full back tattoo.
That's why he was missing practice?
Don't know that to be the case.
He had a sore arm from the tat.
Maybe. On his back?
If it was his upper shoulder, it probably
Okay.
hurt.
While he was on Pat McAfee's show, he said he was put to sleep while getting a back tattoo this offseason. 7 hours, 4 artists. And then, quote, people aren't going to like the fact that I went to sleep, but I've been getting tattoos since I was 13. I've did my time in going through pain. And that's where I ask the Tolos and Tolos out there. I don't have a tattoo.
You have to get your parents' permission under 18.
He's not under 18. Well, I guess since I was 13, yes.
Times are changing, Mike.
You think you can just go to a tattoo parlor shop at 14 and just get it?
You can do a lot of things without
I
your
think
parents'
some
permission
people are
anymore.
tattoo artists that do it out of their garage and are at a place where you are when you're 13.
Well, they should go to prison. I'm just kidding. They should. But I guess if they're using bad needles and they give you
That's-
HIV,
I agree,
that'd be
I
bad.
agree,
Yeah. Holy cow.
I mean, that can happen, right?
You don't want a hip needle? No. I do ask, though, the Tolos and Twolos and Yolos that are out there. Do
you get the tattoo on your back written upside, like opposite, so when you look in the mirror, it looks right to you?
This is a full back tattoo. Is it soft to go under anesthesia?
I think it's smart.
Even though you've had plenty of tattoos in your
See it
time,
from
is
the
it soft to go under anesthesia and get a tattoo?
I'm surprised. I have not heard this before.
But getting put under anesthesia?
Yeah, I'd be willing to say a lot of tattoo people are like, that's soft. But then again, maybe tattoo people come in and be
Does
like,
Chris Summers, I mean, Chris Strong have a tattoo?
Chris Strong, you have any tattoos?
No tats. No tats.
Does
up in
Carter?
Denton, you can be 14 years old, get a tattoo. You know, no big deal.
Really?
NBD.
Yeah.
I thought you had to get your parents' like signature so you can go to a tattoo parlor shop at 4?
I don't know.
What's the difference between 4 and 14?
Good question.
That's true,
I don't
but
know.
like I mean,
I have no idea.
From the 940, I have a
Getting a
leg.
tattoo.
I have a leg
Oh.
sleeve and an arm sleeve. Put my ass to sleep.
Okay.
From the 214, yes, it's soft. From the 682, Dak did it for his leg tattoo. So I didn't know that Dak went under for that. Or is this people just taking out Dak now? Is that what's
no,
happening?
he probably.
A lot of people saying that Dak did this too. So
I'm sure if it's hours of needles being poked into you, that you would, if you can, you just be like, yeah, give me Anastasia. And
that's
then,
not Anastasia, Mike. That's a movie from Disney.
Anesthesia?
Yeah.
That's where we're going?
Oh, did we should have asked Billy Corgan. Because is it that one? Is it Siamese Dream? If you sync that up with Anastasia,
Fantasia.
Fantasia, that's what it is, not Anastasia.
What is the average
Thank
tattoo
you.
sitting time? Because now multiple people are like, if it's 7+ hours, you probably do it in multiple sessions. I'm curious
Yeah.
what the average tattoo sitting time is.
I think it's like 3-4 hours.
like if I get
But not for
6-0
these big ones.
June 11th through June 17th.
For the 214, honestly, I'd do the same, but I couldn't afford it. So there are a lot of thoughts on this. Look at how many people have tattoos, Kevin, or have thoughts on
Tons
tattoos.
of people have tattoos. I just wonder this.
That is true.
How many, not regret all your tattoos, let's just say you have 5 or more tattoos. What's the percentage that you still love all of them versus I like 4 of them, don't like, I wish I wouldn't have done this one. You know?
That's a good question. I'm interested in that.
I don't know the answer to everybody's.
have that
everybody's
information.
And
I
I think they lie to us because they're like, no, tattoos are awesome. I like them all still. I'm like, no, you don't.
I did have a friend who got the same tattoo as another friend of ours, and then he got that removed later on in life. They also got it on their lower back. I don't know what they were thinking when they were doing it.
What do you think about the tattoos that people get for rings or when they tattoo somebody else's name on them? That like a significant other, not like a kid or something.
I mean, it's their deal.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm just not into tattoos. I'm not against them. I'm not for them. They're not for me.
I like cool
So if
art.
somebody gets like a ring, like, oh, this is my permanent, wedding ring now that I've tatted it on my finger. And then they get divorced. And I'm like, you screwed that one up, didn't you? But
But they can alter it. They can
I don't
still
think so.
alter it.
Like Johnny Depp, didn't he turn Winona Forever into Wino Forever?
Yeah.
And then you saw how the years played out and was like, oh, kinda.
No, they're both need therapy.
And that's the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Mavs' best hope for Game 3. Is it the revenge game powers of Luka Doncic? Let's talk about it next right here in The Fan.
Commercial.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Well, they've missed their last 6. Doncic tries another 3. Got it! Luka Doncic now with 27. It's an 8-point game. Timeout, Boston.
That's a great highlight. We missed our last 6.
Well, we made that one. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk a little bit more about Luka and his revenge game powers in just 1 second. But first, we go back to the Stanley Cup final. Corey, I know this is a coach you have developed fondness for. He is frequently hilarious, although I don't know if he always means to be. Florida Panthers coach Paul Maurice. Now, Leon Draisaitl, who we obviously saw is a great player, he nailed Alexander Barkov with an elbow to the jaw.
Okay.
In game 2. And the Panthers would eventually win that game 4-1 to go up 2-0 in the Stanley Cup final. Let's take you to a post-game question to Mr. Maurice and see how it goes.
Paul, I do want to ask you about the evolution defensively of this team since you've arrived, but just quickly, because I think you're holding back. How do you feel about the hit on Barkov? This isn't the Oprah Winfrey Show. My feelings don't matter.
This isn't the Oprah Winfrey Show.
Is that what they do on Oprah?
My
They talk about their
feelings don't
feelings.
matter.
Does
Does
she
that
has her
show
own
still
net-
exist?
I think she has her own.
Remember when
network or
Tom Cruise was getting married to Katie Holmes and he jumped around? I'm in love with Katie. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, ruined her life, kind of. Yeah, I remember that.
So just another amazing quote.
Didn't ruin her life completely.
If
Just
you haven't
tried
heard-
to ruin it for most of it.
Somebody needs to put out a highlight package of his quotes because that dude, he's hilarious. He has been hilarious through the playoffs, and he's just constantly cracking me up. And this one was another one.
Now, I know obviously it didn't work out in game 2, but one of the things, Corey, that you talked about going into game 2 that I really was fascinated by, how Luka does following playoff losses. And then they showed the stat on TV going into game 2. Luka was first all time after a playoff loss at 34.3 points per game. And Michael Jordan was second with 33.3 points per game. And so clearly that's some pretty darn amazing company to be in. And I believe Luka had, I want to say he had 32 points in that game. So he just about stood up to his reputation. Oh, Corey has raised his hand.
According to Mark Stein and Shams, the Celtics say Kristaps Porzingis suffered a torn medial retinaculum, allowing dislocation of the posterior tibialis tendon in his left leg in Game 2 of the Finals, and his availability for upcoming games will be determined day to day.
Man, and they said upcoming games.
That sounded horrible.
Yes, it did. Do you mean his pronunciation or the injury?
No, that injury sounded like that is like a surgery. Well, I just made it sound worse. Sounds like surgical. That sounds like something you'd have to like really like either cast or have surgery on.
Look, we talked about this earlier in the show about the potential if he's not going to be out there. Now, obviously, you switch from a day-to-day proposition, and look, it's not difficult to figure this out. We talked about this, like I said, earlier in the show. Best post in the paint offensive efficiency, KP number 1. Best in the post defensive efficiency, KP number 1. So clearly unbelievable in the postseason.
A couple things to add to this, Kevin. The injury is unrelated to his prior right calf injury.
What?
That didn't even look. That fall didn't look that bad on replay. This is on his left leg, but you could tell it was bad.
Yeah. So this injury is on his left leg. It's unrelated to the prior injury on his right leg, and after consultation with numerous specialists regarding this rare injury, as we said, upcoming day to day. So it's always rare with him, right?
Is this great to say? No. But this gives the Mavs a much better chance.
Nobody was rooting for KP to get hurt, but if he is out of the lineup, clearly that is a benefit for the Dallas Mavericks.
Mazzulla says he's doing anything and everything he can to be able to play, and that's one of those, like, I'm betting it is how much can he stand the pain, and based on how we've seen him over his career, not much.
And think about this. They're doing anything and everything they can to get him to play. That's for game 3 or whatever. How long is that going to be sustainable after that? This is what I look back to it, Mike, and I think
this is crazy.
We talk about if the Mavericks can win game 3. If the Mavericks can win game 3 and KP isn't able to play, then I feel like that changes a lot of optimism. And you talk about the inability for the Mavericks to pack the paint. We talked about that going into the series. The Mavericks have been able to pack the paint against every freaking opponent they've seen in the playoffs, but it's not as efficient against the Boston Celtics. If KP doesn't play, let's just focus on game 3 for now, but it could be the rest of the series. Maybe he misses no time. There's a lot of different outcomes for this, but it's going to make it significantly easier for the Mavericks to pack the paint and attack the paint if KP is not out there.
Yes. Like, this is Look, it's not good news for KP. It's not good news for the Celtics. This is great news for the Mavs. I'm not saying they're going to win the series now, but this gives them a much better chance. He was arguably the best player in game one. He took their game to a level that the Mavericks couldn't compete at. In game two, he had a nice impact. Not the same impact he had in game one, but a nice impact. Now they go to a 7-man rotation with another dude who's going to have to play 5 to 15 minutes. That is not 7'3" and nailing 3-point shots.
I just keep thinking about, we were talking about matchups for the Mavericks defense. I understand offensively, clearly the difference that this can make, but I was thinking about the defensive matchups we were talking about on KP. Obviously, it didn't work out with Hardy, with Green, with any number. Even Luka is struggling with it. Now, all of a sudden, the 5-out system, I mean, I know they can still go 5 out, but it's not as oppressive on the Mavericks, and then it just furthers my idea that Lively and Gafford for 48 minutes.
Holy cow.
Splitting up the time. But I want to see them out there on the floor every single second of the game tomorrow.
Does say more likely it will require like surgical treatment.
I mean, what you just kind of said sounded like they're going to have to do a procedure, but there's no harm in waiting 2 weeks and just seeing if he can get out on the court and give him, 15 to 25 minutes. But what you said does not sound like he's going to play again. In fact, I'll tell you what it sounds like. It sounds like when we lost to Adolis Garcia in the World Series. And
you didn't come out and say it straight away because you're like, oh, maybe we can figure it out.
But everybody knew he ain't playing the rest of the World Series, and you're just hoping.
Go
ahead.
Joe Mazzulla, according to Tim Reynolds, says we've taken the decision to play out of his hands.
Well, that doesn't sound great.
He's not playing.
Yeah,
he's not going to play the rest of the. I'd put money on, if somebody gave me 1-to-1 odds, I'll put money on he doesn't see the court the rest of the NBA Finals. It does not mean that they're going to win or lose the NBA Finals, but I'm telling you, I don't think Porzingis plays another second in this NBA Finals.
Yeah, Tim Reynolds, AP sports writer, Kevin, says it's a serious injury. We've taken this decision to play out of his hands. So there you go.
That had to be reflected somewhat on what KP said yesterday. And look, I know KP has a lot of baggage in Dallas. I will say I do respect the tenacity, at least at this point, when he was like, I'm willing to go out there and die on the floor, because you're 2 wins away from an NBA title. But that's why you have the Celtics right here saying that is no longer his decision. Like, whether or not he plays is up to us, not him, which that would lead me to believe that very unlikely to play.
Yeah, he ain't playing. So now you go the rest of this series. Obviously, you got to win game 3. It doesn't matter that he's out in this way. If you lose game 3, it's over. Especially you lose game 3 and KP doesn't play, which he ain't playing game 3. We know that. It's really over.
Yes.
Now the Celtics can rally around this. They've obviously
are still really good.
They won a lot of games without him already in these playoffs. But now all of a sudden, when you're up 13-6 and Joe Mazzulla calls a timeout and brings in Kristaps Porzingis and the game immediately flips to a close game, he does not have that option. It will be up to Tatum and Brown and the other guys to flip the script. And I don't know. I mean, I hate saying this. This is awesome as a Mavs fan. I'm not saying, yay, Porzingis is hurt. What I'm saying is the 16% hope that I had that I gave, because it's 84% you win when you go up 2-0. And I said, man, the Mavericks have a 16% chance of winning this thing. I'll give them that percentage. I would say now it's 33%
and
that they can win 4 out of 5.
Does that change? Oh, okay. Yeah. I was just about to say, that part. I'm watching video of him walking. He doesn't have a knee sleeve on it or anything like that. So that's kind of interesting, but I don't know if it requires anything like that. Somebody did say, Kevin, that I'm sorry if I didn't hear you say it. The spread has changed to -2.5 Dallas.
And I've seen in some places too, so you've started to kind of see the hedge maybe.
Yeah.
Because they're still saying, hey, we'll see. I'm with you. I think right now, I'm not going to say he won't play tomorrow. I think it's very unlikely he will play tomorrow. And I just think about on both ends of the court how much this changes things for the Mavericks.
The other thing too is it just didn't look like a bad injury. Did anybody see that and go, oh man, he might be out the rest of the playoffs? I thought maybe he misses Game 3 just to give him like a little bit of extra rest to be ready for Game 4 if it's a 2-1 series. But I never thought, boy, he's going to have off-season surgery because of that fall that didn't look bad.
When I saw the way he was jogging around on the court, that's when I was like, I kind of smiled. And I feel, I do feel bad, but I kind of smiled. And I was like, that's the KP I know. And I was like, we did it. And we didn't even have to do anything. I just felt like that's what happens with KP. That just naturally happens.
There are multiple people who...
But they're not going to lose this series based on losing that one guy.
I think they could.
Yeah, I do too.
And this is... Okay.
That's their fourth guy.
No. Okay, you're right. And
offensively, it's their fourth guy.
Yeah, but the thing is, he is so crucial against this Mavericks team because of what they like to do with their double-headed bigs, right? Because number one, offensive efficiency, number one, a defensive efficiency. It would be different against some of these other teams. I could absolutely see that. But what the Mavericks want to do is to be able to attack, outside of Luka and Kyrie, of course, attack and control the paint. They've been able to do that offensively and defensively a lot in this playoffs. Defensively, it has killed them on rebounding, and they haven't been able to do it. And I think this will make a huge difference.
Did Kyrie have 2 layups in the 13-6 run to start the game? Do I remember that right?
Like he might have.
And that kind of got shut down when KP's in the game, right? Because he hates. I mean, to be honest, Kyrie sees KP as freaking Wembanyama at the
which I get,
rim. And I get it can be similar. And so now, when Kyrie goes to the basket, he has to deal with Al Horford protecting the rim.
And that's the difference right there, because you're not wrong. You still have incredible defenders in Drew Holiday and Derek White, and Jaylen Brown has really, really made an impact in this. You still have Jason Tatum that, if he turns it on offensively, can make a difference and has been a monster on the glass. But this, we always talk about in fighting, in combat sports, what is your path to victory? This feels like it opens up another lane on the path to victory that you might be like, there's a super, super small way the Mavericks can win. Now you're like, there's a decent shot.
I know it's different, but the Knicks were up 2-0 to Indiana. And obviously, Boston is way better than Indiana. And this is just one injury. New York had a bundle of injuries. But this could really change this series. And we'll see, like if the Mavs win Game 3, which they have to, and they win it, and you're like, wow, the Mavs got more alley-oops. Wow, Kyrie was finishing at the rim. What's the difference? Well, 25 less minutes of KP was the difference.
Can you, I swear I'm not doing this to make your life difficult, what the medical thing they said was again?
A torn medial retinaculum.
Okay.
Is what I'm going to go, allowing dislocation of the posterior tibialis tendon. So it's a posterior kneecap tendon.
And then the other thing that you're throwing in there that I think is really important is we're not talking about the calf.
And it's a different leg.
Exactly. Yeah. So
They can't even walk.
Earlier we were talking about the issues with the calf, and now you're like, on the other leg,
can't walk.
There's this whole other set of
I wonder if he was trying, as he was falling, I got to protect that calf and put all the pressure on the other leg.
What do we talk about with baseball players or pitchers in particular? You're more apt to hurt yourself if you're trying to cover for another sore spot. You know what I'm saying? Like you'll put more on something else, and that's how you end up getting hurt. Wow, that is a unbelievable bit of breaking news.
And
right
now
there.
Joey Chestnut's banned from the hot dog eating contest. What's this world?
What? What is that? We'll look into that a little bit more when we chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. We'll do an X right here on The Fan.
Coming up.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is ya?
Peggy, amazing. How are you?
I'm doing well.
All of a sudden, just doing awesome.
Yes. Well.
Yep. Look, I'm not going to lie, man. It makes the things a lot more fun.
It is complicated because I'm not like, hey, you want somebody to get hurt. But if KP is hurt, which he is, then you see a better path for the Mavericks to potentially win the NBA Finals. And we're just listening to KP in the break, and he said he's going to do everything in his power to be back out there. And then we've got inside sources saying this is not only a rare injury, some trainers have like, I've never even seen this injury before.
The unicorn, man.
And to go along with that, Luka got a pain injection for his knee before Game 2 and is expected to get another one before Game 3.
How many of those can you get?
Maybe this is a different kind of injection than the one you can only get every 6 weeks or whatever. At least I really hope so. So there's a lot of freaking stuff happening.
Man, it just hurts so much, to know that players who play sports for a living might be dealing with a little bit of pain as a result of it. So, I just want to make sure I've adequately virtue signaled about that.
There you go. See, you did it.
Okay.
You did it.
It just, it just bothers me. I can't believe, players, they run and they jump and their bodies don't hold up perfectly. It really bothers me to my core, Hagee.
Okay, that's good. I appreciate that. Now, I understand we don't know what the injury is actually going to mean for this series. Like, I have my own theories about he's not going to play in Game 3 when they say day to day, and then the Celtics say they have taken that decision out of KP's hands. So when somebody goes, oh, he said he's optimistic he'll play in Game 3, I would like to know more about what that's based on.
I talked to two different trainers. They don't think he's going to play. And
Ever again?
I don't know. I mean, like I said, I asked a trainer, I sent the information to him. It's one of my trainers in the National Football League. And like you said, he goes, this is a rare injury.
Yeah.
He goes, to be honest with you, I've never seen one. And he says the tendon can be a real issue though. Height might make it even harder for him.
Oh, I could see that.
And I asked,
He's pretty tall.
I asked, can you play through these things? And he says, got to be honest, I doubt it. And he says, but I don't know this guy. And I said, well, this guy sits a ton, So he goes, okay.
Maybe it's all the sitting. Maybe it's all the sitting over the years is now taking its toll on his legs, and that's why.
This is what's key, I think. He says the tendon. If it's tendonitis, it's debilitating. He goes this seems like a lot more than just tendonitis.
Yeah, and that's not even to mention, like, when we talked about this earlier, we thought it was going to maybe be the calf that was going to hold him up. And they're like, no, we got this whole other deal. Yeah. So
sometimes you're compensating one injury.
Yes, totally. And then that's how you end up hurting a different part of your body or another leg or whatever the case might be. We talked about it. KP has been really, really good when he's been able to play, especially for the Celtics. He's been number one in defensive and offensive efficiency in the paint. Well, if you take that away and now you're leaning on Horford, I mean, Horford's a good player, but you saw the way KP directly impacted the game, especially in game one or after that first timeout in game two.
It felt like it was unstoppable.
Yes. And this feels like a huge opening of the path for the Mavericks to potentially get back into this series.
100%, man. I mean, my gosh, he's like a pterodactyl out there on both ends. And it was like he was really contesting. It felt like every single shot, especially with the rim protection, even coming in, looking at just the numbers and where he stood as one of the best rim protectors in all of the sport. Better than Gobert, better than a lot of these guys that are synonymous with rim protecting. It's like, man, Porzingis has actually really been that dude. And everybody talked about, man, having KP come back for the Celtics is what is really puts them over the top to be sort of an untouchable. And some of the little cracks or whatever in their armor throughout the postseason, you thought those would all be remedied with Porzingis' return, and they were all right about that.
Yes.
But when he's not in there now, that opens up things in a huge way. I think it helps the Mavericks mostly offensively. That's where, like, this is the biggest beauty that you need right now.
One of the things that we were just talking about in the last segment, and we talked about leading into it, is the Mavericks have been able to pack the paint against all their playoff opponents. Well, guess what? They haven't been able to do that. And so when you talk about the difference it can make for them offensively, that is absolutely the first thing that I think of is we can control the paint potentially a little bit more. Not just from the bigs, but from people driving.
Yes, anybody. Like, he was contesting everybody's shot at the rim here.
I think it affects both sides. I mean, his ability to stretch that extra 2 or 3 feet out to 27, that opens things up, makes it more difficult on your defense. His efficiency on the high post is nauseating. It is unbelievable considering how much the Mavs had to totally bail from even attempting it about halfway through his tenure. But, as much as we can talk about these things, his injury is obviously, the biggest factor here. And I believe Brian has more on it.
Yeah, I'm just, we were talking about Luka earlier, and this friend of mine, he reached back because he's hearing some information about with Luka and stuff like that. You mentioned about the shots in the knees and stuff. He says, I'm sure Luka is getting Toradol. Is that right?
Toradol,
yeah. Which it's not in the knee. It's an intermuscular. It's in his butt is where you would put that. And a lot of NFL teams do it for pain. And he says the Mavs are probably doing it for him like every 2 to 3 days.
Okay.
So it's just for overall pain. It's not a direct shot in the knee area, but it sounds like he gives it to you in the rear.
Just a full body situation.
Mark that, I guess. Yeah. But they can do it every 2 or 3 days.
Well, and that timeline matches up, Broadus, because he got it right before game 2 on Sunday. We'll get it again supposedly tomorrow before game 3.
But that's what my friend was reaching out because he knows the Mavs are dealing with their own set of injuries as well.
Brings up one of the all-time questions: would you take it in the rear to play in the finals? I think we know the answer.
We know the rear. Yeah, take it in the rear.
What time is that segment?
That's our champion.
We're gonna sprinkle that in.
That needs to be okay. Not a full segment, but a little bit here and there.
Yeah.
All right, I got you.
I go full 5 on that.
What do you guys? What do you guys got coming up on the program?
Pure gold as
Obviously.
always. Thanks for asking.
Nice.
CY at 420 and Marcus Simeon. 520.
Let's go. What a day. What a day. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation already giving you that insight on the KP injury, plus Chris Young, plus Marcus Simeon. It's going to be a stacked show. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
What does KP stand for, Kevin? As Randy Galloway used to say.
Can't play.
Can't play.
If you're laughing, we're Masterpiece. Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a hell of a day. It is a lot of final discussion right out of the chute here with some breaking news and some live video that we just saw on TV of Porzingis arriving at Celtics HQ. General at your service, there's Broadus, Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. You do have half the Nosebleed brothers here. Eric Chiafalo in attendance, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. I was already feeling better about the Mavs' chances than yesterday. I mean, Sunday really took it out of my sails, and yesterday I was just like, dear God. I mean, but coming home, understanding how much better the role players are going to play, I was already starting to talk myself into being hyped for this comeback.
Yes.
And then bang. There's the Porzingis news.
You clubbed over the head with it. You're not just going to dabble in hopium right now. We're going to just, you're going to go swimming in it. You're going to be drowning in hopium.
That's right.
And that's why Walchuk's not here. The KP news happened, and all this blood went to one spot in his body.
Yeah.
And he was like, I physically won't be able to even think right now. It's, the blood is not where it's supposed to be.
My man has figured out.
He's pitching a 10.
My man has figured out how to take advantage of jury duty, I believe, right? You think
the bully?
Yeah. I'm watchdogging this jury duty thing.
Well, I don't think he got called. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have that trustworthy sort of face, does he?
No,
I mean, I don't think any of us really do.
No,
but what Brian is saying is, if you get excused from jury duty at 10 a.m. and your show starts at 2, what do you do as a team player?
Yeah,
that's a good question.
Do you just sit at home and celebrate Porzingis maybe not playing?
Oh yeah, he's definitely.
I think he's into that. He might already be into the Tito's.
Yeah.
Who knows?
3-finger
maybe
lid.
giving that 6-week-old some swimming lessons. Who knows?
Yeah, he's probably taking a day at the pool. I like the idea.
He might be peeing in the pool. Who knows?
Oh, I know he is. If he's in the pool, he's peeing in the pool. That's for dang sure.
Yeah,
I like the idea of him playing hooky with us, but also with wifey.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think he can juggle that?
No, absolutely not. That's why he's not here.
Yeah.
If you want to be real about it.
You think it's the wifey saying something?
Yeah.
Well, honey, you might as well just take the whole day off just in case.
He reported for jury duty probably at 8 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe they excused him by 9.
Sure.
He had a chance to go to the Waffle House, grab a meal.
But as a new dad, you know how your priorities can shift. And one day your priorities are your career and getting drunk, and the next day everything is about that sweet baby girl and trying to make things easier on mama. So he is turning his back on his
2
team.
weeks of that?
He did very recently, Brian.
Yeah.
Very recently.
My gosh, we're here.
Feels like yesterday.
We're fighting for our lives. I mean, you guys are down 0-2 in a series.
I know.
You guys are fighting for your lives right now. Woolie's like enjoying himself, like he's in Cancun himself.
He's going full dad mode.
Yeah.
He's going full dad mode. And I'll tell you what,
the dad instincts.
If the regret hasn't already set in, give it just a little bit more time.
I thought maybe today might be Club Mavs with Porzingis news and all that, but hey,
you mean that Porzingis is back in Dallas for the first time? It's so good to just have his presence here.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's
welcoming Porzingis.
It's a full circle sort of moment.
Hey,
I'm
Boston,
with you.
we still feel good. We feel good about what's going on with our team. Right
Okay,
now.
I was going to ask you about your prediction.
Oh,
you predict
we feel good. Boston feels good about our Game 6. We feel good.
You don't think Porzingis is that much of an impact?
We'll be fine.
I mean, he was kind of the best player in Celtic green there.
Nah, don't worry about that.
He kind of was the guy that was making the biggest impact on both
most
ends
of the year
floor.
without Porzingis at times, and we'll be fine here.
I mean, you did make light work of the playoffs. How big of an impact is a Porzingis injury for you? The Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line is open at 877-881-1053. I mean, I did have to lean on Broadus's gang of 7 or whoever his friends are on his phone to explain what the injury is.
Yeah.
Torn medial retinaculum. It's allowing dislocation of the posterior tibialis tendon in his leg.
Yeah.
And I'd never seen that. In all my years of covering sports, 25 years.
Neither have my trainer buddies.
What the hell is this?
They say it's really rare.
Okay.
And that's KP.
Yeah.
Really rare injuries. Oh, my gosh. How many times with the Mavs did you he had what? You know, he leads the league, and you have to go to the medical journals to find the injury.
I also think he leads the league in how did you get hurt on that play injuries?
Yes.
Like, where did the injury happen?
He had back problems at one time here that was like, what? How did that? What's he doing? Oh, okay.
The hopium does get even better, though, when you start to hear like some opinions on this. Now, the Celtics are officially saying this is day to day, Brian. What are you hearing?
Yeah, okay. Again, these are NFL trainers that I'm talking to around the league.
Just a little sports crossover.
Yeah, a little sports crossover.
Hey, but biology is biology, man.
Yeah, they say both these guys said, hey, I've never seen this injury. To be honest with you, he says, but the tendon, and it's Porzingis, the tendon can be a real issue, though. That's what they're saying. His height could be a problem here. He's 7'2", right?
It's always been a problem.
Always been a problem, yeah. But he says, you know what? I said, hey, can you play through these things? He says, got to be honest, I doubt it. Both guys, I doubt you play through this thing. And I said, they don't know the guy. And I said, well, he sits out a lot. And they're like, oh, okay. They didn't answer back.
Did you tell him about the chronic vaginitis?
But yeah, I tried to be nice about this. Yeah. I go, the tendon, he said that the tendon is if it's tendonitis, it could be debilitating, as I'm trying to say the word.
So if it's just tendonitis, it could be bad.
It could be bad too. Yeah. But this would be, but they think this is more than just tendonitis.
Hey, this is a torn medial retinaculum.
Yeah.
For crying out loud.
Okay, so I'm seeing we have a Twitter doctor. Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe a grain of salt situation. Brian Sutterer, MD.
Okay.
And he says the medial retinaculum is like a seat belt that keeps the tendons in place as they course around the inside of the ankle bone. There are 3 tendons that travel along the inside of the ankle, and that seatbelt keeps them secured and in place. The posterior tibialis tendon is one of said tendons.
Okay.
So it's holding everything together.
So it sounds like they got to go back in and fix that.
That feels like there's an operation. But who am I to say? I have no idea. But that doesn't sound like somebody who's going to be able to do much playing.
No,
you can't play without your seatbelts.
No, I probably
click it or take it, bro.
In the 70s, we used to drive without him and get slung all over the back seat. And it's while our moms and dad were smoking cigarettes in the car.
And drinking a beer.
Smoking a cigarette in the car while we were in the back seat.
The good old days.
Slinging it around.
Yeah, that's finals ending, I believe. Maybe career threatening. I mean, if you do have to operate on the foot and start fixing tendons and stuff, it opens up a Pandora's box of disasters.
Yeah,
thanks to the doctor for chiming in, by the way. In fact, we did get butt
thanks to the Twitter doctors as well.
Doctors, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to track this story. Whatever the case, you take away his shot blocking, you take away the floor stretching, you take away his high post efficiency.
We're fine.
Which is a problem because the Mavs have tried to put smaller players on him. You know, you try to put a Luka on him, or you say, hey, can we get away with? Yeah, you want to put a Josh Green on him.
Oh.
You know,
he's been punishing those smaller guys.
You're getting crushed. Yeah, at that high post, you take that out of the equation. I think the floor stretching, but obviously the rim protection is the biggest one.
Yeah, I think so too. With how much, what's the Mavs' biggest problem right now? They can't score.
Yeah.
Can't score. And part of the reason why is they have a 7.5-foot pterodactyl floating around ready to challenge the 3 and challenge the dunk. Simultaneously.
Yeah.
So having him just off the floor defensively, I think, is the single biggest thing.
So yesterday we said maybe we were at like single digits of percentile believing the Mavs would win, could come back and win this series. Bassick reacting to this breaking news was at 33%. I feel like I'm somewhere in that range. I just can't pinpoint it right now. How about you guys?
Yeah, I think definitely I'm well over 25%. I know that. What has even happened at this point? At this point, you've lost 2 games on the road, and they've lost maybe their most impactful player.
Mm-hmm.
So why should I not be confident? And I got some things to reflect why Kyrie should be getting back into his bag here, which could be exciting. We'll dip into that when we go around the rim, but I think there's a lot of reasons for optimism. You're back at home, and shots are going to fall. Yeah. And so I'm back to feeling just as.
And they might fall for Boston.
It's the rare Tuesday that feels like a full torque Friday. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah. Well, and we do need to acknowledge that obviously we're not rooting for injuries.
No, we never do. We get in trouble for doing that.
Just rooting for my team to win Game 3 of the NBA Finals, man.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing.
But the point spread is growing up to 3 points now on some books. The Mavs favored for Game 3 tomorrow night. I do feel a little bit vindicated in not believing in Porzingis and celebrating that the Mavs had moved on from him into, pointing
You're taking
out
a victory lap now?
Yeah, I am. I do want to say that,
Wow.
He's played the best.
He went to Washington for a while.
What's that?
He went to Washington for a while. You didn't take the victory lap there.
Well, I was happy when they traded him,
Yeah, I mean, you sort of manifested it.
Yeah.
With your mouth.
No, there's no question. He willed this thing to happen.
I did. Yes.
Not the injury. He
Left
didn't
it all
will
out.
that.
No.
He would never do that.
But part of my explanation was even if he starts playing great, the injury is going to happen and break your heart when you need him most. I mean, when he was around on the Mavs, he's like, playoffs are starting injured in Game 1 of the playoffs.
Yeah.
This is – and salute to Porzingis for being the best version of himself. Like his high post offense – his willingness to be a secondary star instead of demanding like an immature, spoiled brat that he be the focal point of the offense, like that took maturity. And maybe it was the massive failure of being on the Mavs and then going to Washington where his team was terrible that gave him clarity on exactly what his position was. But, I mean, he was about to come in and dunk all over me, Brian, and be like, hey, you said I couldn't stay healthy at the right time. You said I couldn't do this. I couldn't do that. Well, guess what? I am a championship level player now, and because of this injury now, I get to avoid that humiliation. So I'm sorry if I need to do that. If that makes me a bad person, so be it.
Nah, man, you're okay with me. But you are taking the victory lap right now, though.
Yeah, because I was right. Yeah, Porzingis will get hurt. You should not get him. You should not give him a max contract. That's the other part of this, and it's really unfortunate that he got hurt today.
Yeah, it is, and it'll be interesting to see how Boston does play. I think Boston, you talk about a team that Boston didn't shoot particularly well from threes the other day themselves. Boston hangs in there by making free throws too when they get to the line.
Yeah.
They hang in there. That's how they play. They play really good defense, and if they don't shoot well, which we all know they're volume 3 shooters, they'll keep shooting. Dallas better find them a volume 3 shooter. It might be time to play your guy you're trying to trade again, Hardaway.
Yeah,
you might.
That's the last. That is like.
Changing the goalie in the playoffs? Is that the thing? Is that the last card you're playing?
And it's the very last card I'm playing.
If you lose game 3, are you going to play that card?
Sure, yeah, because now it's
out of a favor to him.
Ultimate, now it's ultimate desperation, and what does anything matter?
You don't see playing him in game 3 as any type of help of guy that can maybe knock down some shots.
I know that there is a world when you simulate it 10,000 times. There's a couple that blink out to you. Holy smokes, Hardaway Jr. had a night.
Yeah.
But more, I can't trust that.
Well, you're not to that point yet. After watching Maxi Kleber not do anything?
No, because I've seen Maxi have the yips and then not have the yips.
Maxi Kleber's got
At least he plays defense. Tim Hardaway Jr. is doing nothing for you. He's a cone defensively, and then he could be like a 3 for 12 from the field. Or he could be even worse than that, let's be honest.
Maxi playing defense?
Maxi playing defense? Maxi's playing better defense than Tim Hardaway Jr. ever even dreamed of.
Do you need the defense or the shots?
I can't guarantee that Tim Hardaway Jr. is giving me those. I have seen Kleber in this postseason, and you have too. Knock it down. He's been banged up. Okay, he's got a couple of games under his belt.
He might not be healthy enough to knock down shots for you. That's the problem.
Well, I mean,
he doesn't want to take shots. Look at him.
So you want to give the Maxi Kleber minutes to Tim Hardaway? You want to go watch Tim Hardaway Jr. and you're just going to risk the fact that tonight's one of those 2 for 12 nights.
If I'm the Mavericks, I need somebody to help Luka here.
That's Kyrie, and it's going to happen tonight. And all the other role players are going to start. Tomorrow night. Yeah. And all the other role players as well. I mean, again, I think the Porzingis thing, like that just helped you a ton. You don't have to start trying to outthink the room on what you need to do. Do with what got you here a little bit, man. Now, if it's halftime and no one can buy a bucket and it's just Luka is the only 3 on the night, then I think maybe you start. But I'm not going into the game with any plan of having Tim Hardaway Jr. and having to depend on him.
The only way I would do it is if you could guarantee me we were going to get another Kyrie game like game 2. Like if that's going to happen, if it's going to be bad again, I would rather see what Tim Hardaway Jr. could do, I guess.
Yeah.
But if you give me a blank possession,
you're dying
I don't
on
care.
That hill, Chief. You're going to die on that hill, and that's fine because that's what's got you here. That's what's got you here. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I just can't find the
hill.
minutes for him. I need Luka or Kyrie on the court together.
Yeah.
And when one of them is off, I'm actually relishing the chance that we might be able to play great defense here for a few minutes, and that's going to be eliminated if we put Tim Hardaway Jr. in the game.
Yeah, Kyrie turned the ball over just like Tim will. I guess he'll miss shots just like Tim will.
Yeah, but do you think right now what's more likely?
If I'm a Mavericks fan, I'm a little concerned about the way that Kyrie Irving's playing.
The NBA looks at things of what is the probability if we play it out over 100 possessions. That's what they make decisions on. And 100 possessions of Tim Hardaway Jr. is going to be god-awful compared to those 100 Kyrie possessions in every simulation you do. Now, crazy things happen. What if you only get 10 possessions and those are Tim Hardaway Jr.'s best 10 possessions, but you can't make a coaching decision based on that.
Yeah.
That's bad math.
I get
That's the kind of stuff you get fired for.
I'm just watching Dallas not knock down threes and for 2 straight games.
Yeah.
And maybe Boston's, but they've had some really good looks. Dallas has had some good looks. It's not like every ball has been contested.
Mm-hmm. It's an interesting concept. If that continues tonight, you're back home and Kyrie is not making them and Washington's not making them and Jones Jr. is not making them and you were an assistant coach and you up to Jason Kidd in the third quarter and whisper, hey, how about 3 minutes of Timmy? I think I'd sign off on that. Yeah. Like, let's freaking do it, dude. We're down 12. Nobody can make a shot. Put Timmy out there. Let's see what happens.
For sure.
Okay, we got G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. Have these Mavs forever ended the tanking debate in DFW? That's coming up next right here. G-Bag Nation of the Fan. Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on The Fan. If you missed the big news, Kristaps Porzingis significantly injured, and they calling him day-to-day, but nobody thinks that he's going to play again in this series. 972, everyone needs to remember Boston got here without him. Mavs still got their hands full. They do. You know, and being down 2-0 is huge as well. But, you know, this has the chance to be a really big swing and allow them to at least get back in the series.
Yeah, it does.
You know, chances of tying this thing up 2-2 now you go through the roof. And keep in mind, there was nobody really of significance that they had to face. Like, checking in on the East Finals was embarrassing. Just the quality of basketball was so much lower than has been played out West up until this point. And, you know, Boston was clearly the best. They dominated that, not trying to take anything away from them, but I don't think that run through the East, is any, confirmation that they can play at an elite level without Porzingis. Brian, looking for arguments today, says the 214 going to be a good show. Yeah, I'm feeling that as well. He's coming in hot. I like how he took Wolchuk to the woodshed there in that opening segment.
And I know Woolie's probably listening to us right now. He might be floating his big ass around in the pool.
He probably
even
is,
with the
man.
Thunderstorms looming outside. Hey, enjoy your day off, bro.
Dude,
hey, we're fighting this thing. Your team's down 0-2. You know, you got to fight through this thing.
I mean, and
you guys are fighting.
The municipality.
You're wearing the Hardaway Jr. cape. I didn't even know you had that in your scouting bag.
I'm trying to help my Celtics here.
You put that.
I see you working.
I'm like, yeah, you guys thought about playing hard? No. Hey, no, seriously, I take no.
Hardaway should be getting the Luka minutes.
Yeah,
man.
yeah, there should be. But to me, though, I think the one thing, though, it's clear, though, watching the Mavs, that they need some help of knocking down some shots. And maybe this is a guy that's a volume shooter. He's never he's never taken a shot he didn't love. It doesn't matter where it is on the floor. But he's not afraid to shoot it. And it looks like to me the Celtics are like kind of grateful that some of these other guys aren't taking shots, because when they miss one or two, they don't shoot the rest of the day. So that makes their job a lot easier.
817 says Mavs could start Exum over Jones, both of them 6'6" and nearly equal on defense, except Exum can hit threes and run the point guard. I think Jones's wingspan is bigger. I think he's a better on-ball defender. But I'm looking at Jones and I'm looking at Kleba right now and kind of thinking if we're not getting shots fallen, I would not mind replacing some of their minutes with Exum. Because he gives you more ball handling and passing.
Yeah, for sure. But I do think everything is just going to be a little bit more opened up now. You're going to get a couple more open looks from three without the Porzingis link to contest, and then you're going to get easier opportunities at the rim, which has been huge for the Mavericks offense throughout this season and this postseason. So, and then you get guys in rhythm. All of a sudden, Derrick Jones Jr.'s got a couple of dunks under his belt. Now that rim's getting a little bit bigger when he pulls from three.
Yeah. No, I think that's the right way to look at it. Like, let's just keep doing what we're doing. Assume shots are going to fall at home. Our role players are going to be a lot better. Play a half step quicker. And without Porzingis in there, the lane is going to be more open. This should more look like a regular game. I thought Bassick had a good point there in the 1 o'clock hour for the KMC Masterpiece. The Mavs outplayed the Celtics to start game 2. And that's it. When Porzingis came in, if you felt the momentum dip and never return, it was his presence, shutting off the lane, shutting off the Kyrie Irving layups. Yeah. You take him out. Now, if things aren't going the Celtics' way, Joe Mazzulla is going to look on that bench and say, can one of you guys try to go hit a couple of threes or something? Because he doesn't have any other chess pieces that he can play in that toolkit over there. And it's not a deep rotation. It is the best starting 5 in basketball. It is the most versatile and skilled starting 5 in basketball, but 7, 8, 9 are not championship level players, and you've probably tightened down that rotation a lot more. You're asking Al Horford at 39 years old to probably play an additional 12 to 15 minutes a game, or they could absolutely get eaten alive by Gafford and Lively now. How many times has KP just blocked Gafford? In these first 2 games, those are now dunks.
What did we say? They've had 15 blocks in 2 games.
Yes,
that's my number I got yesterday.
Feels like 15 per game.
Yeah.
Segment of the G-Bag Nation brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate your vehicle today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car, truck wrecks, and DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. I'm just going to keep coming with the text here, G-Bag of the Day, in just a couple of minutes. Brian's mad because he didn't get jury duty, too. I mean, that is, maybe accurate, 206. I don't know. You'd have to ask Brian. But I've always just, checked the box. I can't make it because I'm a radio host.
It works.
It didn't work for Wolchuk.
Yeah, essential personnel, they call us.
I guess they didn't. I guess they thought Wolchuk wasn't essential. I don't know, because
essential personnel.
He filed the paperwork, and then they said, "Sorry, man.
Now,
bring your rear end here."
Do you think really? Do you think they said you don't have to show up, and he just went ahead and acted like he didn't get the notice?
The rare excused absence that you still arrive for.
I think I have jury duty tomorrow now that I think of it, guys.
Yeah, I'm going to have it.
Did you notice what time the message
Friday
came this morning about jury duty for him? 8:38 this morning. Hey, got jury duty, boys. Have a great show. Knock it out of the park.
Yeah, that was good.
That's the text we got today.
It was some good motivation.
Hey, thanks, bro. Good luck. I hope you don't get on a murder case. He's out of there in 7 minutes.
I've heard of
big woolly bully ass walking out of the courtroom.
I've heard of Gen Z
swaggering out.
Yeah,
I know. Finger guns.
He's living great right now.
Yeah.
Sayonara, suckers.
Yeah, they'll call me for a couple of years. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, I've never experienced it. I've heard of Gen Z not wanting to work and constantly looking to soft retire or whatever. And I've never experienced it because in radio,
you got to work hard.
Everybody I've worked with doesn't really covet days off.
Right. Got to work hard, except Wooly Bully. He loves the day off.
Maybe a sign of the times.
If he's dadding right now, though, I'm telling you, he's regretting it. And he's wishing that he was getting ready to do a little G-Bag of the Day with us as he's changing a crying baby's diaper right now. Trying to figure out why she's tripping.
Man, to be honest with you, 5 hours with a newborn or 5 hours at work.
You've seen what
I'll do
Frankel and
10 hours. I'll go 10 hours at work to 5 hours with the newborn.
I think I'm with you, bro.
I'm
Serious.
telling you,
Yes,
it's
I'm
easily
telling
2
you,
to 1.
He's made the choice. He chose the crying baby over us.
Yeah. Yeah, he's trying to build brownie points up with mom, and I definitely understand that. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius Alexander. Your G back.
I woke up for some money. Little bitch. All right, let's see here, boys. Our winner and champ so far, she comes from the Phoenix Mercury. That's WNBA right there, folks. She's a guard. Her name is Kalia Copper. And she is not here for the dumb questions.
She is not here.
Khalil, this looks like the bench production. You didn't get a lot of it in this game here. Talk about what they need to do going forward.
You said what?
You
The bench.
say what?
Not score a lot in this game here, give you a lot of production. What do you have to do next in the next few games to help you guys most likely get to the next level?
What does the bench have to do?
Yes.
What did you?
I was saying that the bench didn't give a lot of production today in this game here. What do they got to do to help you all out as what they did in the previous game?
What they got to do? What they do last game? That's a real question. You for real?
No, what I'm asking is just really trying to get an idea of what they need to do.
So what the bench do the last game?
They actually played well. They played well.
So what they do this game?
Today they didn't do well this game.
Okay, so what they got to do? Score, right? Yep. All right, bet. That's it, right? Yeah. That's the main question.
Well, she walked him down right there.
She did.
She walked him down. Are you for real? He said, no. No, I'm not.
No, I'm not.
No, come in peace.
This is the last time I'm covering your team.
Yeah, no, that's peace. That's peace. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right.
I'm going to mow yards now.
Let me get you a drink, ma'am.
All right, let's get some vibes.
She had another one last night, too.
She went back to back?
I think she did, dude.
Oh. Wow. All right, let's see here. Let's go to Charles Barkley. He was watching some hockey last night. He was being interviewed by Sportsnet during the Stanley Cup Finals. Charles is feeling himself. I think he had a few drinks. I'm just guessing. I'm not putting that on Charles.
The Oilers were your pick from the outset. What do you think of them so far?
Well, they played great in game one, but they didn't win. Bobrovsky was sorry. I'm sorry. He was freaking amazing. I apologize, y'all kids at home. He was freaking amazing. But, you know, the Oilers, man, they've been amazing. I picked them from the start of the playoffs. But, you know, Florida, the Panthers are amazing. So I'm looking forward to the third period.
It's 4 amazings right there if you're paying attention.
Yeah.
4 amazing.
Amazing cocktails I had.
That's what I'm saying, bro. They kept them coming. Yeah, can I get another one, please? Yeah, no straw. I don't want no straw. Let's see what else we got here. Well, hey,
Gotta love the Thunderbirds.
come on, baby, come on. Ain't that tough enough? Hey.
I would walk 10 miles on my hands and knees.
Yeah.
Just to be with you, baby.
Hey, when it comes to jury duty, people, if you have some type of good sense out there and they line you up for jury duty, please do it.
Do it, yeah.
Please do it. People need you. You never know.
Yeah.
Especially if you got good sense, because there's a lot of people with some weird sense out here and weird assumptions, and they'll put it on you in jury duty. Be like, well, I promise you I didn't do that. Well, it don't look like it did, though. That guy, I don't know. Reminds me of a guy, I know. Let's see what else we got here for you boys. Texas Rangers insider for the fan, 105.3 The Fan, Jared Sandler.
Uh-oh.
He censored the wrong word this morning. Now, to be fair, bro, it was like super early. Jared said it's 5 o'clock or something in the morning.
It's
like
in
that.
L.A., yeah.
Yeah, Jared said this is super early, man. He just didn't have all his wits about him. So let's go to the RJ and Chop show and check this out.
Tonight, I'll be able to better answer that question when there are 40,000 people at Dodger Stadium and they are bat. You know what?
Whoa,
Sandler!
That S, you know.
Has it been that long since you've been on the radio, Jared? Jeez.
Did you get that, Peyton? Did you dump that?
Yeah, my bad. I left out the wrong word there.
Yeah.
5:30 in the morning. I did the you know what for the wrong word.
He sure did.
That S, you know what.
He probably wanted to diss Bleeping Pier after that.
Hey. My girl, they made her do it like she had jury duty and didn't get selected, but now she's back again.
There you go.
They called her up again.
They called her back.
Called her back.
She's good.
Yeah.
She's probably going to be the foreman.
They don't know her like that. Yeah, fry him. Fry him.
She's watched a lot
of you die.
She's watched those documentaries with you?
All she does is watch those murder, kill documentaries.
Yeah.
Before she goes to sleep.
Oh.
Yeah, what a weird person. You know what I mean? Like crime scene photos and everything. It's like, well, I'm tired, babe. I can't sleep.
A chainsaw was involved, yeah.
Lock the doors now.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what else we got for you boys. It's graduation season.
Yes.
Pretty much over with at this point, but there's a happy father at his son's graduation. It's kindergarten graduation.
Oh.
Kindergarten.
Come on, Zay. Yes, sir. What you talking about? What you talking about?
Xavier Webb.
Let's go, boy!
Wait a minute, Phil. Wait a minute. I only played this part.
Xavier Webb.
Just so I can compare it to the Meek Mill scream.
Oh.
When the Rock was down. He was pinned down. It was looking bad for the Rock.
Yeah.
Boy, get up! Get up! You got this. Get up! Get out the way! Get a knock Rock out. Get up, Rock.
Get up, Rock. Situate him. Oh, boy. All right, that's all I got for you boys right now.
There it is.
Come back around 5:45. I got some more toxic stuff for you. Oh, it's super toxic, too. I went down a rabbit hole.
Nice.
Yeah, some motivational speakers.
Oh, no.
It's a different breed of motivational speakers out here, dog. I'm going to play them for you.
Yeah, if you ever miss the G-Bag of the day, Lucius replays it in LA Live every night about 5:40. You want to, Tolo every segment, but if you're ever wondering, you can always check in for that. Okay, sound like we got some broadest karaoke in there of the Thunderbirds as well. I wouldn't mind that as like a bet payoff or a Krusty's Corner or something.
Oh, man, I tell you, I love the fabulous Thunderbirds.
We got our champ, Kalia Copper, one time looking for two. We got Charles Barkley at the hockey game. Jared Sandler was going bat bleep crazy there about the Dodgers fans. And Dad at kindergarten graduation.
That was great, by the way.
I'll go with Sans. Chief?
Yeah, same here.
I'm going with the WNBA. WNBA.
All righty.
Kalia Copper.
Yes.
2-1, Brian.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm going to vote for Chuck in this one.
All righty. Buy a score.
Chuck in hockey.
2-1.
Is that your daddy?
Your new G-Bag Today champion, it's Jared Sandler. He's got the call tonight in L.A., huh?
He does.
8:30
Him and
pregame,
Dixie.
9 o'clock first pitch. We have a double Ranger guest Tuesday. CY at 4:20, Marcus Simeon at 5:20 here on your home of the champs. It's time for Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking it?
Hey, can I tell you guys the highest graded wide receivers by route types? We'll do that next.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com, y'all. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation, and time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king of the Krusties himself, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Man, that news is hard to take right now.
Porzingis?
No, not the Porzingis news. Parking at these basketball games.
Oh, you've been flexing your credential because you get to go as a professional media member to the NBA Finals,
right?
But now you don't have parking. That's how much they care about
parking. I had parking, and I thought the credential works through June. The Mavs, actually, thanks to the Mavs for letting us know, but they said, hey, the league's taken over the Lexus lot where we park, the garage. And so we don't have spots.
You just got pushed down the totem pole.
So now I'm scrambling talking about this train, going to the park and ride train thing.
I'm telling you, dude.
And it drops you off. Does it drop you off right there in front of the stadium?
Market Center Station. That's where I've done it a couple times this year. You park at Market Center Station, and you literally you're getting out of your car, and you're just surrounded by Mavs fans because you're all doing the same thing. You're hopping on the train for one stop, and boom, you're right in front of the doors of the AAC.
Okay. Text. I don't. If you text in, I know you're talking about it. I'd like to see some others.
Yeah, I know you don't want to trust me on this, but that's fine. I'm 2 for 2 this year.
I trust you, but
2-minute train ride.
If you take, this is very living in the East kind of thing. I used to live off Broad Street in Philadelphia, and I used to take the Broad Street subway to get to the vet.
Ugh, just stinks.
Yeah, but it got there. It was it was cool. I mean, that part of it, you feel like...
Yeah, but you wore that odor all day.
Yeah, but everybody else had the same odor.
That's true.
So it was not a problem.
Yeah, that's the thing about smelling that I saw somewhere recently that I'd never really just considered. It's not like your nose senses changes in smell. It's not that it's constantly smelling
when
everything.
You live in
Once
Philly,
you become accustomed to it, you no longer smell it anymore.
Oh,
it's just a change in smell.
There's
that your
a lot
nose
of stench in Philadelphia.
For sure.
There's a lot of stench.
But if your nose has been around that stench long enough, it no longer even addresses the smell until a new aroma pops in.
I think you're right about that.
Yeah, try that at the LA Fitness over there at Las Colinas. Run your ass up out of there.
You never get used to the stench.
One more hour and we get used to it.
You never get used to the stench. Lucy, do you ever want to just stand up and get on the mic and tell everybody to bathe?
Yeah.
Use the like you do us. Use the wash rack.
Yeah, they should be checked before walking in.
They have showers there and stuff too, right?
They ain't using them.
You know it's bad when you're walking into the gym smelling terrible.
It's crazy, bro.
Is it worse than a locker room in the summertime, 2-a-day locker room? Is that bad?
No, I don't think it's that bad.
Yeah,
no.
I think the
locker room. Which one are you talking about?
2-a-days, when you had football practice.
Who said it's not that bad? And what? What are we talking about? Are we comparing what I said
on public transportation?
No, we're talking about locker rooms. We're talking about the fitness place. Does it smell like a locker room during 2-a-day practice?
8th grade locker room.
8th grade locker room.
Practice.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah.
A little bit of Axe body spray trying to cover it up in little sections.
There's not enough. Not enough. All right. Well, let me know if the train thing works because I've got to figure out something else. I really do.
I mean, the train's not going to be that bad because it's just a couple of minutes. It's unbelievable, getting ready to board airplanes when you can tell somebody in line not only hasn't bathed that day, but their clothes haven't been washed in weeks,
Yeah.
And you're sitting there sometimes you get on the jet bridge and before you can actually board the plane, so everybody gets real tight right there as you're getting ready and there's no airflow going on.
Yeah.
You're like, holy cow, somebody actually smells like poop right now.
Yeah.
Happened to me last time.
Happened to me last time I was at Six Flags.
I was like, if he sits next to me or within 2 rows, we're gonna have to get up and get on a luggage.
Yeah.
Would you say something? Would you say something?
I would probably say something to the flight attendant at that point, like, how are you going to let this person stay on this flight?
Yeah. He'll tell somebody else to say something.
And then she'll
there you go.
And then she'll say, "Sir, I deal with this all day."
Some of this stuff is egregious. Yeah. Some of this.
I wonder what my rights are.
You got to say it out loud. What is that smell?
My gosh, you didn't bathe.
I'm not pointing any fingers. I think we're all just trying to come to a conclusion. Okay, and hopefully you are not the conclusion.
All right.
A lot of people are suggesting the train, by the way. Now, one person is noting, hey, make sure, he said, I learned personal experience, left a Stars game early check the train departure times to make sure it will run all the way through the end of the game. Certain days of the week mean different departure times. So the departure situation you might want to like just lock in, but I'm 2 for 2 on it. Stayed throughout 4 quarters of a Mavs game. Hopped on the train.
See, I like
problem.
Brian, you have 4 jobs though. Okay, this is Chief with 3 kids and the most budget conscious person we know. Take a damn Uber.
I don't have a membership for Uber.
I could download it to your phone.
I don't have a membership.
I can,
and you don't want one.
Well, no, I mean,
that's true because it takes like days to get your membership card for Uber.
Got to get approved.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, you got to wait for the mail.
With your checkered history, that could take weeks.
No, I've never had one. I've always just kind of driven myself places.
Yeah,
but
and I do that most of the time too.
Maybe I don't know. If somebody's going to the game and they got parking, reach out to me. I'll buy you a few beers or something.
There you go,
like
a little carpooling situation.
Yeah.
Have a Tolo come pick you up from the studio.
Pick me up at the station here.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe so. All right. I'd love to ride with you and talk sports and maybe just talk about how to do anything you want to talk about. All right, receivers that run routes, the best in the league. Okay, and it's by individual routes. First off, I'm going to ask this question. Of all the routes that we have, 10, there's 8 key routes that we have in the NFL. First off, you think CeeDee Lamb runs it the best of anybody in the league? And this is from Pro Football Focus. These are my guys at Pro Football Focus. They've said by receiving grade, these guys run these routes the best. You think CD runs of any of the 8 routes that we're going to talk about, that CD's the best at any of them?
Ooh, there might be an out route that maybe he does well.
All right, let me give you the routes then. How about that? I'll do this real quick. Screen, slant, hitch, out, in, crossing, go, corner, and post. Come back. That's it. Those routes.
Maybe corner and out is what I'd be willing to bet on his best ones being.
I would say maybe his slant. But I'd be interested to see what they say. This is a subjective grading. This isn't like an actual stat of like separation, like just objectively he separates better.
This is Pro Football Focus grading these individual routes and what receivers run them the best.
Okay. So there's some opinion
by grade
involved here.
Up until recently, I mean, CeeDee Lamb is getting blamed constantly for not running the right routes or not running them precise enough. So if he's there, I would be surprised. But what you got?
Here we go. The screen. Rashee Rice from the Kansas City Chiefs is the best screen route runner. 94.5 on a Pro Football Focus grade for that. He averages 3.54 yards per route on screens.
Okay.
27 targets into 25 receptions for 184 yards and touchdown.
Okay, so this is your production per route run.
Yeah.
I thought it was a study of like how precise you were in your route running.
Slant. Amon-Ra St. Brown, the Lions, 97.3. St. Brown's 3 touchdown receptions on slants in 2023, trail only Myers from the Patriots, I believe. He averages 5.78 per route run, turning 15 targets into 11 receptions for 185. They say he's one of the best slant runners. The hitch, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
What a beast.
Same thing. He's the highest graded receiver on hitch routes, too. 24 receptions for 240 and a touchdown.
Most underrated guy probably right now, still.
The out routes, Brandon Ayuk. Ayuk averaged 3.47 yards per route on the out routes last season, 19 receptions for 229. He didn't find the end zone, though, on any of these plays on the out routes. 96 was his grade.
Wow.
The in, now we're starting to maybe talk about CeeDee Lamb here, right? The in route, Deebo Samuel, San Francisco, 98.3. Ayuk's 49ers teammate was the best in the league on in routes, averaging 5.36 yards per route run. He finished with 224 yards, a touchdown on 10 receptions, 14 targets on the in routes. Crossing routes. Maybe Lamb? Maybe.
Perhaps.
Puka Nacua. Puka Nacua, 98.5. The Rams rookie led the way on crossing routes with 441 yards, including in the playoffs coming in 180 yards more than the next best receiver. Go routes. This is Tyreek Hill, 99.9. Seeing the league's top deep threat pace the league on go routes should come as no surprise. He had 465 yards, 222 more than any other receiver and had 8 touchdowns, which doubled the next best player at the position. Corner route. Justin Watson from Kansas City. Watson had 157 yards on the corner routes, trailed only by George Pickens of the Steelers in the regular season and the playoffs. Post, Brandon Ayuk. Man, maybe somebody should trade for Brandon Ayuk here, right?
Good player.
Yeah, Brandon Ayuk's 213 yards on post routes, trailed only Tyreek Hill on the Dolphins. 2 of his 8 receptions on such routes resulted in touchdowns. The comeback, Calvin Ridley of Jacksonville. Really was one of the just 2 receivers to see 5 targets on comeback routes, turning him into the league leading 41 receiving yards. So are you guys then surprised that your guy was not involved in any of these?
I mean, not necessarily.
I thought maybe the crossing routes, I thought would be something run after catch, how good he is. But man, the fact that he didn't have any of those numbers like these other receivers are really good. I just felt like that CD should be in the in this group.
They're only giving you one guy for each route, though. They're not giving you what's under. Like in theory, CD could be number 2 in all of these.
They're giving you the best one,
right?
The best one.
So not
it.
super shocking.
It makes me feel like it's more difficult to guard or to game plan for.
Yep.
We're not loading up on specific routes that he dominates. It's well-rounded guy.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
There he is. Brian brought us in Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Coming up next, time for the NFL news of the day. Chief, where is it going?
Aaron Rodgers, Amari Cooper, Christian McCaffrey, Jamar Chase, got news on all of them, plus the most wild football sound of the day. That's next in the nation.
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Some finals talk coming up at 3:20. We'll take a stroll through some of the biggest what-ifs in finals history. That's coming up here in 20 minutes. Bases at 3:40, and then CY at 4:20. Marcus Simeon 5:20. An absolutely loaded sports show here for you on your Tuesday afternoon. Got the storms blowing in. Hope that it goes away, comes again another day. But here's Eric Chiafalo with your NFL news.
You know, for years we've heard Choppy talk about the technique to garner male heirs.
Yes.
And we have a new perspective from a football guy, former Cowboy, that we will hear from here in just a few minutes. But congratulations to Christian McCaffrey and the running back lovers like Brian Broaddus.
Did he get married?
No. He's on the cover, even better than that. He's on the cover of Madden 25.
There you go.
It's been a heck of a couple of weeks for him. I mean, didn't he just get he signs the $38 million contract extension last week, just had his 28th birthday, and now, boom, he's the Madden 25 cover athlete. I feel like the shine's kind of worn off of that a little bit. Like over the years, it's not as cool
I don't know what
as
happened.
I guess it used to be. I don't know.
Yeah.
There was the curse for many years, but I think we've kind of done away with that, and now it's just, I guess it's not that cool of a situation, but it is Christian McCaffrey. And so I don't know. I know some people that they'll hate the player so much that they will put something else in the back when we used to have it. Now I guess you're just downloading it to your console, right? You're not even really oftentimes going to get the actual disc or anything, but they would if it was a player they didn't like or whatever, like McNabb was on the cover of one of these things at one year, or T.O. was on a NFL 2K or whatever, Cowboys fans put something else in there to cover that up. I can't have this, we got a Niner, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can't just have Christian McCaffrey floating around in your living room or whatever.
No, you don't want that. And for a long time, fans didn't want their players even going on that Madden cover, but I think we had a run where the guys just weren't getting hurt. But now that McCaffrey has it, which is greater than a 50% chance he suffers a significant injury, I think maybe this is the return of the Madden curse.
That's right. That might happen. Somebody in the 214 just texted in CMC getting the Madden injury curse a couple years too late. SMH.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see. Everything's still right out there in front of them.
Man, you guys are evil.
I hate it when guys get hurt, but it is it's a natural consequence of competing at these levels. So you just hope that they time out to help your team, like what happened in the NBA Finals this afternoon.
585 said nobody cares because it's the college football game that everybody's excited about right now. That's fair, with the new NCAA video game coming out, that is definitely the headliner for video games for this summer. But Christian McCaffrey is going to be your Madden cover athlete. Aaron Rodgers not attending minicamp with the Jets. It's not excused either. This is an inexcused absence. Therefore, he is subject to fine. And Robert Saleh, Jets head coach, said that Rodgers had a previous engagement, an event that is, quote, important to him, and he didn't want to miss. So who knows what that could be?
Sure.
Could be anything. I saw people pulling up RFK speaking engagements coming up over the next 48 hours that maybe perhaps he was going to be in attendance to. Maybe it's a ball tripping extravaganza with his boys that he set months in advance, and he's like, dude, I can't pass I'm going to have a good time with my buddies.
Yeah, you can't crawfish on a deal like that. It might be a life-changing experience. Man, I hope this season actually pays off in the football department for Aaron Rodgers, because I think that's right now one of the teams that could make it really interesting against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Hassan Reddick is also somebody that is not attending Jets minicamp. He's skipping, and I don't know. They traded for him with Philadelphia this offseason, and I guess they just traded for a contract dispute because this dude has just not shown up. He gets traded, and then he doesn't want to be there until he gets a little bit more money, perhaps. So we'll see how that one unfolds. But the Jets situation is it's always funny, man. It's always funny. I would hate to be a Jets fan. I would absolutely hate to be a Jets fan. I just saw some listing.
I don't even know how you would
company-
become one. Like, in what era did your family or friends decide, let's be Jets fans together? Like, how does that even happen in New York?
Yeah, like Jets and Mets. You're like, we could do the Yankees and the Giants, but
yeah. Like, how are you a Clippers fan in L.A.? Oh, God. What locked you in? While Kobe and Shaq were doing their thing, you were coming of age and said, no, I want to cheer for Darius Miles and Quentin Richardson.
My gosh, what a nightmare, dude. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. It really does not. We remember that the Buccaneers, the pants for Tom Brady, the last pair of pants he ever wore, taking an L to the Cowboys in the playoffs. They were going up for auction. The jersey, the game-worn jersey, the final jersey he ever wore, again, taking the L to the Cowboys in the playoffs, went for $1.4 million. And then we kicked around like, what will the pants go for? Well, the pants just went. The jersey went for $1.4 million. The final pants, game-worn, Tom Brady, at auction.
We're parting these things out?
800,000.
800,000. That's what we got. Broadus is willing to shell out 800,000. Big money Broadus in this hypothetical.
I'm going to try and get
starting the bidding at 800,000.
So how much I pay for the jersey?
$1.4 million.
Okay, I'm going to try and do this for $2 million, a little over $2 million. So I'm going to go $800,000 on the pants. I'm trying to get 2.2
for your full package.
For my full package, yes.
Yeah, I don't know how I'd feel about bidding on several pieces of the uniform. I kind of want to purchase it all together. I'm going to say the pants, $250,000.
$250K?
Yeah.
It's crazy, dude. The discrepancy in love for the jersey compared to the pants. $1.4 million for the jersey, $89,100.
Get out of here.
There you go.
Because there's nothing that, I mean, when you think about it, like nothing tells you it's Brady's pants. Like the jersey, obviously.
They've got maybe his name or his number stitched in the pants.
Do they? Okay.
For laundry purposes.
But the jersey clearly much more valuable than the pants.
So yeah,
I was surprised to see the discrepancy.
Put them together. There you go.
Yeah, put them together. Sure, I guess. I mean, I don't know how that all works, but
it's kind of weird and pathetic. I think to spend that amount of money on a guy's uniform, that's just weird, dude. I don't understand that at all. Like, I guess you could buy it as an investment, but then I would think, who's going to buy these pants for more than $90,000?
All right.
What the hell have I done?
I just really want these pants, man. I got to have them.
I mean, maybe if you're a stalker.
You put your legs in those pants? Or do you
I don't know.
Do you pin them up on your man cave wall? What do you do with the pants? Especially if you didn't buy the jersey. You just have the pants.
Portland Trailblazers fan over there, right?
Yeah.
Bill Walton's 1977 championship uniform.
No, I don't know what I'd do with it. I'm going to put it in the closet.
No, but better yet, just the shorts. Those tiny little shorts.
No, but you get the whole uniform. You wouldn't, as a Trailblazer guy, wouldn't like that?
No, I'm good, man.
There's got to be, Lionel
It's just going to tell me you don't want Bill Walton's pants, bro.
Lionel Messi's kit from when they won the World Cup in Qatar.
I'll accept it because I'm going to put it on an auction the next day. I don't have room.
You're going to put it on your body.
It's just clutter.
You really don't care.
No, I really don't care about that stuff.
Wow.
I don't care about game used items.
I don't believe you. I think you're going to wear that messy kit. You're going to show up to the soccer pitch, and you're going to look up into the heavens like Calvin Cambridge did and say, "Make me like Messi," and you're going to believe that, and then you're going to go out there and hurt your hip.
I mean, what I would genuinely care about is the opportunity to free my family from the system by putting that up for auction, maybe paying our house off.
If you've got $2 million to buy this thing, you got money already.
See, a lot of people are
exactly.
This is a fetish guy. A lot of people are claiming this is a fetish guy.
Yeah.
Who, Dawson?
No, not Dawson.
The guy that wanted his pants.
The guy that wanted the pants.
He probably preferred that to the jersey. Yeah, there's some weird stuff going on.
And
with
he
those
was
pants.
like making sure, like, no, these haven't been washed, right? No, seriously, look me in the eye and tell me you haven't washed these pants.
If you had the whole uniform, would you wear it to a party?
Yeah, there were like seven eccentric billionaires lined up bidding against each other. They all just wanted to smell it. I'm not bidding until I can smell it.
You show up at a club with the whole uniform on.
I'm not bidding until I can smell it.
That's what these weirdos were into.
That's exactly what it is.
Which is more hilarious.
It's got to be laundered. It's laundered. I mean, yeah, you probably don't want it laundered.
Hey, they're not bidding on it until they smell it. Okay,
they don't want it laundered. You want top dollar for that?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
You know what the people are looking for?
Authentic, game worn. Okay, it doesn't need to be smelling like
Kurt
downy
Schilling
bleach or
bloody
whatever.
sock. Yes.
Why is it got to be a guy, says the 940? Because we're typically bigger perverts.
Yeah.
Now, it could be a lady, but the perv factor it leans towards this, this side of the gender a little bit more. So that's what I was expecting when you go with the pants.
Perfect transition. Let's get to the Cleveland Browns.
Why does it have to be a lady?
This is not a Deshaun Watson story, though. This is actually an Amari Cooper story. He's not in attendance, so he's looking to get himself a little contract situation brewing there as well in Cleveland, across the river, down the street, whatever, with Cincinnati. Jamar Chase was skipping OTAs, but he is present for mandatory minicamp with the Bengals. On the other hand, T. Higgins, franchise tag wide receiver, he's not signed his tag and he's still not present. So he's also he is not subject to fines because he hasn't signed his franchise tag contract yet. So nonetheless, that is where things stand with some of the bigger names throughout mandatory minicamps and things like that. Who's in, who's out at the moment. Now, I did want to throw out this little nugget that I saw. Like, what's up with the Saints fans? Like, where's my guy Black and Gold B at right now? The Saints are 40-1. The only NFL team without a single bet to win the NFC. The only team in the NFC
their coach is on a hot seat
that hasn't gotten a single fan to say, I'm going to put my money on my team.
Yeah. Well,
every other team in the NFC's got it, and every other team in the AFC's got it.
They want to see Dennis Allen gone.
Every single fan base in football has at least one schmo in their audience saying, yes, I will put my hard-earned cash on my team winning our conference, except for the Saints.
Disbelieving's part of that culture, isn't it?
Yeah.
The brown baggers.
They don't, they're not. They're not interested in your hopium.
Yeah.
They're not.
They know all hope is lost once they, saw Drew Brees walk out that door and Sean Payton followed him shortly thereafter.
Yeah.
They're rock bottom right now.
Okay.
It's like the JD years for the Rangers.
We're about to get into the bussing with the boys bus, I guess. And so let's just prepare yourselves for the sound that you're about to hear. All right. I was not expecting Randall Cobb to be the one saying this, but before I play that sound, I did want to see some reports out of Green Bay. How about this one, Broadus? Marshawn Lloyd has been getting some oohs and ahs from his teammates today running the ball.
Well,
the USC Trojan that you wanted to be a Cowboy, they had the chance at. Now he's a Packer, and he's garnering oohs and ahs from his teammates as he's running the skin.
Leofau, the linebacker from Notre Dame, might prove me wrong. Just watching him play a little bit. The kid's smart. He's active. I'm sure he will be able to tackle when they get in pads and stuff. But you watch him play. There were some questions I had. Why would you take this guy? There's no way I would have taken Lloyd. Absolutely. But Leofau might prove me wrong. As now that I've seen him practice 3 times and how smart he is and how he moves around and the guy plays in pass coverage and understands it for a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
There's a long way to go here, but like I say, I would have loved to have Lloyd. Absolutely would have loved to have him.
Listening to you guys talk about him, I then went and watched his highlights, and I was like, wow, he just doesn't look athletic enough or dynamic enough.
I tell you what, though, he's super. When you watch him play next to Kendricks, it's like they both move in unison. He sees a lot of the same things that Kendricks does, and I think
Leofau. Hey man, I'll be crossing my fingers.
Trust me, Dawson. I was like,
not crazy about that one.
Why drag? No, I was killing him too.
Yeah,
he must be so smart and good at positioning techniques.
I mean, I haven't seen a linebacker when you start these linebackers. They don't cover anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They don't. These two guys actually get in the way of passes and throwing lanes and have awareness,
anticipating angles and stuff like the Celtics defense.
Yeah,
they don't look like they're doing much.
I'm just telling you,
Holiday's out there just chilling, and then the ball moves and he snaps into the perfect spot.
I was totally like, why the hell would you draft this guy?
Huh?
And I might be wrong about this kid. I might be.
Well, that'd be something.
Black and Gold B says he does have a hundo on his Saints. He's going to put it on him.
Oh,
so he will be the one guy to stand up.
You just shamed him into doing it, right?
Yeah, well, I feel like that's probably not information he was aware of. He probably thought there was some other schmo in his Saints fan base that put some money down. He didn't realize that they were the last team standing at the altar for anybody to believe in them. Now he's going to put some belief in the Saints.
Just
that's
don't
very
put the
exciting.
hundo on there, Black and Gold. Baby.
Yeah.
I mean, you're a family man.
Yeah, I was just thinking about a 10-ski.
Yeah.
Black and Gold.
Any amount will do.
Okay, speaking of family men, here's Randall Cobb. We know that Gaylord Choppy has told us for years how he, his strategy and technique for garnering a male heir. He's got 2 of them.
Yes.
Dawson,
2 for 2.
do it.
No, I'm 2 for 2 the other way.
I'm 0 for 3, or 3 for 3 the other way. But here is Broadus. You have a son, and Lucius, you have a son. So tell me, like, does this technique sort of ring any bells for you guys?
Oh, so the secret, I got a good one for you. James Jones. He always told me he got 2 boys. He was like 2 to the left, 2 to the right, down the middle, and leave the drizzle.
Oh, no.
That's how you get boys. I mean,
to the left, to the right, 2 down the middle, and leave the drizzle.
Leave the drizzle. Got to sit in there for a little bit.
The only thing I understood there was down the middle and the drizzle part. What are we doing going to the left and right?
Yeah, and I don't know if I got 6 pumps in me.
It's crazy.
Got 6 pumps.
I didn't even know you could take directions in there. I thought it was like a straight ahead type of deal.
You and me both, Taylor Lewan, formerly of the Tennessee Titans. Yes, that's exactly. Well, I didn't know there was a compass situation. But Broadus, you did. And Lucius, I presume you were aware.
Yeah, listen to Clarence Carter. I be stroking to the east, stroking to the west.
That's right.
Man, it's the horizontal action.
Yeah.
I'd have to get back up in there.
And he said to do some soaking too. He said that. I heard that in there.
Yeah.
That drizzle.
That Mormon love.
Man, just a few things. I don't know, dude.
Is it worth one more? Do you think you got one more in you, Dawson?
The thing is, I'm so good at girl dadding now. I don't even know if I want. I don't know if I'd want
hear
it.
you.
I gotta learn new stuff. I gotta,
You're kind of a one-trick pony at this point.
Yeah.
I'm already there too.
I'm quite confident once he turns 6 or 7 at this point, he'll be better at sports. With my age, I'm having a hard time keeping up with a 12-year-old girl at this point.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, her little sister is going to be hooping me by the time she's 8 or 9.
Yeah. This kid's going to be outclassing you out of the womb.
Yeah, I'm way too washed up to be thinking about being a new dad. I'm too washed up to be sending a kid to kindergarten here in about 2 years.
I got to be honest with you. I got so much admiration for your self-awareness right now.
That's right.
Very, very impressive.
Okay, we got to run G-Bag Nation. When we return, we'll do the biggest what-ifs in NBA Finals history. I'm going to ask you, what if today's news puts them back in the catbird seat here for winning this championship? And what do you think of that breaking news? It's coming up next right here. G-Bag Nation, the fan.
It's afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by...
in NBA Finals history. Are we heading to a what if Porzingis hadn't gotten hurt? At 877-881-1053. This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Make me a believer in these Mavs here. Will the injury do it? Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen in Franklin. Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. I have CBS Sports greatest what-ifs in finals history, and there's some interesting ones. We'll take a stroll through, the history of the association, if you will, on the biggest stage. But, what if Porzingis can't play again? The Mavs are down 2-0. It's clear that the Celtics are more than Porzingis, but the rim protection and the threes, just the scoring by itself. But then, a more detailed film analysis would reveal that player who's defending Porzingis, especially when he's out on the top 27, 28 feet, he's effectively eliminated from being part of help defense now. That's what the extra long-range sniper will do for you when you step out an additional 5 feet. Boom. Now you're eliminated from whatever help concepts you might be able to do. And, I think that's big by itself with impacting the Mavericks defense. But the Mavericks offense, primarily the inability to get finishes from your centers or for Kyrie Irving to effectively attack when Porzingis is in the game, I think is just massive and, asks questions of you that no other defense has. So taking Porzingis out, I think, is your window back in. The window has now opened up from virtually being slammed shut here with this crazy leg injury that, the Celtics are saying he's day-to-day with, but not many people believe he's going to be able to get back in this series. So what do you guys think about it at 877-881-1053? Then we'll stroll through history. What do you guys say?
Well, I mean, you go from having hope that you're going to make it a series to now having hope that you could actually win the series. And I'm a firm believer in the series hasn't started till the road team wins. So at this point, all that's happened is you've lost 2 games in Boston. So what? You come back home and things can change real quick for you. I think the Porzingis impact is huge with the way he was playing too. It wasn't just theoretically what Porzingis could do. He's stepped in there and been everything, like a total game changer. As you mentioned, Bassick talking about earlier, like at the start of game 2, Porzingis is on the bench and the Mavs look great to start. And then things start to go a little bit more haywire on you when Porzingis checks back into the game. That first half he had in game 1 was as awesome an individual half as I've seen in a long time. Just the way he affects both ends of the court is ridiculous. And how much, whether he's blocking the shot or just making you reconsider even wanting to go to the rim. Like how many things he's just like, guys don't even want to go attack that because they know what he's capable of doing. So I just think so many things open up for you now, especially offensively, which the Mavs need desperately. Yeah. And now there's real opportunity to find some cracks in the paint of that defense. And then the shots start to fall.
And this is a guy who had deteriorated into nothing with the Mavs. I mean, they basically traded him for expiring contracts. Bertans and Dinwiddie. Only one of those was actually expiring. Bertans was such a horrible contract, you had to find another taker for him.
Yeah, I mean Porzingis has matured, and like the discipline and the work that he's put in to clearly be a different version of himself. And now he just kind of gets to play with knowing like what he doesn't have that pressure on him because he's just got a bunch of good players around him.
Yeah, and congrats to him. Congrats to the Celtics for making a better version of him. And actually having this be a loss. But, I mean, this is why ultimately I thought it was a brilliant idea to move Porzingis, because even if you could get him to the level at which he's played for Boston in an ideal situation, I think he needed the Mavs experience to get to this mental space. But still, he can't do anything about the injury threat. It's a threat whenever you have a guy like Porzingis. So I would never want to be building around, especially with a significant percentage of my salary cap around a guy that, we can't trust, we can't count on. How you doing over there, Brian?
I'm doing well. I'm talking to somebody about this exact topic that you're dealing with right here, and just somebody with the Mavs. And I asked the question, I said, with KP likely out, does that change maybe what the Mavs what you might be doing? This is a couple of people that I know. I text a lot of people, and they were saying not a lot. They think they play Cornette in the first and then go to Tillman and then one of their smalls. is what they kind of think. And I think, does this really hurt them? And he says a little. He's doing what he always does. Would hope they prepare for it. So I mean, this is. They think that this is still a close series.
It absolutely is.
And even though they're up 2 games, but a little can mean a lot. That's how they're looking at it right now. That a little could mean a lot.
I mean, you need the game where you're shooting out of your mind because you're a desperate team tomorrow night, and then you need a game where you get a huge point in the paint boost because Porzingis is out, and or something else happens, and you get back to Boston 2-2. And I think this increases the chances enough that as a Mavericks fan, as long as you acknowledge that it sucks that the guy got hurt, you don't want to be cheering for injury, but this is fist pump moment right here. Like, okay, we're back in this thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They think that, they were prepared that Porzingis was likely not going to play anyway during this series. At some point, something was going to happen.
Yeah.
So they were preparing for the possibility that, maybe even though he was dealing with the calf injury and stuff like that, they were kind of thinking, well, we'll see how this thing responds.
Yeah.
So they were in preparation but that's kind of what they're looking at. They still do believe this is a close series, but any little bit helps right now. And Porzingis not being in there because they look at Porzingis as a guy that's kind of doing what he's been doing all year, and so that him not being a part of that, I think that absolutely does help.
Well, I love that they were confident even if Porzingis had played or not played, but I mean, this puts Kyrie Irving back in the mix. This makes Kyrie Irving attacking the basket a much more credible threat. This makes it possible that he goes for 30 or 40. He's at his best when you're so worried about his 3 that you're crowding them that he blows by you and hits you with the Kyrie Irving finger roll layup, which is iconic at this point. And with Porzingis there as a defender, all I have to do is take away your 3. I know Porzingis has my back, and I know Kyrie Irving isn't even going to try this layup.
Right.
Now you make those perimeter defenders respect your ability to shoot the 3 in your face or blow by you, like what Kyrie Irving needs, and I believe what he'll get again. So, very significant move. I don't think it's a coincidence at all that the Mavs dominated the first quarter of game 2, and he comes in the game and turned that off.
Yeah, well, and even in game 1, it was a neck and neck sort of tied situation, and then Porzingis comes in, and next thing you know, you're down by 17 points because he came in and just completely took over the game. There's still some cynicism, though. I mean, the 2-1-4 saying, I know y'all are looking for hope at this point, but they played the entire postseason without him. I get that. And then Tovash in the 817 says they play better without Porzingis. So, I mean, I don't know, Tovash, please give us some of that information on how they're playing, how they play better with him. I mean, in the 2-game sample that you've seen, they look a lot better with him on the court in this series.
Yeah, they have. And I think there's nobody that they faced in the East even close to as good as the Mavs are, and I think the Mavs could be at 1-1 quite easily if they just did not have one of their worst shooting performances ever that they've had in the playoffs and missed 10 free throws. I mean, they could have already won game 2, and now you take away rim protection, floor spacing, and a guy who single-handedly created the blowout in game 1.
Well, they look at things, too, as Porzingis out means less shooting potential. And they think that they've played 4 of their 5 starters 40-plus minutes and Herford a ton, which will put more pressure on him and bring another big small into the play who can't shoot that well.
Yeah.
So now you get to start playing defense the way you like to do it, where you can kind of sag off at least one guy that's not a shooter.
Yeah, that's if you look at the series that they've won, it's been there's been 4 players that can really shoot and one guy that they don't have to rely on or they don't have to cover as well. Put it that way.
Well, that what if turned out to hold the conversation, so I'll put that stroll through memory lane in my back pocket, and we'll proceed, sir.
Yeah, and again, the final thought really here is like at the end of the day, the first two games are more about what we need to do better and less about what they did. They're really good, but we need to be better. That's what their thought process is going into.
They've been sloppy with the ball, didn't execute, didn't shoot well. I mean, the turnovers are just an embarrassment, that they were perhaps more sloppy in game 2, knowing they had to be sharper. Okay, Woolchuck is out. He had jury duty today, so his nosebleed brother, Eric Chiafalo, has prepared a proper round tripper brought to you by Uber Eats. Where are you taking us, buddy?
We got a Scherzer update, a stat of the day, and the weirdest gift shop item I've ever seen at the ballpark next in the nation.
Okay, I'd love to chat D&M leasing with you before we get there, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle, maybe you're heading home right now and you'd prefer.
Presented by Palmer's Hot Chicken, Firehouse Heated and Chill Boys Box.
Join us and support our finest in Allen on June 14th. We'll see you there with the Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com, y'all. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. It's a glorious Tuesday as Chris Young's coming up at 4:20 and Marcus Simeon at 5:20 right here on your home of the champs. Around the Bases is brought to you by Uber Eats. Here's the Chief.
Okay, what do you guys think about this? Jim Bowden of The Athletic.
Former GM.
Former GM, that's right.
Cincinnati Reds.
He has his 30 things to know as we're like 50 days out from the MLB trade deadline.
Let's go.
So starting to approach. How does this sit with you guys? Yeah, at this point we're just talking about whispers.
How many days?
We haven't graduated to rumblings or anything like that. But his 19th thing to know involves the Rangers. He says the Rangers' best moves aren't expected to be trades, but rather just activating players from the IL. You heard Jared mentioning that earlier this morning with Sean and RJ, saying like, hey, they're going to be getting a lot of reinforcements back come deadline time without really giving much away. Now, it's not to say that the Rangers are going to just be inactive from a trading standpoint. They might want to get some more slugging in the lineup for sure. Maybe another bullpen piece. Absolutely. Right-handed first baseman that can platoon with Nathaniel Lowe is something that Jared mentioned this morning. But even Bowden's saying that their best moves are going to be not trades necessarily, but just activating players from the injured list. And that includes DeGrom, Tyler Mahle, Cody Bradford, Max Scherzer, and obviously Josh Young as well. So how does that sit with you guys? And then we'll play Ken Rosenthal and what he's saying about the Max Scherzer timetable for return. Does that kind of sucks?
I would hope that they can at least add some helpful players. If you're not going to go get stars, get some great role players, get right-handed bats that destroy left-handed pitching, and I think you can get like those kind of part-time players fairly cheaply on the trade market. So hopefully they do some of that because, yes, Josh Young, exciting, sure. Injury prone, absolutely. Just one guy in the lineup that's broken, though. And then with the pitching, Bradford, very small sample size of success. DeGrom and Scherzer likely will be too compromised from injuries or age or whatever's going on with Scherzer, I think, to be a massive upgrade. Like, starting pitching hasn't been our problem, and I don't know how much those guys help it. Mahle's something, to get a legitimate number 2 pitcher in the middle of the summer is amazing. And that should help. So he and Young should make it a better team. But we need the guys who are here and have been here to start playing significantly better as well.
What do you think about Lorenzen as the number 2 behind Eovaldi?
Just unreliable. He had a good first half of the season last year, made the All-Star game, and then had an ERA over 7 in the second half. So I can't trust it. But, it's cool they got numbers of starting pitchers that are going to be available.
Yeah.
Probably pushing some real solid guys into bullpen roles. So overall, their quality will be higher, but not enough, again, for me to just totally forget about what we've seen so far in 2+ months of very mediocre baseball.
Here is Ken Rosenthal talking about the Max Scherzer timeline.
It's actually similar to Garrett Cole, who we talked about in the previous segment, Chris. He, too, threw Sunday in a rehabilitation start. 53 pitches, 4 scoreless innings. He needs to get up to 75 pitches without any interruptions, without any problems ramping up. And then he can discuss when he can come back to the big leagues. So in the next start, I imagine he'll be aiming toward the 65, 70, 75 range. And then we'll see just when Max Scherzer is ready to go.
Okay, so that gives you a little bit more of a
75 pitches.
Yeah, kind of where we're at here, and obviously we'll have Chris Young on at 4:20, so we can certainly ask him about this. But it's nice to know because I was wondering what it was, what checkpoint did he kind of need to reach before they felt comfortable putting him back on with the big boys, and I guess 75 pitches is kind of where that number is here. So that will be something that we're going to be monitoring in his next couple of starts.
Yeah, And I'm hoping that when Scherzer gets back, he stays back. How many starts, how many pitches before you start to say, hey, maybe we can start celebrating a Scherzer day again? I don't know what that is, because like the sentiment on him dropped. The bottom fell out of his stock,
Yeah.
It was like, oh, geez, he's got numbness in his arm, might be over. And I just can't forget what those 2 or 3 weeks as somebody that followed the Rangers were, because he's thrown 60 pitches in a simulated game. I think, we got a long way to go before I feel like Scherzer can be a trusted postseason arm. I mean, last year, it was a miracle that he was able to come back and perform for you, but that wasn't a winning performance. I don't even know if 100% healthy Scherzer is still good enough at this age to get excited about. So I got a lot of questions about Max.
Yeah, I do as well. How long is it going to last here with him when he does return? How many starts do you get out of him? I think it's a completely fair question. So he's not somebody you can get super, super hopeful about. Well, but if he can get you a few starts as you're patchworking it to some other guys coming in, cool.
The fact that you've had some pitchers that have had some success, some starting pitching, that if he goes out there and then in the 4th start, he gets back tightness, arm tightness, and all that stuff, then you just move on. I mean, you got to
be like your final straw a little bit.
It's not like you're relying on him to carry your staff. The starting pitching has done a really nice job of not allowing runs. They've carried this thing deep into some games. The bullpen has let him down a couple of different times. Robinson had a blown save the other day that ended up being a loss. But to me, I'm going to go ahead and let Max Scherzer pitch as long as he can. And if it doesn't work out, then I'm going to say, you know what? He's done for the rest of the year, probably done as a Texas Ranger, and just put Urena or one of those other guys back in the rotation that's been pitching for me all year, and it's had some success.
Well, the Rangers are going to be in Los Angeles taking on the Dodgers here over the course of the next few days, but the Dodgers were in New York taking on the Yankees over the weekend. Mm-hmm. I'd never just seen this, but have you ever seen the mashup of 2 players, one for the home team and then the opponent on the same item? Because the Yankees in their gift shop over the weekend with Ohtani and the Dodgers in town, they had a hat that was Yankee blue, and then with white lettering and numbering, it says Judge 99 on the front of the hat to one side, and then right next to it says Ohtani and his number 17.
What was the logo in the middle?
So there isn't one. There's no logo in the middle. It's just the Yankee color blue with white stitching, and the front of the hat has Judge 99, right, and then Ohtani 17. It's a player, like 2 players from opposing team. I know they're the 2 biggest stars basically in the sport. I get that.
They're taking advantage.
This is the Yankees trying to take, but who's buying that hat?
The Asian population of New York.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like
you think they would just buy the Ohtani thing that they want?
They could buy. I mean, they could be a Yankee fan.
This is just the fan of all 30 teams. This is the casual fan showing up to the game. This is not a true Yankee fan's not buying the Judge hat that has Ohtani on it.
I bet you the Asian fan is. I bet you the Asian fan of New York and the Bronx and all those places are probably looking at this and saying, listen, I love the Yankees. They're my team, but I'm also a Shohei Ohtani fan. And this is my opportunity to show love to both.
I could. That's the only explanation for a fan I could see possibly buying that. It's just the strangest.
That was impressive.
Yeah. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. If this works out, if word gets around that they sold a bunch of these hats, get ready for other teams doing this too.
Just feels weird.
No.
Have you ever seen this before, though, in all your years being in arenas, being in ballparks, being in stadiums? I've never seen in a gift shop, one of the opposing team's players has items here, and it's like matching up with one of my players. It's just...
Yeah, it doesn't match American sports culture at all. That's why I think what Broadus has said is genius.
Yeah.
I can't imagine it.
They're playing to their Asian fans is what they're doing. They're saying, listen, it's cool to love the Yankees, but we know you have loyalty.
Everybody loves Ohtani.
Everybody loves Ohtani.
You don't want to buy 2 different hats.
Nobody's.
But we're not buying the Seager Ohtani mashup hat if they're selling it at Globe Life Field, are we?
Asian population might.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's what you're playing to. But it has to be what I would consider doing it in other places like maybe do it in Los Angeles, maybe do it in Seattle with the high Asian populations in Los Angeles and Seattle. Sure. Go ahead.
We need to get the numbers on this. We need to get Darren Ravel or one of these business guys on the numbers. How many of those hats got sold?
If I told
Seriously.
you, if these hats are getting sold, other teams are going to bring this up.
Okay, we have some sound here of Dodgers pitcher Tyler Glasnow reacting to our very own Micah Parsons, who's obviously has some hubris about his athleticism, and why wouldn't he? He's incredible. He's a potential decoy situation in the NFL, wreaking havoc on offenses. We saw him in the Celebrity All-Star game where he's putting up a bunch of points. Dude's a player. Now, he's apparently never played baseball, but when he was in Japan, and this is now going viral, him and C.J. Stroud were at a baseball game, and they were asked about, I'm not sure which team they were there showing love to, but he was asked, like, hey, if you played 162 games, you get 5 at-bats a game, what's going to be your batting average? He said he'd hit 200, okay? So Micah Parsons is alleging that he could hit 200 in the major leagues over the course of a season. This is Tyler Glasnow, Dodgers ace, and his rebuttal.
First, I have to look at, did he ever play baseball? No. If he had 500 at bats, 5 hits.
That's what I said.
Maybe. Yeah, 5 hits for sure. I don't think I think once he steps in and sees like a big league, like he'd be like, oh, never mind. Like you know what I mean? I think it's good to have the confidence. I appreciate the confidence, but 5 hits, maybe.
Yeah. I don't know like how quickly he could learn, but I mean, even Jordan in the minors for a couple of seasons was really, really struggling to even hit 200, and he had a great amateur baseball career. So you're kind of learning from the ground up. I tell you what, though, if Micah Parsons wanted to become a bunter, just lay that thing down and go, then I'd probably bet on him to have a decent average, as long as the infielders didn't camp on him. Camp on the bunt and just throw him out.
Scouting report's going to come out quick.
Yeah. But yes, I think it's incredible. Like, if you don't have a great appreciation for how amazing pitchers are, just go to a batting cage and set it at 75. You'll be like, holy crap, they're hitting 25 miles per hour faster than this. Like, if you throw it hard and straight at 100 miles an hour, that's easy for big league hitters.
Exactly.
Yes. But even the worst pitchers got some movement to it. So
it's crazy though, because last year in Oxnard we had Dutch with us, and we had Micah sit down in the tent with us, and afterwards Dutch went over there and said hello. They had a nice little exchange, and Micah was saying how he wanted to get in the batting cages with him or whatever. And obviously, Dutch is down, but at the time he was dealing with the Tommy John. He was still in the arm brace, so we still need to try and pull that off, Dutch versus Micah, and just see what that would look like. That's a no-brainer.
Well, I never been to the home run hitting, that Reliant home run hitting thing they do for charity. Did Micah win that?
Home run derby?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you, but I don't believe that translates.
I wonder if that, I don't know if that's pitching or is that machine pitching. I've never been to the event, but I think Micah
it's intentionally throwing the ball to somebody so that they can dong on you.
Yeah, but at least maybe he's got a swing that you could work with.
Yeah, that's true. Not everybody has that. We saw Caleb Williams taking hacks at the Cubs game the other day, and it was
not good.
The first time he ever had a bat in his hands.
And by the way, my LSU quarterback that's now with the Commanders,
Jaden Daniels,
he threw the first pitch out. Why do these quarterbacks look like they've never picked up a baseball in their life?
They're just football guys at heart.
They throw the first pitch out, and it's you kind of go, dude, have you never picked up a baseball?
Some of them haven't. There's a lot of sports, specialization going on.
It doesn't even look like, here they are throwing for 5,000 yards, and they're trying to throw a baseball 60 feet, 6 inches, and they can't even.
Same thing happens with golf, too.
It's not even close.
It humbles all athletes. You get out there and you think you can do it, and all of a sudden you got a goofy Charles Barkley swing.
Yeah. You're right about that.
You never want to go full
But I was
Barkley
watching Jay, I'm thinking like, man, he had to throw a baseball one time, but it's just like, it's not even close.
It's not.
Yeah.
I got a couple of stories up on this home run contest. That would be interesting, I think, if Micah Parsons had won that.
Is it the Reliant deal?
Yeah, maybe he's a natural.
469 says Butter Aubrey, the kicker, won the home run derby.
Okay,
so but maybe last year or whatever, Micah.
Yeah,
because Micah may have been in Japan this time around during the derby.
Sure, I don't think he was here for this last one.
817 says they should let him throw a football. Absolutely. If you're good at that, go ahead and fire that football into the catcher's mitt. I think that'd be good optics.
See, you get a guy like Gronk, Gronk just spiked the ball and like threw his hands up in the air, and everybody's like,
and then just slammed a couple beers.
Yeah,
So that's good to self-awareness. He's probably practicing, and he realized,
thinking, like, I'm gonna look like a fool throwing this baseball. Just slam it on the mound, throw my hands up, and be Gronk and yell, and everybody will cheer. And now I can walk off the mound with pride.
There you go.
The catcher was waiting for it, and then you could kind of see, like, when he did it, he just got to put his head down, like, okay. He's like defeated.
That was disappointing.
Whatever. Yeah, that's a surprise.
We got to run, Nation. When we return, let's talk more basketball with you, not just the Porzingis news today, which has been quite interesting, but there's a full slate of headlines from the association, Chief. Where are we going?
Well, we actually do have your headline of the day from the Boston Globe. I'm calling this bulletin board material. More Kyrie Hopium with the stat of the day, and Tim Legler on what Kyrie needs to do next in the nation.
CY's coming up at 4:20. Before we get there, though, I want to chat with you about my friends at Window Nation because their semi-annual sale is going on.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. CY is coming up in about 15 minutes, and in an hour and 15 minutes there at 5:20, it'll be time for Marcus Simeon. Excited about that. We have interesting basketball news, though, and here's the Chief.
Let's go ahead and cut the lights out and put the kids to bed for that afternoon snoozer. Why, you ask? Well, the G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that finals rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when Brian Broaddus has that
I just want to
look on his
say,
face.
I had somebody text me. We said it was Aubrey that won the thing. It was Brian Anger that won the home run derby thing this year.
Tomato, punter, kicker situation.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be accurate here.
No, thank you. I appreciate the accuracy.
Brian Anger was the winner.
It's always a special occasion when Brian Anger answers, or what's his name again?
Brian Anger.
Just Anger? Not Angerer, right? It's just Anger.
Anger.
Okay. There used to be a linebacker named Angerer.
Pat
Angerer.
Yeah.
Well, it's great to have the entire Anger family.
I think they're both from Iowa. No, wait.
In the bedroom.
Brian Anger's not from Iowa. Is he from Iowa? I can't remember where he's from. Anyway, go ahead. Hoops, talk.
Hoops. How
By
about
the way,
this,
we
man?
did get on our guy Blake Elliott tonight.
Oh, yeah. Blake apparently asked a question at Media Day. We wondered if he would do it to Joe Mazzulla. That's the one we were trying to see. Could we get a Blake terrible question to Joe Mazzulla?
Yes, a question to Jason Tatum tonight. We'll ask him about that.
Oh, that's going to be good.
Yeah.
Way to go, Blake.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think this is public enemy number 1, Christopher L. Gasper.
What if he said Blake Elliott, 105.3 The Fan?
I bet he did.
You know, when you have to,
He's proud of
you have to
that.
identify yourself.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, Jason. Blake Elliott, 105.3 The Fan.
Do you feel like your inefficiency from the field is going to keep your team from winning the finals now that Porzingis is not there?
Whoa.
Making up for all of your mistakes on both ends of the floor?
What if Blake said fan phenom?
That'd be epic, dude.
That would be-
Phenom winner.
Yeah, Blake Elliott, 105.3 The Fan phenom winner.
Well, we have a winner for bulletin board material of the day. This is all that I believe, like, if you're Jason Kidd, this is printed out, and it might be in every locker, but it's definitely in Kyrie's locker. The headline reads in the Boston Globe,
Bag of ass.
by Christopher L. Gasper.
Yeah.
At last, Kyrie Irving is finally helping the Celtics pursue an NBA championship.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Ouchie.
Oh,
That is bulletin board material.
Who is this writer?
Christopher L. Gasper.
Gasper might have cost themselves the...
Here's what I know.
He might have.
I think Kyrie Irving has definitely, heard this by now. And for what I think this Mavs team needs, it's him shooting threes. If they continue to wall off that lane and the Porzingis injury does not open things up as I anticipate, I'm calling for Kyrie just to dribble behind the pick and let it fly. We're not getting quality threes. You're not getting the corner three that Jones and Washington feast on. I think you got to take this and make it your opportunity to shut them up. I think Kyrie has done a great job not making it about him. That's what you want your superstars to do in a lot of situations. I understand he's getting around his defender. Sometimes he's not. And he's saying, this defense is too good for me to attack it and try to throw something up off the glass. I trust his judgment there. But it's time for him to get selfish and say, okay, if you're going to do that, behind the pick, let it fly from 28 feet. And I think at this point, it's just as bit a good a look as what Luka Doncic is doing. In a three-point contest, Kyrie would dominate Luka. He's your best shooter off the dribble. Let it fly, young man.
I freaking love that. And there's precedent for this, okay?
THJ.
Go F yourself. How about this? Kyrie Irving with the Cleveland Cavaliers in the NBA Finals.
Oh, did somebody do a story on the same thing?
No. 2016 and 2017, they're in games 1 and 2. So this is back-to-back years in the final. The first 2 games for each of those series. So this is 4 total games that we're talking about, but specifically games 1 and 2 in each of those finals. He averaged 19.8 points per game on 37% from the field. So in games 1 and 2 of the NBA Finals, both times he went with Cleveland, he sucked. Well, what happened to Kyrie in games 3 and 4 of those series?
Went off.
35.5 points per game on 52% from the field.
Wow.
Yeah.
So he's been down and out multiple times through the first 2 games of an NBA Finals, and then flip that switch and then start letting it fly, young man, at a 52% clip. Let's party.
Ooh. Yeah.
There's precedent.
Yes, there is.
There's history. It repeats itself. We know that.
Yeah.
It's happening.
Yeah, and I hope he can recreate that. You know, that was, 8 years ago? So Kyrie Irving, 24 or 25 years old at that point in his career. Steph Curry defending you a little bit different than Holiday. But I believe in his skills that much. And it's a playmaker's game. And if nothing else, I'm just going to, as an organization, saying, look, dude, you got to go for it. You know, we love all the deferring that you have done for Luka. We love that you're getting the role players involved. But this is where superstars are the difference maker. And if you can't do it, we'll accept that, you know. But what we can't accept is you going out passing it so much from this point forward.
100%. And here is Tim Legler, who's been a great national voice on behalf of the Mavericks. He's just a basketball guy. He's got no allegiances. He's got no biases. But since the trade deadline, he's been all over the potential of what this Mavs team could do. They're here at the finals now, and he's calling this the biggest game. Is this the biggest game of Kyrie's career? And what is the plan for him in Game 3? Take it away, Timmy Legs.
Yeah, listen, I don't think that's necessarily an overstatement. I know he's played in some bigger games because he's played in games where there was one win away from winning a championship or one game away from being eliminated. That's not the case here, but there's rarely been this much scrutiny on Kyrie Irving in a big spot. And I was shocked that he didn't play well in Game 2. I said it. I'll be shocked if he has 2 games in a row where he's not an impactful offensive player. He hasn't been. Look, some of this is Boston's defense, but let's not get too carried away there. He's played against great defenses in length his entire career. He's been just fine. I think he's overthinking it. He looks indecisive. He's almost making one too many moves against these guys. That's part of it. He's also getting the ball in the second half of the clock all the time. Give him the ball in the first half of the clock. I want to see Kyrie Irving bring the ball up the floor more. Initiate action first, where he just gets it and goes before Boston has a chance to get back there, see what's in front of them, and know exactly how they want to lock him up. Kyrie Irving is the key to the entire thing. Is this going to become a series or not? A lot of it is going to be at the feet of Kyrie Irving in Game 3.
There was a lot of talk in Game 2 from the commentators about Jason Kidd wanting him to speed up play.
Yeah.
And we had 2 different plays. One was Exum, and I think the other one was Derrick Jones Jr., where they're trying to go coast to coast. It's like, no, that's not the players you want making decisions at a high rate of speed. You know, that's got to be Kyrie, you know, getting the ball and getting into transition. That's your rebounders finding Kyrie, who's already leaking out a little bit, because once they're set, you know, Luka wants to play slow. On the Luka possessions, they are going to be set. You know, when they're not Luka possessions, or maybe have it more up for just determined by the flow of the game, we need the rebounders and Kyrie to think, let's go 7 seconds or less. Like at least every 4th possession, we got to really be looking to push tempo with high quality, high speed decision makers like Kyrie, not your role players trying to be Magic Johnson. That is not going to work well.
Yeah, I mean, even when it comes to the pushing the pace and everything like that, when Dante Exum checked into the game, that either Doris Burke or JJ Redick mentioned in conversation with Jason Kidd of like, yeah, Exum's a guy that can kind of get out and run and push the tempo a little bit, and sort of that's why they wanted him in there. So you can tell that is something they're trying to manufacture some way, somehow. And it's tough because you're actively playing defense against what Luka likes to do offensively. But we've seen since the moment Kyrie got traded here what the capabilities are for this team with the athleticism and some of the youth when they can get out and really run and push it. I loved what he said about Kyrie's getting the ball sort of later in the shot clock, and now you don't have as much time to do what you want to do, but him taking the ball up the court, being more aggressive from the start, having the full 24 seconds to work with a little bit. I think all that is great, and I think that is something that we're going to see here. And the comments from Kyrie earlier just about what he's talked about with Luka here now that they're down 0-2. He says, it starts with me just telling my brother that I got to play better for him alongside him in order for us to accomplish our goal, just letting him know it's my fault, taking accountability for not playing particularly well. So, I mean, he's fully understanding the situation. He knows he hasn't, pulled his weight here. And I think this is about to be an epic stretch here. Perhaps not even just tomorrow night's Game 3. I think Kyrie's about to go on a nice little run. And that bulletin board material with the Boston Globe headline, I think, helps a little bit as well. But I think this is time. And again, there's precedence for it. He's done this. Poor games 1 and 2 in the finals before, and then bouncing back and being a scoring monster and super, super efficient. On the
I think Luke is a big part of that as well. Like, being ready to defer back, like, how Kevin Love would hit those outlet passes when the Cavs were playing at the top of their game.
Oh, yeah.
I'm catching the ball. I'm not Luka being like, okay, now it's my turn to take 8 seconds getting this across half court and then another 5 seconds setting up an offense. It's rebound, arms extended, firing out to one of the two corners in transition. Mm-hmm. And that's where I think Luka could really help Kyrie get involved instead of, I get it. You haven't scored in a couple of possessions and you're like, okay, I'm the star player. I'm going to go get us a good shot. But you have to be open-minded to all the possibilities of attacking.
When it comes to the Luka chest injury, he says, quote, "I feel good. I don't want to give any more details, but I feel good." And then we found out that he's been getting an injection. At least he did before Game 2.
Yeah.
And he will again before Game 3. Probably Toradol. Yes. Something that just sort of takes away all of the pain that you have in your body for an extended period of time.
And he's got knee, ankle, and now what is this? Thoracic?
Thoracic,
like ribs,
yeah. I guess it's ribs
chest,
or chest. Yeah, it's a little bit vague, but he had the ace bandage wrap and the ice. I believe the ice was sort of on the chest plate area during the game when he was icing in between his runs. It looked like they were icing the chest, so he's definitely beat up, but that shot works because he went out there and was absolutely dominant, especially in that first quarter. But that's part of the reason why Kyrie has to be doing some heavy lifting here, because you could see at the end of that game, second half, Luka was absolutely gassed. He didn't have anything left in the tank here. So needing Kyrie it's paramount here for the remainder of this series. And of course, the news of the day is that Porzingis is dealing with a super rare injury that involves his ankle, and it's serious enough that Joe Mazzulla is saying we're taking it out of his hands on whether or not he's going to play, and all signs point to him probably not playing the remainder of the series. So
yes, indeed, and we've been discussing what kind of an impact that will have on this series. The Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line has been on fire. Some excited about this opening the opportunity. Some saying it doesn't matter. Boston's just that much better. So a game 3 tomorrow night at 7:30, and we'll of course be all over it for you here tomorrow in the G-Bag Nation. Another full show tomorrow. We're going all the way till 7 tonight, then an abbreviated Get Right for 90 minutes with Reggie and Blake there until you get the Texas Rangers pregame coming up at 8:30. So the Celtics are in town, and Blake was asking Tatum some stuff.
Yeah, Blake was, our own Blake Elliott was asking some questions in the press conference.
Maybe we'll get some audio coming up in the 5. Marcus Simeon joins us at 5:20. Chris Young Show is next right here on your Home of the Champs. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for the Chris Young Show. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. The Chris Young Show brought to you by PlayScore and by Anheuser-Busch. And a good afternoon, CY. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
We're doing good, thank you. A good Dodgers team you're visiting. What kind of expectations do you have going into this one?
Well, hopefully we can carry the momentum from Sunday's victory against the Giants. I thought we played a very clean game, played our brand of baseball, and it was fun to see. We put pressure on by getting on base and running the bases, and then had a couple big hits there that kind of broke open the game. And so my expectation is that, offensively we start to have better quality at bats. We continue to put pressure when we do get on base with our legs. We've got some guys that can steal bases and really put pressure on the pitcher and the catcher. And then we come out and compete. And, obviously last week it was not our best baseball. It's, that time where we need to start seeing some improvement. We need to start going a little bit. And, I think that these guys understand that. And everyone's frustrated with the way it's gone thus far. But that said, there's a ton of season left. We know how talented this team is. We're close to getting some guys back. And my expectation is we start playing better.
CY, when you as you go to this Dodger team, it's as Gavin mentioned, it's just an outstanding team, and and you've got some great outstanding players yourself. Though, are these games that you kind of, if you go and find a way to take this series, is that the way to get the positivity that you're talking about? That, hey, listen, if we could just find a way to go out there and maybe you do sweep the Dodgers, you play 3 really quality games, get some wins, go on to Seattle. Is that the kind of thing that you're looking for from your team right now?
Well, I mean, yeah, certainly we want results. We get paid to win, and we want results. So, yes, we want to win the series, and, to sweep the Dodgers in L.A., that's a tall task. But, yes, that would be wonderful. But in the end, I want to see signs of progress that we're starting to play our brand of baseball again. And I thought I saw that Sunday, and I want to see us continue that. And I know that as we get back to that and we play our style of baseball, we can compete with any team in the big leagues. But when we don't, and we don't play as a team, and we're not playing aggressively and having quality at bats, and not doing the things that you saw on Sunday, then any team can beat us. And so what I want to see is progress in terms of our style of play, the way we're playing the game, the focus, the energy, the intensity. And I want to see us throw the punches, not receive the punches, if that makes sense to you. So those are the things I'm looking for in this series. And I think if we do that, we will come out of here feeling very good about our team. I mean, like I said, we're close to getting a couple guys back. I think Corey's doing well. I'm here in the dugout in Dodger Stadium. I just watched Josh Young take batting practice, and he looks phenomenal. I think he's close to going out and seeing live pitching, and then hopefully a short rehab stint, and we'll have him back. So, there's some positive things that are happening here, but this is the group we have right now, and we need to go get it done.
What are some of those signs you're seeing from Wyatt Langford right now? It looks like he's kind of getting going a little bit.
Yeah, Wyatt's had really good at-bats. I think he's been more aggressive at the plate. He's starting to really adjust to Major League pitching, and he's hitting at least a ball over 100 miles per hour per game. Sometimes those are caught, but when you're hitting the ball hard once or twice a game, more often than not, you get good results. So I think him just going up there with confidence and aggressive mentality, not getting too patient, not taking too much, not freezing up, but going up there and swinging when he gets his pitch and putting a good swing on the ball. And we've seen that over the past week, and certainly we've seen what he can do with his legs when he puts the ball in play. So he's a dynamic player, and I think he's building some confidence, and I'm excited about the progress we're seeing.
How would you grade that or measure that for the team right now, just by and large with the lineup, like trying to weigh the being patient and also being aggressive but maintaining that discipline? Like how do you grade that in the lineup right now?
Well, we have key performance indicators that keep us apprised of where we're going, where we're trending. And, we study it over the last 2 weeks. We study it over the last month and kind of see where we were. In April, we were a very good offensive team. And then in May, really from about the second week of May on, we haven't been as good. And we haven't been doing some of the things that are really important to us as an offense that sort of create that 9-on-1 mentality. So we had a good long meeting with the hitting coaches and the base coaches a few days ago in the middle of the Giants series. We kind of talked about how we're going to get back to that, maybe shift in mentality a little bit, being a little more aggressive. We may trade a few more strikeouts for more aggressive mentality in the short term, knowing that that's going to get us back to who we are. And then as soon as we start, hitting the ball hard again, pitchers are going to be a little more careful. The walks are going to go up, and we'll kind of find that balance in between, the way we've played recently and hopefully, more towards the other end of the spectrum, the team we saw in the playoffs last year.
See, why do you feel like you guys have wasted some good starts from your starting pitcher?
I don't look at it that way. My expectation is that our starting pitching goes out every night and tries to give us a chance to win. And so, just because we didn't win those games, I mean, they're going to carry us moving forward. We've got a very good starting staff, and I'm not going to call it a wasted opportunity. What I'll say is that we've given ourselves a chance to win, and maybe we've hung in there and won some games we may not have because our starting pitching has been so good. So we actually maybe haven't dug ourselves as big a hole as we could have because our starting pitching has been good. That said, if we can get our bats going and we put the good offense with a good pitching staff, that's a very good recipe moving forward.
It's Chris Young here with you on your home of the champs, 105.3 The Fan. It's tough to go back-to-back in baseball, especially in recent years. How did we fall out of these like championship habits or, the things that we're creating? I believe your brand of baseball is how you refer to. How do we get separated from that?
Well, look, I mean, in fairness to the recent performance, we went through this last year in a championship season. I mean, we really had a struggle last year for about 6 weeks, in the second half of the season when we had injuries. And so I'm not saying that, all teams go through this. They all go through periods where you play exceptionally well, periods where you play below your standards, and then it's kind of that in-between period of what you do that defines your season. And so I think that we need to, we're still close to 500. The season hasn't slipped away from us, but as we start playing our best baseball, which I believe is still ahead of us, I think the best is yet to come. And so that part excites me. That said, it's not fun to underachieve to some degree and not play as well as we possibly can. So, I'm not going to say that we've, all good teams go through these periods, and we got to just make sure this is our only down part of the season, that we play good baseball moving forward. And I think we will as we get our guys back.
Well, as lean as it can get, Chris, I love having you and Bochy and the veteran leaders on this team. It's great to know that you guys are doing everything you can. And at times like this, I love saying, just throwing it out to break on your home of the champs. I mean, it's got a great ring to it. Are you ever, in a stressful moment and you got to be like, wait, hold on a second. I got to take a moment to appreciate that we're the freaking champs, man.
Well, what you're saying is actually, it really resonates with me because we can't get away from that. We can't forget that we are a championship team and that we need to go out and play with a little bit of swagger and a little bit of that underdog mentality that hey, we're not backing down from anybody, and we're the team to beat. And I think we've lost a little bit of that confidence. And I think it's a good reminder when you hear that, hey, we're the champs. That's it doesn't mean we're going to win it this year, but it means we're capable of it. We proved that last year, and this roster I think is very, very good. So let's continue to believe. Let's go out and play with that swagger, and let's go get it done.
Is Max Scherzer trending in the right direction?
Oh yeah, Max is doing great. It was a great rehab outing for him on Sunday. I watched it. He looked great. Came out of it feeling great. He threw a bullpen today. Came out of that feeling well. So he'll make another rehab start at the end of the week, and then we'll determine what the next steps are and whether he's ready for the big leagues or if he needs another outing. But I think based on what I saw, where we got his pitch count, assuming he recovers well after his next one, we're in a good spot with Max.
See why when you talked about injuries and potential guys coming back, is it something that you look at timelines and you say, okay, at this time we're going to get this guy, and do you plan your roster as you're going along, or have you already kind of have an idea of, by these timelines you're getting from your medical staff, what your roster might be like, and you've already made some plans for that?
Yeah, it's some of both, right? Because we obviously want to anticipate having everybody healthy at the same time and nobody on the injured list. The reality is that that's not possible. I mean, that
Sure.
somebody else is likely to get hurt at some point. So they have to have contingency plans. I think the biggest thing that we're going through right now is that we have a number of players on the 60-day IL who are close to being ready and activated, which means that as they come off, our 40-man roster is at 39 right now, but it's close to full, and we're going to have to make some decisions. And so we're trying to get ahead of that and maybe reach out and see which teams may have interest in some of our guys. Maybe, the guys that haven't been in the big leagues are at the back end of the 40-man and anticipate how we're going to, hopefully have a great problem, which is, a healthy, active roster.
Man, that sounds awesome. Now, speaking of awesome, Marcus Semien is coming up here in about 45 minutes. He's our guest for the Rangers Player Show this week, and we're excited about that. When you're building a team, how important is it, or how great of an asset is it to have a guy who's just an absolute rock for you in so many ways, so reliable?
I can't emphasize enough what you just said in regards to Marcus. He really is. He's a warrior. He's out there every day. He does everything he possibly can, really with every minute throughout the day, to be the best player he can be and the best teammate he can be, and to be a winner. And so he makes everybody around him better. And I think we take for granted that, he's going to be leading off and playing second base every single night. And it's pretty awesome. And during some tough times, you saw Sunday, he stepped up and carried us. He got hit in the face or in the helmet to lead off the game. And then his next at bat, he homers. And it just shows you how competitive he is and the drive that he has. So it's such a great example. And there's just a number of times throughout the year where Marcus does something on the field that I will see, and we'll cut the video of it and circulate it to our entire organization and say, this is what Texas Rangers baseball looks like. And it sets an example for everybody, and it's pretty cool.
Anything we should ask him, you think? Anything at the top of your mind? We can get anything out of him. So anything you need to know, we'll get the truth out of him at 520.
Well, one of the things I love about Marcus is that he can be crusty, and he's got an edge to him and a chip on his shoulder, and that comes across, and I love it. I had to play that way too. I couldn't be happy-go-lucky out on the field. I had to have a constant edge, and so Marcus's personality and demeanor really resonates with me. Corey as well. Corey's similar in that. He's very serious, very stoic, and that resonates with me. But in terms of what to get out of Marcus, See what he did on his off day. See if he had any fun on his off day. I'd be interested to hear that.
All right, you got it.
Hey, CY, last year when we were talking to you about this time, it was the College World Series was going on, and we're back around to it. You're with the team out in L.A., though. I know you got your staff that's looking at all that. Are you planning on making any trips to Omaha to see some of these players?
No, I'm not going to be able to this year. It's got too much going on with the big league team, and frankly, we're having to cast a wider net based on where we picked this year. So in the past couple years, it's been a little more narrow for me, and I've been able to get out and see specific players. This year, the net is wider because we've got 29 teams picking in front of us. I have no idea what's going to transpire and how that's going to go. So it would be ambitious to try to get out and see so many players. And even at that, seeing a player one time for me when our scouts have seen him dozens of times, it's probably not the best way to evaluate, not this year at least. So I'm leaving that to our scouts. We'll be prepared for the draft. We've had a lot of good workouts and discussions thus far, and the draft is one of my favorite times of the year. July is a very busy month with the draft and the trade deadline shortly thereafter, but man, it's a lot of fun, and my expectation is the big league team starts playing better baseball between now and that time period, and it's going to be a fun summer.
Yeah, I was just thinking about Wyatt Langford in Florida and what he was able to do and stuff. So I was just thinking maybe you could guys find somebody else like that looking at this College World Series. I know those guys don't come along very often.
That's what I say all the time. These guys don't grow on trees, so right. You can't, you're lucky when you get them, but they are out there, and there are a lot of great players that have been picked at 30 and beyond. And our goal as a organization and scouting department is to go find those players who haven't fully blossomed yet, that are going to become great big leaguers, and make sure that they're in Texas Rangers uniform.
Thank you so much, CY. Have a great time.
Guys, I appreciate it. Talk to you soon.
There he goes. Chris Young right here on your home of the World Series champions, 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by PlayScore and by Anheuser-Busch. Man, he's always great, isn't he?
Yeah.
Win, lose, or draw, he'll stand in there, and he's always confident in his guys and expects greatness from them and demands it.
Yeah, I'd like to have been in that meeting. Maybe not on the end of it. I'd like to have seen what he said to the staff, the hitting staff and the base running staff and stuff like that. You know, he's not a small sample guy. He's looking at everything, but I'm sure every night he was sitting there like, okay, next week I'm going to have this meeting. He probably had a legal pad full of things that he wanted to go through.
And now there's so many dang games.
Yeah.
You know, it's
he's
time.
traveling with the team a lot.
Do you think he does as much doodling on his notepad
as Jerry
does?
No, I think Jerry's the biggest doodler I've ever seen.
He leads the league.
Yeah.
Top 10 list coming up next, Chief. Where are you taking us?
Well, in honor of the Stars' Jim Nill winning GM of the Year, we have the top 10 gyms of all time next in the nation.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we got Texas.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, y'all, with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Thanks to CY for joining us right there. And Marcus Simeon is now about just 30 minutes away from joining us for the Rangers Player Show. We're excited to chat with him. We have Mavs and NBA Finals audio here coming up at 5 o'clock right now. Here's the Chief with that top 10 at 420.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Congratulations to Stars General Manager Jim Nill for winning GM of the Year.
My goodness.
And now it is time to, I guess that makes him GM of the Year as well, but who's the greatest GM of all time?
I think he's back-to-back GM of the Year.
Yeah, he's a back-to-back kind of guy. He's got that kind of stamina, and we appreciate him for that. We any gym now, the gym that I have, the gym list that I have is just the top 10 most famous gyms of all time, but you can text in a fictional gym or Jimmy if you're a Slim Jim guy. Convenience store style. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you could throw in a little bit of that. Anybody who's known as Jim or Jimmy, could be an item, it could be a fictional character.
Jim Abbott.
Jim Abbott.
It's the greatest pitcher of all time. He only had one arm.
Pulled it off.
That's incredible.
Greatest pitcher of all time, bro.
Yeah.
What was
At first I was thinking of Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer.
Well, I was thinking of, what's the Abbott who's the lawyer guy who does the thing? He used to with the commercials with David Irving, right? What is his name?
So, okay, yeah, that's Jim Adler. That's what I was thinking when he
Jim
said.
Adler's the Texas Hammer.
Right.
But I don't think Jim Adler does commercials. It's a guy named Abbott that does commercials. There's another.
I don't know anybody but the Frankels, to be honest with you, Brian. I'm just drawing a blank here.
214 all threes.
Why am I throwing a curveball at everybody
You're
right
good
now?
to go, man. Somebody's got it out there. They're screaming at the radio right now.
Yeah.
God, these idiots!
Have you ever seen the commercials that like David Irvin, this guy, he did commercials with this guy named Abbott, and David Irvin was off the team and he just kept running the commercials. He didn't even change.
That's
them.
wonderful. You had a good run there.
Check still clear.
Very charismatic.
Yeah.
I always like the Maui gyms, the sunglasses.
Ooh.
Yeah. Good sunglasses.
I'm in the sunglasses game. Now that
That's
Brooks Eye is taking care of my vision, now for the first time in my entire life, I can start entering into the sunglasses waters. So this
Abbott
is
and Associates. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Ben Abbott.
Yeah, Ben Abbott. Abbott and Associates.
Ben Abbott. Yeah, he's got some. He had some questionable things going on. But he's like popular again.
Yeah, my man just wearing like some sweatsuits. You didn't even know who that guy was.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, I'm like, wait a minute, that's David Irvin doing his. I'm Ben Abbott. This guy needs help. One of those things. It was pretty funny.
I'd probably go with Jim Carrey myself as maybe my favorite. Like Ace Ventura, Pet Detective was just next level. The Living Color Show was next level. As far as his comedy, it's kind of fallen off since then.
Fire Marshal,
but
Jim.
Freaking legend. In the '90s. My least favorite, Jim Paxson. He was the man that was on the Trailblazers that made them not draft Michael Jordan.
Yeah. Jeez.
Yeah. I already got Jimmy Paxson.
Not even his fault, but you'll never forgive him for it.
Solid guy as well.
Yeah, you hate that for him.
Yeah, here we go.
He's gonna have to own that.
Hate the guy, but call him a solid guy. Yeah.
You got any Jim fan? You Jim fans?
Jackson.
Sports hate.
Jim Jackson.
Jim Jackson.
Yeah.
I smoked a cigar with Jim Jackson at the Dragonfly over there.
Nice.
Uptown. I'll never forget that.
He can hoop.
I think it's on my Instagram still.
Were all those
The tallest
stories
guy you've
true?
ever smoked a cigar with.
Probably.
Right?
Were all the stories true about all those guys together? The 3 J's, right? Weren't they all together? Am I thinking about the Mavs guys, right?
Jason Kidd, Jim Jackson, Jamal Mashburn.
Yeah.
They were here, the 3 J's.
The 3 J's, but there was some stories about some off the field stuff.
Oh, yeah.
They
The
were
girl,
sharing.
They got a messy.
Tony Braxton.
They were all messy.
Yeah.
There was some messiness.
I think
They were dating the same gal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have they ever confirmed that?
I thought maybe you was smoking cigars with the guy. You might have
Talking
got
about it. Hey, man, so tell me about Tony Braxton, bro.
Yeah, like Lucius between. Yeah, Lucius got the Monte Cristo.
It's a
and
nice
he's like,
icebreaker.
Yeah, tell me about what's going to be in a big puff of smoke comes out of there.
Did she wear that white suit for you, bro?
Oh, yeah. There you go.
No, but she did for Mashburn. It really pissed me off. 817 Hacksaw Jim Duggan better be on this list.
With the 2x4.
Jim Morrison's being texted in. Jim Brown ain't got nothing on Jimmy Neutron. Got a lot of Jim Brown love going on up in here.
Hey, didn't we have the coach with the round head, the Jim Clemens or something like that?
Jimbo Fisher?
No, he used to be the old Mavericks coach. He had like a
Jim
milk
Clemens.
dug head.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I'm not even
Jim
familiar
Clements.
with this guy.
Is it Jim Clements?
Yeah.
He
Jim
was like one of the
Clements.
losingest coaches they've ever had.
Damn.
He was.
Yeah, he's got quite the dome.
No, seriously, I think he won 12 games one year.
God.
Jim Clements.
My man chilling.
He was a Lakers coach at one time. He was like an assistant.
My dude is chilling, eating a Whataburger right now, listening to the radio, and just, he's the worst coach we ever had.
I'm serious. Look it up.
Got a round head and a terrible career. Sucks.
Delete all
Am I
of that.
right?
No, I think you're right.
Good
817
headband head.
Number 1 Jim is Jimmy Johnson. Respect on that, man. Big time respect. He doesn't get the type of love on this list that I think he deserves. He was super outside looking in down on
And
this
his name is
list.
Jimmy Johnson.
I know.
And he promoted, Extensies or something like that?
I believe so.
That's amazing.
Promoted
Somebody
the hell
was
out of those
thinking,
things.
dog. Somebody was thinking, I got it.
Outside looking in, we got
Jimmy Johnson, dude.
That's good.
You call an immediate emergency meeting. Everybody to the think tank. Jimmy Dean at 14. Now,
The sausage dude.
I know him as a sausage dude, but apparently he was
actor.
more than just that.
He was an actor.
Country music singer,
yeah.
TV host, actor, businessman, and the creator of a fantastic sausage. Outside looking in, though. Jimmy Hoffa. We know about Jimmy Hoffa.
Yeah.
Well, do we? Where is he?
Oh, that's a good question. But there are some stones that have been left unturned there, but he's outside looking in as well. Jimmy Butler comes in at 12.
Oh, yeah.
Houston, Texas's own Jimmy Butler. Jim Brown.
Yeah.
You said
Jim
that.
Brown.
One
No,
of
I
the
know.
all-timers.
He got texted in,
Yeah.
but he's outside looking in.
Oh,
sitting
outside
at number
looking
11.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, there's 10 better Jims?
You guys tell me, man. You guys tell me. The first one's going to be Jim Parsons. He comes in at number 10. He's Sheldon in The Big Bang Theory.
Oh, yeah.
Totally out.
Jimmy Kimmel comes in at number 9.
Late night Jimmy.
Late night Jimmy.
A little late night Jimmy for you.
We actually got a Jimmy off here on the late night situation here on this particular
And he really
list.
took off. He just left Adam Carolla in the dust, boy.
Yeah, Adam Carolla. I guess is he like the podcast originator?
Yeah.
Okay. And he's still doing it.
Yeah.
And probably extremely successful with it, but it's not near as mainstream, of course.
Everybody he helped and coached went above and beyond.
Quite the coaching tree.
Yeah, like Broadus.
Jimmy Buffett, R.I.P.
Yeah. What?
Coming in at number.
What'd I do?
I'm just checking if you're paying attention.
I was listening to Jimmy Buffett.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I was watching
Good
Diane
jam.
Taurasi,
Oh,
but
yeah.
she's like 41 years old, right?
For sure. Tarasi.
That's her name, right? Diane Taurasi?
Diana.
Oh, man.
Diana, okay.
Jim Morrison
Love you 2 times. I've gone away.
comes in at number 7.
I want karaoke Broadus for a bet payoff. This is good. Earlier with the Thunderbirds.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
I
got to
like
do
your
I've got
Thunderbirds
to know the
impression a
song,
lot.
though. I've got to know.
Yeah, oh
the
yeah.
song.
Yeah, he's got to do like 30 to 60 second karaoke stints like every other segment for an entire show.
Yeah.
I think that'd be great.
And rock it.
And we got to get a
Like
live
KT doing karaoke.
a live national anthem. We're gonna have to do at a remote. I think that'd be pretty fun.
Oh wow!
Because then when Lucius does his annual terrible national anthems,
please do it for me, dog.
The clip on the national anthems. Get a drunk
Play those
Tito's
at the 4th of
Broadus
July.
in there.
Yeah, that's what the streets want.
Yeah.
I think the rapper Jim Jones would be in my top 10. Like that
Ooh.
Ballin' song.
Ballin'.
Always good.
Casa.
Jimmy Page comes in at number 6. Never heard of him.
How about Mr.
Jimmy
Jones?
Page?
Yeah.
He plays guitar for Led Zeppelin.
That's right. Ooh, okay. Well, then I know Jimmy Page's. I know his sound.
I just can't
Very
believe
talented.
he just did that.
If he stood right in front of me, I wouldn't know who he was.
Really?
Jim Henson comes in at number 5.
Oh,
Who's
yeah,
that?
like a puppet guy is
Yeah.
over Jimmy Page?
Yeah. The Muppets. I mean, he's the creator of the Muppets. That's pretty damn
He's
impressive.
an RIP guy, too, by the way.
Yeah. Jimmy Stewart.
He's
yeah, see?
Oh, savings alone?
Yeah. Not familiar with his work either.
Oh,
but,
Jimmy Chris.
I'm
dude.
sorry about that.
What do you...
He was born in
language.
1908.
How about you, have a little respect for people's history?
Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? You know
How
what we
about
need to
this
do?
terrible
You know what
movie
we
I
need
want to
do?
talk about?
Instead of you only having Krusty's Corner, you should have another segment every day or once a week where you educate me and Wolchuk on somebody that we should know back into the the 1800s or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, you can educate us.
Yeah.
I think that'd be cool. History 101 with Broadus.
Be happy to, because obviously, you don't know the famous actors and actresses that made this world what it is.
Late Night Jimmy Fallon comes in at number 3.
Late night Jimmy.
Jimmy Carter comes in at number 2.
He's still with us, right?
He's still fighting, bro.
He's building homes. Yeah, he's still doing habitat.
That means he's 100 years old.
Habitat from Humanity. I think
or he's about to be 100.
Isn't he like in a hospice or something like that?
Let's
be respectful.
He went to his wife's funeral, and it was kind of sad.
Number 1, though, greatest Jim or Jimmy of all time is Jim Carrey.
Wow, look at that. You know who he is?
But yes, I do. But you're the one who's never seen Dumb and Dumber, okay? So
I haven't.
I might need to take you to history class.
They rode a motorbike, didn't they, or something like that?
Yeah, it was a little moped, yeah.
Okay.
Scooter situation.
Just when Lloyd thought Harry couldn't do something any dumber, he went and pulled something like that and totally redeemed himself.
I love it. Thank you, Chief. Wolchuk's top 10 most afternoons at 4:20, but we were chatting with CY back there. Coming up at 5:20, Marcus Simeon's going to be on with us. We have the latest finals audio as our man Blake Elliott was down there at the AAC. Got some questions into Jason Tatum, Kyrie Irving, and more. And we'll play you those highlights and talk about it next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat Diamonds Direct with coming up at 5:20. Marcus Semien, the man who put Game 5 of the World Series completely out of doubt with his two-run bomb-ski. Obviously a very accomplished Ranger, a World Series champion, and he'll be participating in the Rangers Player Show here coming up in about 15 minutes on your Home of the Champs. If you want a great Chris Young interview, go back with the Odyssey app or 1053thefan.com, Twitch, YouTube, however you're watching, and pick up Chris Young back there at about 4:25. He joined us for a 15-minute conversation. And this is the guy. This is the leadership that you want and that you need with all your sports teams. As far as laying it out there, it's time to be much better. Okay, Lucius, we good for this audio here? I believe Chief has loaded in some Jason Tatum.
Hold on, let me grab those joints.
Thank you, sir. Sorry,
Bunch
that's
of
my bad.
Blake Elliott questions.
Yeah, our guy Blake Elliott was down there at the AAC.
Oh, dude.
I'll tell you what.
All right.
Seen a lot of talented people come through 105 through the fan. Okay, and his co-host Reggie Atatula is one of them.
Yeah.
I think Blake's a rising star.
You know, it's funny. Blake and Reggie did a show after Game 1 the next day, and you always talk about, you worry about talking over somebody's head about something, whether it's football, the draft, whatever, and you feel like you're talking, like way too technical. They did a 20-minute segment, 15-minute segment where they got into basketball with him and Reggie got into it. And it was so far over my head, but I loved every minute of it because they're talking about staggered screens, doubled screens, pinned. I mean, all those things that you're like, if you're a basketball fan, you're like, man, I'm digging this.
Yeah.
And when those two get together and do a show and talk basketball,
it's fantastic.
They do a great job of that. Now, they do a lot of other good things, but their basketball talk when they're together is outstanding.
It is. I've really enjoyed it throughout this entire run, and I was enjoying on X some of Blake Elliott down at the AAC talking about the biggest names, talking with the biggest names in basketball, including this question here from Blake for Jason Tatum on the Outside Noise. Here we go.
At 105.3 The Fan, there's been a lot of talk about your game outside, extracurricular. How good or how difficult is it to kind of block all that out and just be on the court and just kind of play your game?
It's a learned experience. Over time, you learn how to deal with all the extra noise and attention, whether it's positive or not so positive. And, I'm a fair, smart person. I know when I'm doing things at a high level. I know when I need to do certain things better. So I'm not like oblivious to what's going on, but at the same time, just keeping the main thing and focusing on trying to win the next game. That's what's most important at this time.
Great answer from Tatum. I thought it was amazing that right as he was saying you learn how to deal with all the extra noise and attention, there were people in the background talking, and he almost paused. Yeah. It was the most apropos ambient sound I've ever heard, but I'm a fair and smart person. You can tell how analytical he is and reflective he is. I don't know if that's the best trait to have in an athlete.
Yeah, that is,
that's where the doubts creep in.
For sure. I mean, at this point, we live in a day and age where it's impossible to be able to not hear it. Yeah, it's going to be everywhere. He's alluded to his own mom and his grandma getting, bent out of shape about some of the stuff that gets said about him, and then they're relaying those sentiments to him. Like you can't get away from it, but everybody handles it a little bit differently. And I do think it's something that as you mature and as you get used to dealing with it, and this is a guy who's had to deal with it for many, many years now. So I do think that just the experience of it all probably helps a ton, but he, much like most of these guys, you can't help but see and hear all the stuff that's being said.
One of the great things about Tatum and Brown, though, is if their offensive game isn't dominant, their shots aren't falling, they can impact the game in several ways. I don't know the last time I've seen a small forward rebound the way Tatum does. He's a freaking vacuum.
He is.
So, he can help in a lot of different ways when it comes to that, but earlier, I had this segment ready. We didn't get to it. Maybe we'll get to it a little bit later on. But the biggest what-ifs in NBA Finals history, and one of them is, what if Tatum hadn't slipped to number 3 where the Celtics took him? The 76ers trade up that year to take freaking Markelle Fultz. The Lakers then take Lonzo Ball. And there is Jason Tatum. I mean, a lot has been made of how lucky the Mavs were to, get a Luka Doncic or have Kyrie Irving's value bottom out and, they trade him to you for very little. I think that might be the biggest stroke of luck. You didn't even have to make any of that happen. It's just like, holy cow, what were the 76ers and Lakers thinking that year?
Gosh, the incompetence of both of those franchises is just absolutely insane. And then, yes, and now you're Boston, and you're able to build now a roster that is as impressive a roster as we've seen in a long time in this sport.
It is, man. It's incredible. Okay, so Kyrie Irving here is next with your guy Blake Elliott on being down 0-2 and wanting to get back on track. Here we go.
Hey, Kai, Blake Elliott, 105.3 The Fan. How confident are you in just your own personal game, kind of getting back on track? I think even to your own standards of where you didn't want to be in games 1 and 2, coming back home, where are you at mentally just in your own game?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing of that is just accepting that I haven't played well or up to my standards or as well as I would have liked. Being back in Boston, there's such a level of desire that I have inside of me to play well and wanting to be there for my teammates. So as a competitor, it's frustrating, but I don't want to let that seep in or spill over to any other decisions I have to make there as a player, and continue to feed my teammates' confidence. I have been down 0-2 before, lost a series, won a series, so I know what it takes, and also understanding, how to prepare for something like that mentally, spiritually, emotionally, physically. But first, was just respecting your opponent, and then most importantly, just putting your best foot forward when we go out there, man. It's as simple as that.
He's just aced the test, hasn't he?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. When it comes to just the way that he's approached it, and everything he says just seems like the perspective is right where you would want it to be. So it's been awesome. But how about Blake already being on a nickname basis with Kyrie? He's hitting him with Kai. Hey, Kai.
If you watch the video when Blake says his name, like Kyrie Irving nods at him, nods to him.
Active listening.
Yeah, when he said,
my guy.
Yeah, when he said his name, he just acknowledged with a nod. I know who you are. Okay, to ask your question.
That's right.
I think that's good. Blake.
This is the home court advantage we talk about, man. Yeah. You get back into your city, you start seeing familiar faces.
There you go.
And guys like Blake Elliott that are bringing great vibes into every room that he steps in.
Yeah,
100%. Okay, and then
he didn't outorder me at lunch today, by the way.
Blake or Kyrie?
Blake didn't. And I took him to lunch today. He didn't outorder me.
You took him to lunch, and then you took him to the woodshed based on how you outordered him.
Yeah. He tried to order the chicken strip Caesar salad, and it wasn't as good as the Wagyu steak salad that I had.
You guys had a salad date together?
Yeah, we were. It's funny because I'm on this. He's young. He should be eating the burger.
Right.
He should be eating the burger, the fries.
Well, it is summertime, though. Let's not forget. My dude's out here probably on the prowl.
He went steak. Now I have to do that because of this diet I'm on. So I was grateful for it, but the Wagyu was better than his chicken strips. I'm telling you that right now.
So he had fried chicken strips over top lettuce.
He did.
To be health conscious.
Try to be healthy.
I do that all the time at Chick-fil-A. The Southwest salad with the spicy chicken on top of it. Ooh. Oh my goodness. I don't think there's a sit-down restaurant that does a chicken salad better.
Oh,
how about that, bro?
No,
you would know. You're a big salad guy.
I love that. You're right. Yeah.
How about some Jaylen Brown here with a guy?
Blake Elliott, 105.3 The Fan. Jaylen, teams that go up 2-0 go on in the finals, go up to win the series 86% of the time. How do you kind of keep the focus and kind of keep your foot on the gas and not look ahead to the end of the series and stay hungry for Game 3?
For me, it's different for every individual, but for me, it's almost like you got to trick your mind, almost in a sense, like you almost got to play like you down 0-2 rather than up. And that's hard to do, but you got to go into that mind frame, that focus is we are playing like that rather than you let comfort, you let, some of those things kind of seep in. So you just try to stay focused and try to harness the mind as much as you can, because the mind is a powerful thing, and it's hard to grasp, some of those things as you are in taking them. But if you can kind of focus your mind on what you wanted to focus on, you'll be surprised at what you can do.
Man, I love listening to Jaylen Brown talk about stuff, the mindfulness of athletes. I think he puts it into words better than just about anybody. And obviously his performance is, good enough for Jason Kidd to consider him the best player on the Celtics. We got to run. Just got word. Marcus Semien joins you next right here on your home of the champs. I want to chat Frankles with you before we get there, though, because if you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, these are the guys to call to make sure you don't settle for less. That's what the guilty party will try to do. 18-wheeler, big trucking company, something like that. They run into you. They can cause absolute chaos in your life, not only financially, but in the pain department as well. You might be looking at pain and suffering for decades to come. Massive inconvenience.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
844-3600.
GetLeftInTheDark.com.
Shoot Yeah Boy, welcome back. You can vote now for our next guest as MLB All-Star 2024 right here at Globe Life Field. This segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the On-Time Experts, the Expressway is. And the Texas Rangers Player Show brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. Everyone has beneficiaries. Not everyone has life insurance. Globe Life, who's your beneficiary? And here he is, the guy who's been a part of a couple All-Star games. He's also a multi-time Gold Glove winner, Silver Slugger, and All-MLB First Team twice, Corsa World Series champ. The guy who put Game 5 totally out of question with his 2-run bombski in the ninth that made it 5-zip. It's Marcus Semien here on your home of the champs. And a good afternoon to you, sir. How the heck are you?
How's it going, fellas? I'm doing great.
Well, we're doing awesome as well. It's an honor and a pleasure to get a chance to chat baseball with you for a couple of minutes. And I wanted to ask you about that home run you hit on Sunday after getting hit by pitch. How satisfying is that?
Yeah, I think I just got lucky. That could have been a real bad situation. You go up there, first pitch of the game. All right, it might be a fastball down the middle, and then boom, it hit me. But luckily, I was okay. I think it kind of lit a fire under me just to, go out there and make something happen because we definitely needed a win.
Hey, Marcus, I was curious. You play all these games in a row. You're such a beacon of like toughness and competitiveness and all that. Do those kids of yours have that same kind of ability? Do you find in your kids that they got a little of dad in them where they're a little stubborn, they're a little tough, got a little bit of that in them right now?